realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
凡人们很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
To know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
准备好，凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie. T.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
准备好，凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Fresh mate!
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. This is Top Class 2021 Dota 2 Summer Invitational hosted by NetEase Games. I'm your host today, Evangeline. Before we talk about the matches, we need to express our gratitude towards our partners firstly. Well, we would like to say special thanks to creator Glush Kuwar from TikTok Russia, exclusive technical supporter UU Game Booster, and our music partner NetAce Fever for all the love and support. Well, also our grassroots tournaments are hosted by our wonderful partners Moon Studio, Epos, String Gaming, and TNC. Thank you for all the love and support. Our matches today will be broadcasted in 3 languages, English, Thai, and Tagalog. English will be played on Facebook, Twitch, TikTok, Likey Video, and our TV partner Act Network, and with our grassroots partner Epos. Well, you can join with our Thai casters at our Thai channels on Facebook, TikTok, and Twitch. Well, if you would like to watch this in Tagalog, our YouTube channel will be your best option. Alright, now the time is right, the game is on. Let's welcome our wonderful casters. Hey guys, nice to see you again. How are you?
Oh, nice to see you as well. We're doing very fine. My name's Alva Plus here, joined by Seek and Strike. Will be your casters for today.
Yes. Hello. How's
hello.
it going?
Hi. Okay, I'm wondering what do you think about? Yeah, I'm wondering what do you think about yesterday's matches? Is there anything unforgettable or unexpected?
About yesterday's matches, I feel like the Spectre strat was particularly unique to us. In the first game from Mystery, it was a strat that we've seen before in the OGA Dota pit. It was very nice to see a team of Mystery's caliber executing it really well as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think yesterday, seeing Army Geniuses kind of perform as expected, right? Having a little bit of fun with it, but securing the 2-0 yesterday, I think kind of shows that they were going to be on the ball, and that's going to set the tone. They're going to be the team to beat here for the Top Clans Invitational.
Okay, thank you. Well, now it's time for you guys to take the stage, but before we start, let's take a look at the tournament introduction.
Yes, indeed. Once again, we're going to introduce the rule set of this tournament. We're currently in the first round, round 1. And that is going to be since it's a double bracket elimination, we're going to be in the upper bracket, meaning that no teams will get knocked out just yet. This is going to be for today. Today is the last day of this. As we advance tomorrow into the knockout stage, it's going to be the lower bracket games starting to be played out. Those are going to be best of ones as well. So a lot of excitement there, with the final day being the grand final.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, of course. Not to get too ahead of ourselves, of course, because we still do have our 2 best of 3s today. Of course, all these teams competing for that ultimate prize pool here of $10,000 US. We've got already 2 teams moving on through to the next round of the upper bracket. 2 teams already dropping down, waiting see if they can make it on any further in the tournament. And, well, we have got 2 matches later on today as well to determine who is going to be playing whom. Very exciting here as well, because we've got our first match of the day is going to be Meow versus Kaeru Pro. So Team Pakistan, or the representative team from Team Pakistan, is taking on the representative team from Team Japan. I'm very excited for that match.
I am particularly excited too. It's always nice to see Dota grow in new regions, right? And then later on, we'll continue as well with the only Chinese team that we have as well, Crocodile versus a second Filipino team in Toy Story. We can see the matchups. We're also going to see in between these 2 best of 3s some of the best of 1 matches that we got last time. So if you guys are interested in those, we're going to get the lower brackets and then the upper brackets.
Yeah.
Tournament.
Yeah. It should be really exciting. It's best of 1s, 1v1 solo mids.
Yes.
I think we had quite an entertaining yesterday match between Sanity and Insanity.
That was very good.
Insanity did end up winning, though. So we'll see here if Insanity can continue doing better against the NetEase staff opponent that he's got later on today. So that'll be very exciting. But all that is to wait, of course, because we do have our first best of 3 on the docket. Like we said, that's going to be Team Meow versus Kaeru Pro. let's take a look at the rosters.
Yeah.
Right, let's see who's going to be playing for both sides. If we could start with Team Meow Meow, the representative team from Team Pakistan. I believe we did see their mid laner. The mid laner yesterday was in the 1v1, wasn't he?
Offlane.
Offlaner, thank you.
I believe so, but I'm not sure because the stats for these teams are unfortunately not very up to date. As you know, with teams that don't participate regularly in the Tier 2, Tier 3 SEA tournaments, it's harder to find stats on them. But
You're correct.
We did check that Sanity was on that team.
Yes, you're correct. Sanity is on that team. He is actually, you're correct, in the offlane position, but also the in-game leader, captain. So
No surprise, I saw it. I mean, he looked just like MSS last year.
yeah, no, I don't know. You see lots of you see Dota in everything you see, don't you?
Yeah, just everything, really. Huh.
It's truly a gift.
Can't wait to see what the team is composed of, and we can see some of their pictures as well. It's always nice to get these players some FaceTime. There we go. It's going to be Meow Meow's team's first. Oh wow! Gotta say, before we comment on this team in general, Joker, my dude, is looking. That is a good picture.
It is a good picture.
That is a stellar picture.
No, absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
I actually really like it. This team, as well, of course, going to be representing Team Pakistan here for the Top Clan Summer 2021 Invitational.
The country of Pakistan.
Yes.
Or mostly a Pakistani team.
Yes. Just referencing why that flag is there, in case you're not up to date.
Yes.
Yes, they did win the qualifiers from that region. Kaeru Pro. Very excited to see this team.
Kaeru's too good, honestly. I mean, there's a reason why he has the best stance by far.
Of course.
I wish esports players would copy that stance more often, honestly, as opposed to the arm shrugging stance like Hosakomo.
I mean, come on, there's nothing wrong with that. I think the problem is, for Kaeru Pro is that, he's got so much energy, and it's so much energy even for the portraits that poor Peru, he just couldn't get anything in there. Like, he kind of had to take the picture from his offlaner, and that's really what it's about. That's like such a true offlaner experience, isn't it? Like having to sacrifice so much of your own farm. You just have to die at the start of every fight. You've got to put yourself in front of the smoke gank to make sure that they don't get the important cores first. Same thing here in the portrait.
It's very sad music for this story. Huh?
That's the life. And let me tell you, for position 5, they don't even get mentioned in the team fights.
And now the music went quite excited right now. So maybe supports 5s are meant to die, but offlaners, they're the true sad story. And for Kaeru, that's the case definitely. As if the team is named after him, usually he's the star player to a degree. Right? The team is formed around him, or he's the biggest meme out of which we will take anything. Really, that's the eternal envy factor. Always excited to see Dota from new places, particularly from Japan, who's actually made a huge effort to make the grassroots movement exist, like the Japan Dota League, organized by Maru as well, and some of the other Japanese representatives. So it's very nice to see these teams rise up. And from Meow Meow, I mean, we'll see what we get from them. The draft has already started. Some good bans, honestly. Meow Meow gets rid of the Monkey King. I think that's actually a pretty good high-value ban. I'm not surprised. And, of course, the Lycan, with Coddle being the first ban by Kaeru. Not fans of 9.
No, they're not. Or the Keeper of the Light, to be honest, and that's fair enough. It's kind of incredible. If I could tell you a story. Back in college, I tried to do like a Dota podcast. That's back when that was in like 2016, 17, when like everyone was doing podcasts. So I did one too. It was a Dota podcast. We interviewed Sunsfan, interviewed Tortellini, and then we just but Tortellini, I remember, because I edited the podcast, I'll always remember this. He was talking about how, I always think any build can work in Dota. Last time I went to TI, there was this guy who kept talking about how Coddle mid is so good. And I said, no, I don't really know, man. But he insisted, and he showed me his Dota buff, and he showed me the builds, and we had a conversation about it, and that's what he really liked about Dota. And here we are. Coddle first phase being banned because you can flex him offlane. You can flex him mid, and of course in support.
Look, I will say that the update to the Illuminate is like one of the biggest.
No, I know, I know, but the fact that people could see it, I mean, it was instant. Coddle was instantly mid, and everyone went, oh yeah, I could see this.
Okay, I can see that point, but it just feels like one of those stories where someone's like, Axe Carry was always legit. Yeah, but he didn't have the shard before. Yeah, it was always legit. I just knew it. And then he locked the shard. He's still black to carry.
He had mana leak back then. I get it, So, but I just think it's. I
don't think it was that bad for the time. I'm just saying that I think the iterations of the hero are very different.
He's a much stronger, more viable mid now in 730 than he was
ever.
Yeah,
because that Illuminate.
Of course. But we didn't ban the Omni Knight. We banned the Beastmaster instead, and Meow Meow will go not for the Sven Omni, as of course they have first and fourth pick here in this phase. So they don't get to choose their ideal strength carriers of the Sven. That's going to be snagged away by Kaeru Pro, but they will get the lifesteal.
In
10 seconds remaining.
Meow is really strong. I think Kaeru did the right thing of stealing the Sven, making sure
5
you're on
seconds remaining.
the best partner with him.
Yep.
But obviously, Meow had some sort of plan here, which was pick up a good core-to-core matchup against the Sven. It's still a pretty good matchup with Omni Knight. But if Kaeru really wanted to play Might games here, something that they can honestly do would be flex the Sven as a 3 or as a 4, you know, like some utility role. Pick up a carry with a better win condition, or I'm sorry, with a better matchup against Lifestealer, and all of a sudden you turn the draft on its head. The Sven 4-3 is not that bad, especially now. He's actually kind of been slightly buffed.
Yeah, it is not bad. And the talents actually to Warcry, especially I think there's like a plus 10 armor talents at level
later on.
10, right?
No, that's the duration.
Is it
talent,
15
level
then? It's 15. I'm pretty sure it's quite early.
It's level 15, yeah. And but the 10 talent is the duration for Warcry, which is already
Radiant team.
I don't
want to say.
I'm not too against it. I mean, Sven, we saw a really big stint of him off lane and then position 4 when it was just like everyone was buying Vlads, right? That was a while ago.
But I guess you could buy Vlads on him these days now, too.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. I do kind of like it, especially versus the physical damage lineup of the Lifestealer. The issue I have is that, and this is a small thing because I think it can work. I think you can flex it, and I like the idea. But just the only bad thing about it is that you're gonna unfortunately give Lifestealer a tanky strength hero
the
to
lane's gonna be
Lifesteal
awful.
off of.
Yeah, the lane's awful. That's the one big issue. I agree. So that's why. I mean, one thing I also like about the Sven support a lot in this game particularly is the Shard actually really good against Omni Knight because the spell's the Guardian Angel, of course. So actually legitimate here, but I do agree with you that you might just be giving the Lifestealer free lane. So that's why I'm suggesting it and putting it out there, but Kaeru has to have a really good core-to-core matchup for this to actually be justified. You know, something that makes Lifestealer just look very bad. A good example is maybe something like Dusa. Like Dusa here, I mean, obviously depending on Meow's picks, but Dusa destroys Lifestealer. I mean, they struggle so much against the hero, they pretty much nullify you. With Silencer, I feel like you have a pretty solid draft. But not a particularly hard pick to play either.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think the Sven would do nicely in a supporting role there as well, because the thing you need to make sure of is that global comes before the GA, and then you burst whoever's important, probably Lifestealer. Right? And with a Sven support, Blink Stun, you can definitely get that done, especially with a hero like Dusa into the mid-late game. So yeah, I'm liking the sound of that one, honestly.
And the stone thing plus Sven's damage, even especially if you play him as an offlaner, for example, actually kind of fair amount of damage. I hope the Kaeru does something. I see the picture of Kaeru and I immediately assume he's one of those mid laners, you know, one of those mid laners like everything works, baby, and you know, the very cool guys that top some mid laners before he went 1 TI.
Yeah, well, Thompson's still pretty cool now.
Oh, he's very cool, but back then it was like, everything works, baby, and he put, you know, those little the things he did with the hands. The same bolt stance is very similar to that.
Yes. I do know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I thought those were like Invoker arms.
Radiant team
That could be very much me.
I thought he was doing, you know, like,
Because don't get me wrong, he's very innovative now, but he's always been like, when he was playing pubs, the fact that he was playing like Quas Wex Invoker with a Meteor Hammer, I remember that.
Yeah.
That's why I would say that. If Kaeru was like that, by all means.
No, of course.
Maybe the silencer mid all along.
Could be a silencer mid. It's a little bit less of, I think, you know, a flashy hero. That's like an Invoker. It's hard to top that, but there's a little bit of a flashy hero, isn't it? The Spirit Breaker is going to be picked up here. So a very tanky hero again versus the Lifestealer.
Yeah, but Spirit Breaker is a hero that doesn't mind Lifestealer because you just charge around. You have the ultimate touch. Hit Lifestealer during rage. I think it's pretty good. You'll find that Meow's lineup right now though is looking considerably stronger, unless they do something special here, but the Darkseer Lifestealer is a great combo always. There's so much buffing for the Lifestealer as well, and no offensive dispel on Kaeru. Obviously, Sven Shard aside. Oh, there's the Dusa not looking so great.
Yeah, I think Meow quite confident that we're not going to see anything, or that Kaeru is not going to pick anything. I mean, an Invoker is still possible here. Oh no, it's not. Sorry, it's banned. And then Ench is going to be the only other one off the top of my head, but I haven't seen a whole lot of Ench.
Ench Oracle would be the thing.
I haven't seen a whole lot of Oracle either, even. Mostly everyone's preferred the Omni Knight over the Abba and the Oracle.
Good Brew, but Brew is also pretty bad against what Meow has. Like, he's great for the Dispel, and he's good against the Nyx especially, and somewhat good against the Omni Knight, but the Lifestealer, absolutely. Brew Spare Breaker's awful. Very, very bad.
I'm really wondering what you're gonna end up going for here. We do need something to dispel. I mean, basically with just regardless of GA or not, just with the Heavenly Grace and Surge. What do you do? I mean, that's 38 bonus damage for Lifestealer alone, and not even accounting for status resist or HP regen. Like that's like a whole item almost.
Yeah, if he goes Sanj, the amount of synergy he has is just absurd with Lifestealer. No, I think the core-to-core matchup against Sven is just too strong. Like, you're not going to win this. Sven has no utility this game. He even will struggle bursting down the supports like Omni and Nyx because they have enough escapes. Will struggle to burst down Darkseer.
Okay, so the Oracle. They will go with the Oracle.
So something is going mid here. And the Spirit Breaker is Silencer. Or maybe Sven.
I would wager the Silencer is going to end up going mid, personally.
Yeah, I mean, if you've seen Xiaoba play that, you might be thinking of that Spirit Breaker mid, which actually did work pretty nicely. There was an idea with that, like the whole global presence of the Spirit Breaker was flip pushing up. AM, they picked last game?
I think it was. I'm not in love with it this game, though, honestly.
I think it was an AM.
I wouldn't be in love with the idea of the Spirit Breaker. I don't think it works very nicely. I'm already kind of looking at this draft and going, I would not be envious of being a Spirit Breaker in this game. Even level 1 of Vacuum is amazing at canceling a charge away, just because it got a decent cast range and a nice AoE where you can catch him from. Nyx is not particularly easy to gank because he's going to see you coming until your charge is 2,000 move speed, and in that case you have different problems. And Omni as well is quite tanky. Like, it's just maybe Darkseer you catch, but again, he can actually save himself pretty easily. He doesn't even have to turn around if he's got like vacuum, or he can just vacuum at his feet, and then that'll interrupt you.
Right. I just don't like the Silencer because they know and they just pick something that's good against Silencer. That's your game.
Yeah.
But what I would do right now would be Silencer mid, Sven offlane. I agree with your point in Spirit Breaker. I don't think this is the perfect mid game for him. I also don't like Silencer 4, Oracle 5 as a support combo, if that's the case, right? So I would put Sven offlane, Spirit Breaker 4, Oracle 5, Silencer mid, and then pick up a carry that really just hard carries your game. Like, just something that can. I mean, obviously, I think Dusa is out of the picture. I think Terrorblade, despite Darkseer being pretty bad against him, I think it's quite fine. Because Terrorblade destroys Lifestealer at one point in the game. Don't care about Darkseer as much if you have something like Oracle, Silencer to deal with.
Yeah, and Oracle, I mean, it's way more expensive and not as mana efficient as an enchant would be. But you can dispel Ion Shell Surge off of anything.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
as long as he's not raged, of course. So you have to be careful with that.
But I was sorry. I was just thinking about the lane for like the TV because you're worried about Ion Shell in the lane, and then of course outside of the lane you're worried about Wall of Replica, and there's not much you could do there as a TB Oracle. But during the lane, you can mitigate the threat of Ion Shell. And that's actually a benefit that Oracle does have. I think it's like 110, 120 mana for Fortune's End compared to like 50, 60 on enchant. You can't enchant your own creeps. So a lot of Darkseers we've seen actually will
just put it on your own creeps.
Yeah, and then there's nothing you can do.
Oracle is the ultimate Darkseer counter. And on top of that, if you get Terrorblade, for example, here, which again, I am leaning towards that kind of option. Actually, Terrorblade's probably my favorite, but the Oracle doesn't need to heal him in lane. He's not a hero that requires that very much, as opposed to other, more brawling kind of carries. I think TB just farms, and he also can go jungle, so I like that. I was thinking PL, I wouldn't mind too much either. He has the same issues as Terrorblade with Darkseer, but destroys Lifestealer in very similar vein. I think he works with your tempo somewhat. I also feel like we're salvaging a really difficult lineup to salvage by Kaeru.
Yeah, we are.
I think Meow has done a really good job of drafting them into a corner.
Yeah, and then another issue they have is we're not too light on stuns, especially during global.
Oh, whoa! Just justify the Silencer mid now. That's a great Silencer mid game. Against melee heroes, you usually... I mean, he will die at one point, but...
He's a Silencer versus a Kunkka, but, like, Kunkka's not going to have it too easy. We've seen this mid lane matchup, I believe, already here. Or it was actually a position 5 to off lane matchup, but no, they're going to go with a Void Spirit from Kaeru.
What is... Oh, is it Spirit Breaker off lane? Well, this is difficult because we don't read Japanese.
Yes, this is rather difficult, isn't it?
We do have the names of the players, guys. We just, unfortunately, are not that cultured.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the names are right there as well, right?
Ryu.
They're in order. They're sort of, Ryu, Kaeru. Yeah.
So it's scary Sven, that's for sure, and we know it's support Oracle. Was it Puru? There's okay. I don't speak Japanese, but there's no way that. How many syllables can there? All these are 2-syllable names, and there's 6 letters.
Listen, I have no idea. I don't know what to tell you. I would assume the longest one is...
Must be Hosokamo, right?
Yeah.
So
Position 4 silencer.
I can't tell what position.
Yeah.
It must be position 4 silencer. Okay. And then between Kaeru and Puru, Kaeru is the main character, so he must have the longest name. So he has to be the Void Spirit. And then Puru must be the Spirit Breaker off lane.
He's got the fanciest hat, right?
He has the fanciest hat.
Yeah.
Kaeru must be the Void Spirit.
It has to be.
So it's Spirit Breaker off lane, Void Spirit mid, Sven carry, Oracle, and Silencer supports.
Yeah.
I absolutely hate this composition. I think it's the worst possible iteration they could have decided on. I think Silencer mid was actually justified. And I would even like Silencer off lane over the Spirit Breaker off lane, to be honest. Because his matchup against Lifestealer is not bad at all.
It's not that bad. You don't get a whole lot of utility out of something like Last Word, unfortunately.
No, but you just glaive him.
Yeah. No, it's all about the glaives in that lane. You go like double, maybe even triple no talisman, and
No, I would actually go for full movement speed so he can never catch up to you. And you just kite him endlessly with like windless boots.
Prepare for battle.
You were wrong.
maybe it is an off-lane silencer. Spirit Breaker starting with boots, no stats, no
Yes.
quelling either.
Can we click on the Gambaru, which means good luck? Very nice. I knew my honor would come into play.
Wow, you're unbelievable.
Alright, we would appreciate seeing what... that is an undiscovered voice line that is absolutely fire, huh?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of other teams that have the Hippomaniacs voice lines, actually.
That is wonderful. I love the Hippomaniacs team. Personally, their story is really nice. Even without Saberlight.
Very true. Very true. Saberlight now going to TI.
Now going to be.
Yeah. Very exciting.
So it's very exciting for him, of course, but I would like Hippomaniacs to also find some success.
I would as well. It was nice to have them as a mainstay through both TI, sorry, not both
DPC
seasons, but never had a win.
That's true. I would like them to also like if they did well, I think they would encourage other players in the country to also play Dota, like Beast Coast did at one point. And I feel like these two teams can do something. I mean, right now we're just starting to see their journey, but hopefully at some point, right? Even if you get Division 2, that's already a huge win. For a country without Dota teams. I am so curious as to what position is playing what.
Me too. We'll see eventually. Hopefully it's not like.
I do think you're right in the Silencer off lane.
I think it makes sense. We haven't taken a point to anything. There's no way this is. Yeah, Silencer's the offlaner. He's going to block creeps already. The Spirit Breaker was tests.
Yeah, okay. I mean, this is not my favorite iteration. Like I said, I'd rather have the Sven offlane, Silencer mid, and you picked up a different carry. I mean, actually, I think Void Spirit carries better than Sven right now. But I think this iteration is fine too. I feel like the Konka gave you a free lane mid, but
you think Void Spirit is better in this game versus the Sven, or
versus the Lifestealer? Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I feel like you can at least kite him. I just think that the Sven has. If there weren't so many buffs, right? I don't think the matchup is impossible. Sven just needs to outfarm the Lifestealer enough and be one item ahead constantly. But with the buffs, it makes it so that Sven needs to be 2, maybe 3 items ahead, honestly. Which now it becomes a tall order against the Lifestealer.
I also think that this matchup is not that bad for Kunkka. The Resonant Pulse is going to be pretty bad for sure, especially in the early levels when you actually struggle to get through it. But, I mean, already Void Spirit underneath this tower is already taking a bit of a bruising. It's a very nice Aether Remnant dodge. But once we have got like level 3, level 5, right, maybe 2 points, well, probably 1-3-1 at that stage for Kunkka most likely. I think already you've got kill threat onto the Void Spirit, especially at level 5. I think you're very strong. Because no Astral Steps, Dissemblate takes a while to come out, so you can, play with X and Torrents to get a couple extra hits in. And, maybe that's one extra Tidebringer Cleave that Void Spirit just cannot tank through.
That's true. I agree. I would say that this matchup in general benefits. I also think that in the mid lane or the mid game, Void Spirit can gank nicely, but Kunkka's just a guaranteed kill as long as you gank him a lane.
Silencer core.
It is okay. I like the Silencer off lane. I think it is actually a pretty solid idea for this game. He might just be your win condition. I actually would like him to go Midas.
Really bad though. They just killed this courier ahead and no talisman on it.
That's unfortunate. That makes your lane much harder. And you need movement speed in this lane because if you get caught with Lifestealer 1, he's not letting you go. He's gonna bite you to death.
Oh, Frenzy. Very strong laning ability.
He might even go for. Oh, that's what you were talking about. He might even go for the Orbital Corrosion this lane, honestly, because the amount of kill potential you have against Silencer is high. If you just let him harass you, it feels like a pretty bad lane.
Bottle yet for the Void Spirit. Gotta pick up that water rune, but he won't have any regen. No, water rune here either, but yeah, this carry. He's got a full bracer, pretty much full HP.
Some old builds here. Double null, double bracer. Usually it's bottle meta these days, but
yeah.
I mean, maybe with a nerfs to water rune, some mid player side is really not worth it. I can see the case for a Kunkka. I think a Void Spirit definitely does use bottle well.
I'd agree. Yeah, my goodness.
Kunkka just slams. Really. Oh my goodness. Next him. Oh, did he calculate the torrent correctly? That was impressive. Sparks. That's the first blood.
Made it look easy as well. I didn't think it was gonna be that easy.
Sorry, he says. Oh.
Well, he said sorry because he all chatted GG well played.
Oh, GG well played. Oh, okay. Oh, I got excited. That might have been a top tier BM right there, honestly. That was really nice. All right, well, very well played though. Very, very well played. That is the kind of play that I think warrants a sorry. I think it's okay. He just made it in with torrent, dude. That was impressive.
That he did. Yes, he did do that. Oh.
Yeah, honestly, like, what is there to say? It's just really impressive.
Yeah.
I always talk about that being the play that Kunkas can theoretically do. You just bait you with Tor. That's what a good Kunkka does, and it never happens in pro play. And we finally saw it. Ah, I love watching up-and-coming teams. They have so much more courage than some of the top teams. They haven't tasted enough defeat to understand what that means.
Yeah, very true. And this is definitely going to put the Void Spirit a bit beyond the 8-ball. Single no talisman. Now he's got the bottle. Look, again, a double null. But at this stage, I think Sparks is already the double bracer. That bonus armor as well from base boots is going to do him a lot. Good.
Walking over to get a Tidebringer hit on him is.
Oh, why not? He's not hitting any creeps.
No, I agree. But I just love it because what would you see this patch usually? The Kunkka right now would be going back to the small camp, have formed a small camp, waited for the lane to push, and pushed it instead. Instead, what Sparks decided to do is go and hit the Void Spirit. Love it.
It's like the Dendy style. Just I don't care. I'll miss my CS just to deny you.
Exactly.
I mean, honestly, if you're in a lane where you feel like, I mean, he's level 6, right? This Kunkka is super strong. He's there's level 6 for Void Spirit, I believe. He just
now he's being efficient with his farm. Because he knows there's going to be less rotation, so he can afford to make these plays a bit more as long as they're putting pressure in the other lanes. Like, it's actually well played.
You're Kunkka. You're not scared of a Spirit Breaker. You're not scared of an Oracle coming into your lane.
Not with a double bracer build into phase boots.
Thank you.
I actually love this build-up. I'm just going to sit in front here, Kunkka. It's not a difficult Kunkka to play. It's just a Tidebringer Kunkka, honestly.
Yeah, pretty much. He's got much more reliable catch, lower cooldown than something like a Magnus, who would go for a very similar build, right? Double, even triple bracer back when it gave 6% HP, or sorry, 6% magic resist each into the Echo Saber. He'd just be like your tanky level 13, 2400 HP core. I think this Kunkka is going to serve a similar role this game. Slightly different, of course, because I think he's going to go for the armor on the phase boots, which can help a lot versus the Sven.
I agree.
And be able to fight a little bit earlier on.
It's laughable, and now he's like, "Hi guys, I should probably need fodder."
Oh my god, he's trying to boat him.
Oh, Sparks, you madman.
Oh, well, no. I think he should have done that a little bit later.
Yeah.
Because at least the boat would have nuked the wave. He's got Captain Coco's Rum, so he can tank tier 1 tower with the bracer, but like, a little bit later. And we haven't seen an 8th Rum to connect yet, I think.
No, we have not. But look, for style points, Sparks is currently winning, though. Are you going for the Arcane Rune? He's going to fight the Spirit Breaker here.
No, Spirit Breaker.
Yes, Torrent. Can still bring him back. There we go. Torrent hits. The help from the Nyx Assassin. Seems like the Spirit Breaker's in trouble. In comes the Oracle, however. Beautiful little Impale. They continue with the Tidebreaker, and that's going to be enough to kill Kaeru. They're going further. Hoping for Swan. But they're not going to fight him. Tidebreaker cleave, not quite enough. Still a really good play. Ended up being a kill in the NA mid laner with 2 rotations to boot, and you only rotated 1.
Yeah, and I think this tower.
And he got puddled.
And this tower might end up going down. Yeah, they got a 4 Oracle. Not bad at defending, but you can see that's basically all of his mana. So he can't really do much other than what he's already tried to do. And we're just going to go ahead and dispel that one. Thank you very much. Not a very strong lane here, unfortunately, for our Silencer. There's a couple of dispels, self-dispel as well that Lifestealer can always use. But no, the lane's not bad. I mean, he's
just a Glaives hitter. That's all you do.
Exactly. A decent farm. They may try for a kill.
I don't think it's possible. I don't think this charge.
I think he's getting back to the lane.
What? Sure. I think this card is completely necessary. I feel like you might want to help mid because the Kunkka is styling all over your team. Bottom lane.
Has been killed.
Courier dies first. And they still catch the Sven despite the Courier dying. That's gonna feel pretty bad. And Shell vacuuming back.
Wow.
Good spike Carpus. Very good.
Good job, Team Meow. This is sorry, just because they don't have. That is Team Meow.
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 Yeah, it's the cat. What a cat does.
Yes.
Meow.
But Kaeru Pro off to a great start here, aren't they? No, Meow is.
Yeah, Meow is, yeah. Sparks particularly, it's like I'm watching, I don't mean as an offense to Kaeru whatsoever, but it's like I'm watching a booster on Sparks. He's playing with such big confidence. It's not that he's playing better than the rest of the team. It's more about the plays that he's making. Like, he knows the best of the team. I appreciate that kind of.
He's got quite a nice fighting on him with him. The broom handle is I think what you'd be looking for ideally
It's
here.
probably the ideal one, yeah.
Especially this game, just again versus a lot of physical damage.
He did go over corrosion. What I like about Meow, if we keep it on the spray strain, is that there's a lot of cohesion between their builds and their playstyle. Huh? They go, let's play aggressive, and they build according to it. I appreciate that. Omni-Knight. Joker has the Heavenly Grace. Sans all of a sudden feels like he can't do anything. And
he's
he
right.
hits the range creep out of anger.
Well, he's just trying to nuke the wave.
Did you see his build, though?
On who?
On the Silencer.
I didn't see it, no.
3 points in Arcane Curse. No points in the... Or 1 point in the Glades only, which is not what I was expecting.
I think the problem with the glaives is that it's percentage based mostly on your int. And
Yeah, so it scales pretty badly early.
It's the same thing with like Nyx's Mana Void. Whereas, you know, Mana Burn, thank you. Sometimes you'll see it max because of cooldown, whereas glaives, that's not your concern.
Good use of the DX, he still gets silenced by the last word, doesn't matter, they get the silencer already. Spurbringer joining in, hoping to get the Nyx Assassin, but another great Impale, hoping for the Tidebringer cleave. That'll go right through the Void Spirit shield. As they do hit him with the Fortune's End, a bit of a dispel. That doesn't seem to matter too much, but it's not like Sparks can continue this, so they're gonna do it.
This is a bit of a combo as well, isn't it? Tidebringer cleave off of the bonus damage from Heavenly Grace. It's nothing crazy, nothing to write home about, but extra 38 damage when it's maxed.
He's going for the SMY Kunkka that we saw yesterday, actually. And with Heavenly Grace, not get the Heavenly Grace Purveyor. Heavenly Grace for himself, not going to be enough.
Not enough.
Your life.
Not this time around. A little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, the Kunkka, though, it feels just tank around, honestly. I don't even think the Life Dinner is needed for the first 10-15 minutes. Just play around the Kunkka. And Omni-Knight with Heavenly Grace him, he's going to be unkillable.
Yeah, and the Dark Seers lane's gone well enough, and then you've even gotten a kill here onto the Sven. We didn't really focus on it too much because I think a lot of the action here was mid-lane, and that's going to dictate a lot of how this game goes. We'll still bash, of course, but they won't get a secondary bash there, so Lifestealer not a whole lot of threat. Okay, speaking of threat, though, there goes Nyx. We'll connect on the Impale. X-Mark then will be lined up. Have a vacuum here in case we needed it anyway, and there's no escape for this Sven.
Becoming a fan of Sparks, this guy is obliterating the enemy team. I think his build is also perfect for keeping up the pressure as a Kunkka in this position. I think he might just not need to play with Lifestealer whatsoever.
Well, that's what I was going to bring up. I was going to think, well, what is actually he going to build on the Lifestealer? Because before I would go, well, you got to be careful because Sven, even though he had a mediocre laning stage, not too great, not too bad, he would be in the jungle. Oh, they just killed him. So now it's like, I feel like you can go for anything on Lifestealer now with the amount of space your team is creating.
Yeah, I still would like the Maelstrom build, mind you, so you can actually have a potential win condition mid-game in case Kunkka falls off. I don't mind if he goes for Armlet, just goes for let's smash him now.
Is Sparks just gonna full buy SNY? He's not gonna, you know,
he's not gonna buy.
He's not gonna buy a Sanj to start. He's not gonna buy a.
That's not what real pirates do. No, I think the Sanj is actually the most Dota player thing, handicapping yourself by only buy items in full.
Yeah, no, he was just sitting on, you know, like 2,400 gold, and I was like, well, maybe we should spend some of that, you know, because
it's courier efficiency. You don't get it. He's gonna farm it anyway.
Yeah, of course.
Couriers get tired after a while.
Arcane Curse nuke the
Iron
wave,
Shell. Yep.
And
that's how it's just like, oh no, oh no, I know Nyx is behind me.
Oh no, lots of damage there. Max Arcane Curse though.
I don't think that's the right build for this game, to be honest. I understand the point behind not maxing Blaze of Wisdom. I also don't think you've done anything with Arcane Curse this game, so...
I think he's just trying to farm.
Yeah, but that's...
I agree. I think that's his only farming ability, right? They gank you extremely easily here as a silencer. That's what I mean to say, as you witnessed. He was farming quite aggressively.
No, he has not bought the SNY, by the way. No, he is gonna full buy it.
Full buy it.
Send Oracle back. Come on, Oracle, I can't get my SNY without you. There's the silence, though. That's gonna be a bit difficult to fight against. Starks here hasn't brought back and burst it down. Not bad. As he really wishes he has a sign right now. Either hits him. Oh, have help with the Heavenly Grace. Charge. Lifestealer's here, though. And they're still trying to kill off the Nyx Assassin in the backlines. They have taken away all the mana from the Void Spirit, not enough for the Assimilate. Tries to get some more, but not enough to actually use the Assimilate again. brought back with the X marks the spot. The shield for a bit of extra tankiness, but Sparks is going to be able to kill him. Stormhammer avoided by the Rage. Also, Gold Frenzy now slowing down the Sven.
A smoke.
It might be able to kill him. A smoke for the extra movement speed here, as Fatek will save him for the Ghost ship damage, but Spirit Breaker touches right into the Ghost ship, not helping him too much. Impale plus the Tidebringer. They want another stun. They're going to have to settle for the Silencer, as Sven is capable of getting away thanks to the False Promise. Oracle might not be so lucky though. They're bringing him back with the X marks the spot, and Tidebringer is way too much for Swan to deal with. Finally, a tower goes down, mega kill streak, and the SNY can be purchased.
That was kind of brutal to watch for Sven. He had God Strength the whole time, just didn't have mana. Didn't have mana.
It wasn't
No, it wasn't. I think you take that kill on Darkseer and you go, thank you, we'll be on our way now.
Yep.
I mean, you just lost your Silencer top, he comes back first global. I understand you want to get a lot of things out of it, but Spirit Breaker had to use everything. I mean, you didn't have much left in the tank, because after the global and the Nether Bash were out. What was Nether Strike? Sorry. Bash. That's like a Nether Bash.
It's the greater bash that applies.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, I also don't see the Spirit Breaker enough. Ever since Cielbot played it, I had to memorize his abilities.
Bulldoze.
Oh, that one's
before,
the easy one.
Before, all you need to know is Bulldoze. Oh, Morphlene's going to turn into Bulldoze, and there's 80% status of this, and they've won the game.
It used to be the Charge Darkness. That was the deal. Charge Darkness. And like when
for Morphling, that was Bulldoze.
For Spirit Breaker.
Oh, I was about to say. Well, before the only time we saw Spirit Breaker was when he picked him with Morphling.
Yeah, but the charges was super important, so Morphling could walk into the fight.
Bounty.
You clearly have not watched.
It was Bulldoze, really. It was what was bonkers on the Morphling.
Yeah, plus the fact they had a movement ability. Which coincides with the other picks like Earth Spirit, Sanking.
Could you imagine if
Earthshaker,
Morphling had a movement ability?
He doesn't. I don't know.
He doesn't.
He needs more movement.
He needs more movement.
Otherwise, why would he turn it to Sanking? What? He likes being sandstorming?
Like
Caustic Finale?
You know, he likes having feet. You know, he doesn't have any feet, so he likes.
Earthshaker, Sanking, Earthshaker. Yeah,
Earthshaker's
they all have
got
heroes
4
with feet.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever seen a Morphling turn into a Nagasar? No.
No.
Despises that.
No feet. Feet. He just wants to walk around on feet. That's what he wants.
He would not be a successful streamer.
No, he would not. No, he would not. Yeah, that's that. I mean, you think about it. You know, Shaker's got 4 feet. He runs around on all 4. Actually, no, he doesn't. Right? He doesn't.
He's like a gorilla or like an orangutan.
Yeah, he's like a silverback.
That's
he's like Harambe. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Harambe. No, but Spirit Breaker certainly runs around on all 4s, doesn't he? I mean, he does carry the lantern now.
Yeah. It must be a hassle if you run around on 4s and you have to carry things as well, because you really like it's covering one of your legs, right? Like Spirit Breaker runs like he has a limp when he runs. It's called lantern.
Goes. Speaking of running, I'll go
look at that limp. Walks in though. There's another strike. Going for the supports. These kills
Good
are possible, but that's a great spike. No way, Shadow after that. Okay, Data Sentry ready.
Yeah.
Tech Counter Initiation. There's the Global Silence. But they're going to bring back the Sven. No stuns here for him. False Promise. Oh, but with the Tumbler Store, they catch up him with the Impale, and they're just matching into him. Now he fights back with God's Strength, hoping to survive this, but he's going to be bursted down right after that False Promise. However, they kill the Darkseer with it. Not too bad. Lifestealer has not joined this fight whatsoever. As the next Assassin will be able to get out of this one alive. No Omni means Sparks is not as confident about going in. He does nick that Arcane Rune. Going for the easiest target. It's going to be the Silencer, saved by the Fate Take for now, but the Impale will set up for the skill once again. But the Charge of Darkness bringing back Sparks, but the Mana Burn will settle Silencer's life.
Man, that Mana Burn is so mean against the Silencer. Oh, you're stealing +2 int in this fight? You have +4 int? Okay, great. That'll be damage, please. Thank you very much.
As Nyx, you actually are supposed to die 5 or 6 times against Silencer, so your Mana Burn doesn't work damage. It's pro strats. Only you can only find this in 1K games. You know? Otherwise, why would I die as Nyx against Silencer?
They're ahead of the curve. If you look at it in a mirror.
What?
They're ahead of the curve if you look at it in a mirror. One case. Well, that lost int, you know, unfortunately. Well. Let's talk about the Nyx Assassin, but right. Sure, we'll go with that.
There's Guardian Greaves on the Darkseer. I didn't know what was going on there for a second, to be honest. As Nyx Assassin
another -2.
Silencer should give back the int.
I agree. I think Silencer, if he dies, like, you know, and no one on his team is anywhere close by, you know, if there's no teammate within, I don't know, 1,200 units of Blink Dagger range, yeah.
Radiant
Gets
structures
it back
are fortified.
two at a time.
Yeah,
Dire's structures
makes sense.
are fortified.
I absolutely love that Hawkeye has decided that he's not really playing this game, so he went for Armlet 1. A very little synergy build. I'm assuming Manta is with the Dispel, but still this itemization is really weird.
I agree, because I would assume that Joker is going to go nothing but maybe a Yule Scepter or like a... Oh, no. Oh! It was a bait? Look at that. Nice job. No, but the double impale. No way he escapes here, right? We have another Astral Step. No, we don't, actually. Part
That's
of
my
me.
Oh, that's Tumblr's play. He's fine. Can't catch up to
Can't catch him. I'll boost away.
Yeah, so the intimidation by Lifestealer, what's interesting is that usually when you go Armlet, he has a fake grenade too. Bulldoze to get that off him, hopefully, but the fake grenade stays forever. Countercharge, Rage to save him, Heavenly Grace on top of this. He still wants to kill a Spirit Breaker, but I don't know. Vacuuming back the Silencer, he's in trouble. They send him back like the spot. 1, 2, 3 times through the wall. The same illusion is still hitting them all as the Infest plus the damage on the Kunkka should be enough to burst them after that false promise. No need for any extra damage. Lifestealer could be in trouble, but he himself gets saved by the Heavenly Grace, immediately into the Rage with the Impale. Spirit Breaker won't survive. They go for the tower now, but Sparks has other thoughts in mind. He's hoping for the Sven instead, as the Ghost Ship sets on him. Or Sven might be stuck here. They do go in with a Void Spirit. Not going to be enough to simulate damage for the Darkseer. They get saved by the Guardian Angel, keeping Sven in place, but not the damage to reach him. It's going to be a win, obviously, for Meow Meow, but not enough.
Sorry, I was just thinking before that fight started, because there's a lot of people who like really vehemently hate neutral items, and I think like that's fair. I think that's a proper discussion to have on RNG and the impact that that has. But I'm just imagining them watching this game and going, "Oh, Tumblr's toy! He moved 200 units every 30 seconds. I can't believe." You know, it's just great fight. Great fight for Meow Meow.
Thank you for your analysis. Really
they're not pushing that one too far. They're taking it nice and slow. That's finally the item I was about to say. We almost have this Ag Scepter on Void Spirit. We were like 200 gold away by the time that fight kicked off. Now we have it. It's a good ability though, this game, honestly. Silence is the way to go versus an Omni Knight, especially multiple silences. It's really super annoying for him to try and deal with. Unfortunately, they have smoked right underneath the ward of Meow Meow, so I don't expect this gank to be too fruitful for them. We'll see how Tyrant Pro are looking to set it off.
Sanity.
Cancel the charge. Or you charge the creep.
Charge the creep.
It's, I mean, Darkseer is really small account.
Unless you gotta charge the creep, so don't cost.
There's the eggs.
Yeah. Oh, nice Spike Garpus walks right into the Remnant, hit him with the Impale. That sets up for the Torrent and the Ghost Ship. Hopefully, the Fate Seeking saves him with the damage. Nope, Assimilate saves him with the Ghost Ship, so there's not gonna be any stuns. As the Spirit Breaker uses the Bulldoze trying to entertain the enemy team, hoping that they will stay away. Oracle instead dies to the Tidebringer, as everyone else scuttles forward, hoping to find any stragglers here. Gonna be an excellent spot. Oh, but the Stormhammer avoided by the Rage. What a great timing. And the Spike Carpus saves Nyx for now, but the Guardian Curse will finish him off. However, Lifestealer has found his meal. It's going to be the enemy carry. As Kunkka joins again, X mark the spot, setting up for the Torrent. Do we have Bulldogs? We do not. They've been slowed, and they know they can just tank the tower.
Easy. First meal was Sven. Not very tasty. Go for the Spirit Breaker. Very good. I know your favorite Dota here that you want to eat is a Slardar particularly, but I think most people probably disagree with you and would go with the Spirit Breaker, and Lifestealer is no exception there. He will very quickly make a snack out of him. Very fast reaction there on the Rage from Meow Meow. Impressive stuff, and they can make that play. That's a lost fight, actually, I think, as soon as the Omni Knight dies behind him, if Oracle's alive, but he gets killed off when Sparks is last hitting a range creep. He's just, you know, oh no, I killed Oracle! Because he's just really strong right now. And there's the first load is about to be completed, by the way. This item is going to make the game just about impossible, I think, for Kaeru Pro. Having that additional Dispel, having the ability to reflect something as annoying as Stormhammer, or all of Oracle's abilities, it's going to be a big issue here. Sven closing in on BKB, but he may not have it by the time the next fight comes around, because I think Meow Meow right now, they've got their pedal to the metal, and they're going to go for more. And right for now, that's going to start off, that's going to be starting with Roche, as in they will go. First Roche being taken. AC just fully completed on Kunkka. Didn't end up going for the S and Y. Double brace for BKB. Now, Assault Curious here is going to help out the Lifestealer, who is still going for the Mantis down. I believe, in fact, had that eye of Scotty. Roche finished up. And it will go Aegis here for the Lifestealer. As he does, in fact, have Omelette after the Yacht queued up. Might just be the S and Y. Quick little bash down the Nyx Assassin, but Kaeru Pro have no interest in taking a fight with their current setup. Then still farming away in the jungle, trying to get that BKB online. As we'll now see Meow begin to push with the first Aegis here of the game.
Yeah, I can't believe it's the first Aegis, honestly. They've been destroying so much, it doesn't feel like it's been just 23 minutes. Kunkka feels like it's well beyond the 30-minute mark at this point. Considering the Assault Caress is not going to help push a bit. It's going to be Lotus Orb returning the Fortune's End. Oracle kind of stuck here, can't really help. The tower will fall helplessly. I like that. We're going to go for Scotty instead of the Manta. Why Manta? And the Rex are just going to fall relatively quickly. Not much like Kaeru Pro seems interested in doing, nor can they really.
Yeah, Oracle's and Fortune's End, but they've got like 3 dispels now to even do this. Nick, maybe try and set it up. Got strength. Sven's in with his BKB. He just finished farming it in the jungle, but Kunkka's got one of his own. They're onto the Omni, so there's no GA for this fight unless they want to buy back, but they've almost gotten a kill here onto the Sven. Lifestealer still looking for it as well, but there should be enough healing here with the... No! Sven is going to pop. Silencer as well. That's the offlaner gone through the global silence as well. They've managed to kill him. And Void Spirit, he's all out of utility. He's got him to 7-let at least, trying to make it back into his base. As there's a charge from behind, buying him a couple of extra seconds for another Astral Step into the fountain. He will go. He will live for now. Cost the buyback here of the Silencer, and they have not managed to defend the mid lane of Barracks from the wrath of Meow.
Yeah, Meow instead going down for the bottom lane. Just regenning in the Kunkka. They cancel his TP actually. That's going to stop the regen. And failed to stop the charge. Mars Sparks is still dead.
The big kill.
Maybe TP'd a bit too close to that tower.
He's worth 900 gold.
Yeah, he's worth a lot. They want to go for the Darkseer as well, but purple can't kill purple this game. Gotta be the Lifestealer instead. He thrown in for the creep, so the Breaker letting the Lifestealer kill off him. They do picked off the Nyx Assassin, but there's a lot of healing going his way. He still has the Aegis anyway. But the Ashe is quite fast as well. They hit him with one blade. There's the Infest to heal back up. Hopefully the Darkseer will charge into the enemy team. Not enough healing actually off that Infest. Guard Angel instead. Can't be dispelled just yet. Been silenced. Now with the Heavenly Grace, he's actually forced to retreat here. Might just move the Aegis for free. Trying to force this fight, but it's not really working for them to charge. Instead going for the Darkseer, the man without the immortality. I'm gonna try to catch him with the Aether Remnant instead. A raised Lifestealer still trying to get his beast, but today the cows win. And in fact, the Omnim will lose as well. As Lifestealer comes back for a second beating, hoping to get away, but not much of a chance. They silence him immediately. They hit him with the last word, and they finally controlled him. Hawkeye will die, and Kaeru Pro will get the first good fight of the game.
A huge net worth swing here for Kaeru Pro. I mean, I think they got what? They killed everyone except for Darkseer. They killed Omni Knight twice. Killed Nyx Assassin. I think they got a total of 5 kills in that engagement. So the only one to not die yet, I believe, is the Darkseer. But the fact that you get Kunkka 850 gold, 500 gold there on the Lifestealer, it's so much money, much needed. And that's the power of item timing. So I simply think Meow, they know that they're ahead. They know that they can play this one a little bit more fast. So they've not lost the game off of this fight, but I don't think they were quite expecting that Sven BKB. I don't think they were really respecting the item timings that we hit here for Kaeru Pro. They're strong. You're super strong on your item timing. That's why every pro team smokes immediately when you get an item up. It's incredible. But of course, win rate here is still going to be heavily favoring towards Meow, as they're going to go right back in for blood. And I believe they found here a Sven is going to BKB TP away. Although left without really much choice, the matter he is going to be washed up by this one.
Okay, so still a win going the way of Meow in the end. And that kill on the Oracle, not as valuable as Sven though. But the difficulty comes from Kaeru Pro now, right? Like getting the one good team fight, while very impressive for them, still isn't what they have to accomplish. It's the consistency for the next like 10-12 minutes to play this way all the time. Not lose any heroes, not give any more chances to Meow to push. Make sure that you can save the high ground as much as you can and still gather farm in this Sven. It is the toughest part, because Meow at any point, since they control the tempo on the map, they can just go back and say, right, we're not going to fight for a while, we're going to get our items, we have more space anyway, we'll now farm you. And you have to prevent that somehow.
Yeah. Also, I've liked the development here. We've not had too many Aether Remnants hit, but now a lot of them are finding their mark. They're finding the stuns not being too effective here.
Ship. Not false promise, right? Two. Incident for now. They hit him with everything, but that's way too much. It's only magical damage. In fact, the global silence, they counter-initiate. Hoping to go for the Darkseer. The Guard of Griefs does help him.
Big vacuum.
That vacuum was quite nice, and that resets the fight with the Spike Carpet actually stunning the Sven as well. They do manage to take off the Darkseer, but that's not going to be enough. Darkseer and Omni Knight, not the kills you were looking for. You need to kill a Lifestealer or the Kunkka. And unfortunately, without them dead, they can just kill you back.
Cook's got Orchid, and the person he chooses to Orchid in that fight was the Oracle. That was a beautiful decision. Everyone else is caught by the vacuum. Oracle is not, so he just needs to find that guy, and then they can go for anyone. Oh, you get this is it for Kaeru Pro. They bought back here on the Sven. A nice stun, but that's not going to save the Oracle. Down he goes. He's got buyback, so it's going to be a 3v4. It could be 5 now, or even 2v5, but luckily they do have now at least that false promise here for be able to make it out alive, but it had to BKB just to live there. Not going to be the Megas, but it's the second lane of Barracks here from Meow at a very, very cheap price. They only had to buy back on the Darkseer.
The Darkseer, who's not really being threatened right now. You lost the God's Strength power. Don't really have much of a chance of fighting them right now head on.
They've got to. I mean, Ryu, sorry, on our studies, not have a lot of time to farm. He's basically only got BKB, Echo Saber, going up against.
Yeah, you need the God's Strength.
Yeah, that's your first multiplier here. And, well, everyone's up 5v5.
Yeah, but Sven, no ultimate. Just don't have a chance here. Without the God's Strength, BKB activated by the Kunkka. They try to launch it on the Nyx. Ship might actually hit the Void Spirit. Horn does as well. Perfect. They killed him. Thanks to the Orchid, of course.
I must say, this must be such a frustrating game to play here for Kaeru. I mean, he went in, and he silences all 3-4 heroes that were standing there, and then they all just dispelled themselves immediately. Like, no one is silenced for at least a second there, completely. And now they're going to go even with the Mountaineer there. So he's going on the silencer. Ooh, Ryu. He's going to be able to live for now. It is full Bloodthorn. First time I've seen it in a long time. As they're going to maybe try for a kill here. Onto the Life Stealer. They might get him through the fountain, and they will. He's the only one to drop. Omni Knight, just kidding. He's going to go as well. This is the tips from Meow onto their own carry. They'll come through, but Megas have been secured. 21k net worth lead here, and yeah, you might still end up just killing him anyway. 3v2 here. Sven with cover of God's Strength. Silence though this time around. Stuck in the wall and killed by Hail. Go. Do believe, Abo. That should be game number 1 more or less in the books here.
Yep. The GG's called by Kaeru Pro. I'm going to get Meow's first victory of this series, and a pretty decided one at that. Well, the drafts definitely did them a lot of favors, and they had a better draft by a long shot. I mean, that was more good to them. I don't think Kaeru Pro really drafted badly. They just got drafted into a corner.
And I love sushi.
I love sushi. Hopefully that's a good thing. So Meow just looked like the better team, mechanically speaking, for sure. They outplayed him in the mid lane. I think the choice of not putting Sansa there was a mistake, but it's not like Kaeru should have lost that lane that badly. Sparks just destroyed him, to be honest. So we're looking at one team that just seems a bit more experienced than the other. And we did see a really good game from Meow. So maybe Kaeru Pro can show us something better in the second game. It'll depend a bit on the draft. Before we do talk about the highlights and everything of the game, we do like to remind our viewers that there is a giveaway going on, or giveaway/quiz. At the end of each game, you're going to see some questions pop up, and if you guys answer them correctly in the chat, we're going to pick a random correct answer so that they can get some prizes.
What do you win? Is it just an A? Do I just get an A? Is it like a passing grade, or
What's
is there
an A?
like a passing grade?
It's like a 10. Is a grade like a 10?
Is that like 100? Is it 10?
Is it
10 like
100? No, you don't get a passing grade because we're not at school anymore. We're gonna no. You actually get a job. No, you're gonna get a something much smaller than a job. That would be great. It's gonna be a UU booster code for 7 days or up to 30 days. If you do this during the best of ones, you're gonna get a $10 Steam gift card, and during the last match of the day, you're gonna get a cosmetic for Dota 2. That's worth that's worth around $2. For the many cosmetics, that's worth $2. So farm those questions. Show your knowledge. This might not be school. You do get prizes.
Nice. Get many prizes in my school.
Yeah, me neither. I just had to.
That'd been nice. That'd been nice. Thanks to our partners for the giveaway as well. It should be fun. Got some fun games of Dota here for the Top Clans 2021 Summer Invitational event. Got some fun quizzes as well. And well, I mean, the whole game was more or less a highlight for Sparks, wasn't it? There was really only
which is why I'm excited to see the highlights of Sparks.
Yeah.
Whenever they're ready, I can't wait to see them so we can talk more in depth about the player.
Yeah, I mean, he just kind of snowballed almost right out of the gate, didn't he?
Yep.
I mean, I think that lane is still maybe 60-40 Kunkka favor, generally speaking. I think there's I think there's a lot of things the Void Spirit can do in that lane to make life
that
more
lane
difficult.
ended up what 70-30.
I think that's no, I think it's a little bit heavier, 70, at least 75.
Okay.
For Kunkka.
I was even gonna say 80-20 to be honest. Like it was a pretty hard smash, particularly when he started getting the kills in the mid game, because those things should not happen to them. Void Spirit. Yeah, the lane might not be as easy to you, but you just go gank other lanes and take advantage of your speed, or you take advantage of the jungle camps to assimilate. And against Kunkka, you maxed assimilate anyway, which is something that surprised me. He maxed shield instead, and all Sparks had to do was Tidebringer a creep every time and go through the shield.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, not a big fan of that choice.
Maybe it wasn't a worthy interaction. I mean, a difficult game. As they will end up dropping that one. Okay. And yeah, for them, it was going to be the difficult. I mean, it's hard. You got to reset after a loss like that, right? If you carry pro.
Yep.
Especially when you kind of just end up getting more or less crushed there in the mid lane.
It's hard to reset, and you cannot tell. You know what? When you, I want to be able to remember the game. There we go. Well, that's exactly what I was leading to. The highlights. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, what was this? Oh, this was the.
I mean, that should have. Like that wasn't even cleaving through the shield. It was just I have enough damage to kill you anyway. The ghost ship on top of this.
Oh, this was so. Yeah.
That was the charge, the failed charge.
The charge into the boat. Yeah, I mean, kind of just a highlight reel here for Sparks.
I didn't really see much of a use for the Spur Breaker in the game, by the way.
No, neither did I. I didn't see a whole lot of use for Silencer either. You had a self-dispel essentially, right, on Lifestealer. You have an Omni Knight who can also self-dispel. I mean,
this play was hilarious.
I think we'll see it in a bit. Where we will. Oh, and then they try and turn and fight here, but yeah, wait, he gets like 3, 4, 5 hits off. Then they follow up for the kill here on the Omni Knight. But there's a play here eventually, because I think at this stage, Kaeru is still farming up Ags on the Void Spirit. This is like immediately after, by the way. Crystal Sven is still dead. They just cannot get out of these team fights fast enough, unfortunately. This fight also looked quite promising, but Sparks is just too tanky, man. Too tanky. They don't have the spells. But it's going to be one of the last replays when they were pushing tier 3s top. Even this Void Spirit Ags just ended up feeling so weak. I just don't know what you built here on Void Spirit, unfortunately. Like, he had Yule queued up at some point, and then decided to go Ags instead, or just the AoE Silence, the second charge of Resonant Pulse, whatever it was, decided. And it just didn't do anything. Silencer already wasn't doing anything. I wasn't sure why you wanted to go for more Silences, but again, I also struggle to see what else you could have built on the Void. So, tough game.
Yeah, I mean, the Strats just didn't do you any favors, right? So I feel like we're talking about these things that I just feel like they're all about the draft. It's all kind of subject to that. I mean, the Silencer needed save, essentially, but the Oracle had to use it constantly on Sven, because Sven had to be the one to initiate, which shouldn't be happening if Sven is your carry, right? Like, you shouldn't be the one that has to lead. Spray Breaker kind of did that, but he wasn't enough given a certain point, and that point came way too early.
Yeah, I mean, this was a kind of a promising start to the fight, and then Sven is just getting absolutely murdered.
You have a bad core-to-core match as well. So even if Sven did survive all this damage and everything, it just seems so difficult for him to turn this game around against a Lifestealer.
Yeah, difficult, if not impossible, basically.
He had to win that mid lane hard against Kunkka. I am surprised they didn't punish that with the Silencer. I thought that was a very questionable choice.
Yep, and then this is the punish of the dive, of course. But even this was like already.
About Kunkka. They all died. They still lasted a fair amount of time without Kunkka.
Back into the base they go. The Silences, I mean, at least here without the abilities, they don't instantly all get dispelled, but Kibby on Kunkka just makes it so difficult. Spiked Carapace. Yeah, that gets Sven killed off as soon as his BKB is up. Like, push toy there, not going to be enough. But yeah, that's going to be game one. I mean, our MVP, yeah, unsurprisingly. Yeah, Sparks.
A fanboy. That'd be cool. It's good. It was just an incredible play by him. Sparks just stood out. Honestly, I think the whole team in general played really well, but it was just his show. I don't think the rest of the team needed to do anything. Honestly, he kind of carried the game.
This Lifestealer build, not to say it didn't make sense. I don't think it really did. I think Scotty versus
I don't think it mattered.
Not bad. That's what I mean, though, right? Like, it didn't matter. Like, a 6k more net worth on your mid lane Kunkka, 5 more kills. Sure, like, Lifestealer showed up to fight eventually because, you play Dota. I know, breaking news. You don't play Dota just to hit jungle creeps. You do play Dota to fight. And once he had those items online, he did go. and fight with him. But it was a Kunkka show. It was a Kunkka show. Kunkka's build made sense. He saved up a lot of money, didn't end up going to the SNY, full AC into BKB, and it ends up getting the team to a 1-0 victory here. So Meow will be leading 1-0 as we head into our first break of the day here, Alvaro.
Yep, we're going to have a small 5-minute break, guys, while we wait for game number 2 to start up between Kaeru Pro and Meow. Stay tuned if you guys want to watch more Top Clans tournament. I'm going to come back shortly with the next game of the series. See you guys then.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
What I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that not hurt.
Hello guys, and welcome back to the Top Class 21 Summer Invitational. My name is Alva Plus here, joined by Seek and Strike.
Unbelievable. I can't believe you stumbled over my name.
Seek and Strike. Richie, my good friend, my co-caster.
Don't even.
Always excited to watch
even,
some more
Don't even
teams
right now. You know what
play
I'm
Dota.
excited for personally? Seeing some more Meow Meow versus Team Kaeru Pro. Game went a little bit one-sided here towards Meow Meow as they do take a heavy-handed 1-0 victory, or 1-0 lead rather, in our best-of-3 series here. It's still the first round, so that means it is a best-of-3 series. Kaeru Pro could turn it around here and force a game number 3. Do you think they got it within them? Okay.
To be honest, they kind of got completely outskilled the last game. Meow Meow played a much better game than them. I would love to see them bring something out, but I don't think it was just the draft. I think they had many issues in that game.
Yeah, that they did. I'm hoping that the Void Spirit wasn't a comfort pick. I'm hoping it wasn't like that kind of scenario.
Yeah, me too, because that would spell doom for them.
Yeah.
If Void Spirit's one of your best heroes, you just got beaten. I mean, even if the lane is good, for it's not that good.
No, exactly, and that's kind of what I was referring to here, because that was pretty brutal. Sparks, again, basically, he didn't really need to die that game, right? It was the kind of game, if they wanted to play it safe, they really wanted to maintain their lead and do everything correct, they definitely could have there from Meow Meow. But we'll see here. Maybe they can look to try and squeeze their way in for a victory here. You know, where there's confidence, there also may be hubris. Not where you might be able to find a victory there. Overconfidence.
I know where you're going with this. Yeah. I can see that. Could be. Kaeru Pro might be able to take advantage of that if they like make a couple of mistakes. I mean, last game they kind of did that, right? When they fought 4 versus 5, that was the bit of hubris. If they can just force that 16 times in the game, maybe. I just feel like it's a tall order.
It's a tall order. It's a tall ask, and we'll see here if we can get under, if they can get it done, rather.
Dire team back.
As we get underway with our second draft here of the day. We've got Kaeru Pro and Meow Meow here. Kaeru Pro on the Radiant again. So Meow Meow is still going to be lining up here on the same side of the river. Let's see here, because last time Kaeru Pro had a second pick, and well, they've got second pick again here. So it seems like they either prefer Radiance or second pick. Yeah, one of the two. Or Meow really likes first pick or Dire.
When you open with a combo like Silence or Spirit Breaker, how would you not like second?
Yeah, that was. Yeah, that combo didn't really pan off, did it? Very much. I thought the lane was all right. I thought they played okay in the lane, but
Really weird start to the draft.
I think they just really want to save, right? Omni was banned out. Let's try again. Kaeru Pro.
They're now revealing that they had
Silencer. Okay.
They're now revealing that the whole Omnet had nothing to do with them picking the Sven. Nothing to do with that. Sven Silencer is just tried and true.
So I know for a fact, because I play a lot of ABBA, I don't play a lot of Omni, which is why I'm saying this. I know for a fact that you cannot aphotic shield someone who is magic immune. Can you Guardian Angel?
Yes.
Sorry, GA. Can you Heavenly Grace them? I know for a fact aphotic shield will not, so you cannot dispel someone if they're raged. I'm not 100%.
I think you can.
Okay, because if you can, I see no reason. Well, I see a small reason why maybe you wouldn't want to go for the Lifestealer again, because now Silence is a little bit more without the GA. Because before, maybe not. They're still gonna do it. I mean,
it's just the Sven, dude.
That's what I mean. I don't see any real reason not to.
I don't understand what the start is. Please flex the Sven this time. Please rethink this idea of Sven carry against Lifestealer. It's just gonna lose you the game. I mean, they banned Darkseer themselves this time. Maybe that's what their goal is. But here you have options. The Invoker's still in the pool for Meow, so they can go for the Invoker, for example. That counters Sven, it counters Lifestealer. If only we could check if Guardian Angel went through. Sorry,
Oh, no. Sorry, I was just checking up on Kaeru's Twitter here to see if he had tweeted anything before this match began.
10 seconds remaining.
He did have a nice balanced lunch by the looks of it.
5 seconds remaining.
But yeah.
I have no clue what any of this.
Well, that tends to happen when you don't live in the country, I would say.
This next looks very tasty, Kaeru.
I mean, he's gonna need maybe another bit of a snack there. I would say after game one. I'm hoping that they can give him last pick here and just give him a strong lane. Personally, I think that's what I'd really like to see out from him here.
He also cooks himself.
That looks delicious.
Really tasty.
Delicious.
5 seconds remaining.
I like the Invoker here from Meow. I think Invoker completely cancels Kaeru's draft right now. Because you get Alacrity for the Lifestealer, goodbye Sven, Tornado to dispel the Warcry, Tornado to deal with Silencer. So you can use Heavenly Grace and no spell. I mean,
so you definitely cannot for Abba.
No, yeah, you definitely cannot Aphotic Shield.
Same thing for press the attack. I want to say for Legion, right?
Yes, you cannot spell. You can use it as spell. Still good against Lifestealer because he can just. I mean, if he gets silenced after the rage, he's already gone rage off. So what are you stopping with?
Maybe an infest.
Yeah, right. Like it's just a last minute.
Which is, I mean, sure. Oh, nice job, Caster. You named the only other active ability he had. Yeah, I know. But like, maybe that's a big deal.
I can't imagine that. Too often.
I mean,
it's because of the nature. Like, what are you in this situation? Is Lifestealer has just lost a fight, right? Or it's being picked off, or whatever. Right?
Or the fight's just starting.
No, that can't be because he wouldn't be so low. He has to use rage and then immediately.
No. He might not be so low, but an ally might. We see a lot of infest saves.
Oh,
these days.
If you want to stop that, yeah, sure. But they didn't play that way last game on Meow, so I don't think.
Oh, they didn't need to, did they?
Well,
I mean, when you're mid laner with a
I just feel like
9-0 and whatever.
Not everyone plays Lifestealer that way, and I've seen that a lot in Eastern Europe and in Western Europe. But I don't think the Southeast Asian Lifestealers I've seen play that way.
I don't know. I think it's super strong. Like if you have like if you've got like a paper frail thin mid laner like a Skyrath Mage or a Void Spirit like last game, you know.
I just feel like it's a waste to use the infest in the middle of rage, regardless of your analyzed item.
I get it. But if it's to save a mid laner who would, you know, in the fight would be better off if they could at least cast their spells, maybe it's worth it. Is that gonna be the Kaeru hero?
Wait up. No, right now, this draft by Kaeru once again doesn't look too great because once again you have a really bad core matchup. If you go Lina against again, the Invoker feels super strong here. Meow. You can also just pick up a 4 that's solid, like Shadow Demon, for example, is pretty good. Willow actually great against Sven too. Willow not that annoyed by Sansa as long as she gets the
Dire team pick.
Realm away.
Radiant team pick.
Alright, then I go for Skyrath Mage. The Visage.
They did ban
something-
Visage.
yeah.
Kaeru Pro banned Visage.
So that is
last game.
definitely something that Sparks plays well.
Visage buffs overall. The last patch.
Very strong against Sven in general. Strong against Lina as well. I still think the Invoker was the pick, but if it's a comfort pick, that also makes sense. I'm not opposed to this. I'm very good with Scarlet Mage though. The Visage. Not much of a combo there. It's kind of a bunch of mixed damage all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, you know, your best synergy is just going to be Grave Chill Slow, which did get nerfed into Mystic Flare. Not amazing.
And you really lack stuns on Meow Meow. If you were Kaeru Pro, the best thing you could do right now is Lina Silencer as supports, even though I don't love him, but just put him as supports. Mars offlane, carry Sven, and you pick up a mid laner that deals well with Visage and it's hard to catch. Honestly, Void Spirit. Pretty solid Void Spirit game. Storm is okay here as well. Obviously, Scarlet Mage is a problem, but just go BKB as soon as possible on these heroes.
I don't like the Storm. The way that Gravekeeper's Cloak works, even if you get like a couple levels in it, like Storm, imagine like a long distance sip, that's like so much damage,
true,
and you're
yeah.
just reducing. It's better than Lina mid, right? Because Lina is like 1, 2, 3, 4, and she's out of damage until without the right clicks, right? But for Storm, it's worse because he's not really known for his agi gain, and does really struggle to get those auto attacks off to get through the attacks. I agree with what you're saying, but just not the Storm versus a Visage.
And for the Visage, I think the best hero is actually the Ember, to be honest.
Yes.
Obviously, Visage doesn't deal with Ember decently.
No, but you're right, because he can, you know, all of the build is Maelstrom a lot these days. Off of the familiars, you're going to proc
Lower
off of
corrosion
those.
as well.
Off of corrosion, you have a lot more instances of damage to get to those Gravekeeper Cloak stacks. Absolutely. I like the Ember.
Yeah, I think it's Ember. Or, honestly, Void Spirit's okay too. I just didn't like the performance last game, but for similar reasons. He's not that great against Visage, mind you, but with the silences, he can actually be kind of a nuisance, and he's better against Lifestealer.
Yeah, the only issue and why I prefer Ember is that with Void Spirit, you're a little bit predictable on where you're going.
That's true.
And like you know, like and even Astral Step, you got to turn and step in the direction, and everyone knows the distance now for Astral Step, and Visage can chase you down with familiars. That's what's a little bit scary, and why I prefer the Ember, because Ember's a little bit less predictable in that sense.
Yeah,
you don't exactly know where he's going to be going. Yes, you see which direction he turns and faces, but is the remnants all the way in the fountain? Is it behind that tree? If we don't have a ward, I don't really know.
Yeah, I do think Ember's probably the best choice as well. The bans I don't think are particularly great. I think with Ember you have an okay draft. I mean, you still have the terrible quarter core with Sven, but
yeah, the Skywrath Mage is a bit scary for Ember for sure. That's the only concern I have. But
yeah, but you have to just go BKB on the Ember.
Yep.
You have to just go BKB. The other option, completely shying away from the Spirit Bros, also not a bad option, though even he's been nerfed a lot, is the Puck. With very similar idea. And you go for the physical damage Puck, of course, like Witchblade, Maelstrom. And that's another option. He's better against Scarlet Mage, because Puck these days actually do rush the BKB quite early. At least with the build, you go like Witchblade, BKB, and then immediately go for other stuff. But it is... I just don't think your draft's going to be fixed here. I mean, Beastmaster, don't have Legion Commander. I want to stun in the offlane. Center's not too good.
10 seconds remaining.
I want a reliable stun, honestly.
5 seconds remaining.
Think of anything in the offlane that brings a reliable stun.
against something that can't be absolutely destroyed either by Silencer. Is going to be probably a requirement here. About versus a Sven, you're going to be laning against.
Avenge is not bad. Yeah, Avenge offlane as well. I does get a bit annoyed by Silencer.
I don't hate the Venge. I don't hate the Venge versus Alina as well. Actually, it's always really threatening to have a swap.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. You can kill a Silencer as well relatively easily. I don't mind the Venge. That Slardar is a bit. I mean, it's okay, but it's a bit overkill.
Tango maybe? I think he's probably banned.
Not the biggest fan of the Brew. I don't think he brings any stuns. Well, he does not bring any stuns to the table. The Rock is not a reliable stun by any means. In order to combo split.
Excuse me, it's not a rock, it's a boulder, and you hurl it in the fights. Okay? Please be respectful.
The Master Spell is kind of decent here. Obviously, the Cyclone's really good to deal with the Mars. But if Kaeru goes for an Emperor, I think it's a relatively free Emperor game.
What's it You may now select
Okay,
your
also a good pick
heroes.
versus Visage, actually.
Yeah, it's a good pick versus Visage, but it's a bad pick overall because against Pango, you don't really need stuns.
Oh, it's not? Is that Kaeru?
I think it is.
No, yeah, okay. Yeah. I think it only makes sense. Either that or it's Mars mid, but I think Mars mid versus Visage is not that good. The familiars fly over the walls.
Eventually. I mean, your early lane's going to be fun. Yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Pango versus Spirits. 'Cause obviously, Pango is actually really good against Lifestealer. He's more or less good against this whole matchup, but the whole point of Rolling Thunder is the magic immunity, right? If all of a sudden you lose, or that magic immunity is not as useful, because let's be honest, what are you being magic immune to this game? It's mostly just save and other stuff. Is it that useful? They have Master Spell to deal with a Shield Crash, which is your main form of tank ability. And while Swashbuckle is good if you get to level 25 with the extra cooldown talent and stuff like that, or the cooldown reduction talent, it just isn't something that takes advantage of mobility as much. Like, Pangos are actually very much I go in, like, with Swashbuckle Shield Crash, I kill one hero, then I leave with the last bit of Swashbuckle. If they perma-stun you during that duration, you're playing Pango wrong. Because you have Roll Up, you have Yule Scepter that you can probably build, you can Blink Dagger. Like, there's so many ways that Pango has to deal with catch. Whereas Ember, I wouldn't say is the same.
I agree. I get what you're going for. I see a little bit more value in the Pangolier here because Lifestealer, as opposed to a hero like a TB, a Drow Ranger, who else is a carry that just kills a Pangolier when he's rolling?
Any range carry, Sniper, honestly, even.
Yeah. Like Alina, right? Alina Core as well. Even in mid lane, Lina can absolutely murder a Pango. He doesn't have that threat this game. Visage isn't that kind of hero.
No, you're right.
And that's a big buff, you know, for the Pangolier here.
He's very good against Visage. Swashbuckle is so good.
Yeah, it's so annoying, especially if you can auto attack and you do your little swashbuckle through the enemy hero for an extra hit. Yeah, it's so good because then you're actually doing full. You get through Great Crew's Cloak, guaranteed, 100%. Yep.
And Echo Saber's fantastic against Visage. Usually he's an Echo Saber picker, at least in the mid lane. I hope he does. I hope it's Echo Saber Maelstrom.
The issue is you got to get these initiation rights because if you don't get these initiation rights, if Brewmaster is allowed to split, and because the Storm Panda is magic immune, the Earth Panda is the only magic immune one.
So it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, no, you're right.
The Storm Panda is the
biggest nuisance. I think you've got to get the initiations right is the only thing here because I think a single Ancient Seal and you're kind of just dead here on Pango.
You also have to build him correctly. He's more of a win condition than you spend this game, honestly, because Spanish is not. He's bad against Visage. He's bad against Lifestealer. He's bad against Abaddon. So I think the build for Pango this game is very important. Maelstrom, Echo Saber, Basher as the first 3 items, then itemize it to whatever you want, with Normal Corrosion added. If you don't go for those, Echo Saber maybe can be forgotten, but I don't like it because you lack mana then without Echo Saber.
Also really curious what Sparks is going to build here on the Visage.
I think Orchid is amazing.
Right, but I usually, if it's going to be like the Dahak build, I think it's like bots, Ags, Orchid, something like that.
No, bots. No, it was Orchid first, then bots.
Okay.
He actually skipped boots for Orchid.
Yeah, a lot of Visages will still skip boots these days, is what I'm seeing. He's one of the heroes I still like look at builds for, even though I don't play him.
We should look at builds for everyone.
Well, especially for Visage, because I really like Visage.
Yeah, but look for builds for heroes that are being played, Richie.
Yeah, but I like Visage.
Don't admit
I pay attention
street.
to a lot of them. Talking about. Listen, it's not that exciting to go, oh wow, everyone's still building S and Y and Satanic. That's so exciting.
I get excited for it. I guess we just don't share the same passion.
Like really bonkers items, you know?
I look and I'm like, oh wow, people are putting S and Y on Lifestealer. I would have never expected that.
Guess, wow, Armlet, Lifestealer, Armlet Sanj, who would have thought, bro?
Because Armlet gives you more armor.
Armlet gives you more armor and more
armor's good.
More strength.
Oh, it's wow, strength for a strength hero? That seems like a good idea.
Lifesteal as well.
No, I'd love to see actually. That and Armlet. I feel like the synergy is right there now.
Not Manta style, and why don't you just go for the same tried and true Echo builds? Manta Radiance.
I think you go Echo, Armlet.
Yeah.
Paused, that's my random thought I'm gonna put out in the universe. One person that's watching the stream out of the 20 decides to try out the Abaddon. Only if you win. If you don't, I'll block.
It's not a bad idea because you've got you just need mana on the hero to keep farming with the pot kill. So he does really struggle. I just think I don't know, even on a carry, I think you just want to still go Vlad's. No, maybe not. I don't know. The aura's just really good on Vlad's. I don't think you want to go carry on the hero. I think he's much better as an offlaner. If you want to play him core, play him off. I think he's much more viable there.
Primal will tell a different story.
I mean, yes, it will. It will tell a different story.
That it does not work in either position, ever, or anywhere where I play it. Or in general when I play Dota.
Didn't get him started on his Invoker either.
Shut up! What is this?
Grave Chill is
Why don't you ever look at my plus secret?
Oh, that's a kill for sure. He's ignited, and there's some more birds. Yes, down he will go. However, they will at least get a kill in return, but it's a shared bouncy, and of course, XP and first blood bonus going the way here towards Meow Meow.
It's a win for Meow Meow, right? This offlane shouldn't go well at all. The combo Scarlet Mage plus Brewmaster is very good, though. I will say it's a very good combo because it's super easy to ignite that Cinder Brew. And despite how hard the hero Brewmaster is, it's actually important to have an easy way to ignite it.
Yeah, for sure.
You don't want to make life even harder for yourself with the hardest hero. People be dead.
No points in
Curse?
Yeah.
Yeah, these days about not doing that anymore because if you don't have the since the Photic Shield got nerfed so heavily, especially in the lane,
Yeah.
you just can't use it on Lifestealer unless you walk up to him and smell him. So Mist Coil is needed to actually be useful to your carry.
But it's a Lifestealer versus a Mars. I would have figured, hey, I'm gonna get Mist Coil eventually, but level 2 I'm taking this Pointing Curse so I can annoy me. Like I
mean, I can see your point though.
Lifestealer's full HP here, and he will be for the foreseeable future, at least until level 4 or 5 comes out.
Who's not full HP, the Scarlet Mage, who's making a little chicken dance, but Arcane Curse is slowing him, so no matter how fast you are, you can't outrun the silence.
No, and he's pretty fast as well on that Scarlet Mage. That's, I believe, only the first step he's taken, so he's got to be careful there. The -2 int does actually hurt him quite a bit. He needs all the mana he can get on that hero. Mystic Flare is so darn expensive to cast.
Very good point, actually. Remember they consider the silencer's int loss to be an important factor in this game.
Yep.
Pango will also suffer about that. His Echo Saber is like a very tiny balance, and if he doesn't go for Echo Saber, I think he's gonna have out of balance for sure. You have to be very careful with it. Sorry, that's my bad. That's the opposing team.
Okay, Arcane Curse after.
How many?
Yeah, no, you're good. No, but you're right. I mean, the mana is always something to consider here. This is, yeah, another kill here. Arcane Curse is going to last like 12 seconds there.
This is going to continue? I guess. Earn. Cinder Brew? No. Okay, it's just earned from extra damage.
Once again,
just dies,
they smoked on Meow Meow.
He's dead.
And I'm not sure why. But no, one less smoke for 2 more kills.
Here?
Yeah, I saw the smoke effects.
I mean, earlier it was definitely for the movement speed, which I think it's fine.
I don't know why this one was.
No, I have no
because you were like under the tower anyway, so it would get dispelled immediately. Either way.
Or get first. Yep.
Amazing start to this offlane.
So same build for the Visage then for the Hawk that we always saw. Which I'm assuming now is just there's a little Discord group with all the Visage players and share this build. Because we've seen it way too many times.
Who told you about it?
You're not in that.
Who told you about the Gargoyle's Nest?
The Gargoyle's Nest. That's good. For thinking on the fly, that was very good. That was very good.
Yeah, on the fly, for sure. Yeah, no, it's just so good. I think I'm hoping low key that we get a revival of like the Helm days when Visage would always go for Helm Vlad.
3-3 already tried that.
Oh, was it bad?
It was bad.
That sucked. But he in the off lane, I don't think you can really rock Visage anymore. I think he's.
Well, that's what he tried.
I agree, but that's what I'm saying. I disagree with the concept of Visage in the off lane. I just think the hero's way too XP dependent these days. With the amount of nukers we have in the meta, I think it's really important that you have enough points, not only for your familiars, of course, as that's the whole point of the hero, but also for the stats of create quote. I think it's just too important.
So your laning is crap.
Yeah, like that's the thing is Visage, he's so bad. I remember watching an Envy stream once where he played Visage support, and he's like, guys, I'm not going to do anything for the first 8 minutes, but then I'm going to kill them. And that's essentially what you do on Visage. You don't do anything for the first couple minutes here. So they try and gank the familiars. They shouldn't have them.
I agree with your point there. I mean, obviously, like with the Shabbat 3-3, that was the biggest issue. It wasn't the build. It was so much the fact that your lane is so bad.
Yeah. I don't think you can give any. I don't think you can afford to give anyone a free lane for that long in Dota anymore. It's going to go punished. Especially
There's
with
also no point in doing that. Oh.
They nerfed wow.
Ancient Seal for this Amplified Cinder Root damage is no joke. And then Arcane Pulse on
wow.
top of that, he's dead. Oh my goodness.
That's I know that's Sanity who lost to Insanity yesterday in our 1v1 solo matchups, but that was so much damage.
I forgot Sanity was from the Blizzard stat, which is an old Indian. Glad he's still around. Glad he's streaming as well, man. Nice.
Yeah. Good to see him. Yeah, but Visage has made it through the most dangerous part of his game here. He's got 2 points in the stacks of Great Cloak. He's well on his way to that Orchid. He's level 6, and bottom is just going swimmingly, isn't it?
Yeah.
That boulder.
But easy. One more for Sanity. Wiz being hit by the last word and probably will die to it, but honestly, considering they kill this man, I mean, you gave him some intelligence to Silencer, but you forced the rotation.
Oh, that's only the first 2, actually.
Oh, so they didn't get earlier
What's the insta-steal? It's attached to something. It's not like Flesh Heap. It is attached to one of the
Yeah,
skills.
it's attached to the last word.
Okay, that's why. I think he just got last word.
Oh, right. It used to be attached to Glaives, I want to say.
I did think it used to be attached to Glaives, but that's why I was double checking with you here.
I want to say it's attached to the last word.
I believe it is. I believe it is. So not that big of a deal. Just 2 total then at this stage. 2 total stolen.
As they go for the Lina once again, the Cinder Brew is lethal. Lina cannot survive this.
No.
Like I said, this combo is very strong in the offense, so they're balling. No surprise here.
It is still attached to
Oh, I
Glaives.
still touched the Glaives. So
Yeah.
They must have changed the. Oh, right, because I'm thinking of Ultra, the one was attached to the Aura. Oh, I am way too old.
Okay, Boomer.
Silencer.
Silencer, go boom.
Silencer. Ice here? Are they
Okay.
Playing with him?
Fine
Oh
time,
my
though.
goodness. Oh my goodness. No way he gets away with it.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Oh, Lord.
like that.
Sanity. Oh.
He is too strong already. He's tripled his intelligence
Oh
right
my
there.
goodness.
Stolen. He's beginning to infinitely scale. I know I spoke about it on the Skyreth Mage, but I do think it actually makes a little bit more of a difference for Brewmaster, especially because
Oh my god.
Brew, he usually doesn't have mana problems because it's by Refresher, and Refresher is by far and away the best item for your just mana in general. That's why actually Storms, sometimes in hubs, you'll see them, they don't go Bloodstones anymore, they go like double, actually they go 1 Bloodstone and then they just stack Refreshers in Kaya.
What?
On Storm Spirit, just for the mana regen. Literally that Ball Lightning, it's brutal because it's percentage, so you just want mana regen.
Right, sure.
Yeah. Let's Brew, also another Refresher builder, which is why I'm bringing it up. He's not going to struggle too much, as long as the int steal is not ridiculous. That is 4 total now stolen.
Yeah, but this last one counts as like 8. He actually stole real intelligence on the Brew.
I think he did. I think he did there a little bit. A great rotation as well.
Oh, now Rage in time. Can they kill him? They don't have Laguna. Oh, Global Silence.
Not Laguna.
And also
Radiant's middle tower.
oh, well, they don't, because obviously Abaddon doesn't have the borrowed time either.
Good start for
Wait
Kaeru,
for the
though.
Global Silence, by the way. Complete waste. Don't use it.
Radiant's bottom
They're still taking
tower
bottom
is
here.
under attack.
That's Visage, but still taking
I
bottom.
shall not report
Love that line. I had to play more Skyreth Mage just to be able to use that line.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a team chat line.
Yeah, that's exactly.
No,
That's
I know,
exactly
I know.
what you want to use it for.
It's a really good,
Dire's middle
good
tower
alt
is
chat
under
line.
attack.
Bot lane, I mean, it's just gone great. You can see they're doing a little bit of high-fiving down there. And so they're going to take the tower. Lifestealer is going to decide
Very
to try
early.
and eat a planet, but he's not Darth Nihilus, so we can't really do that.
Under
A
attack.
little bit more difficult for him. You don't understand that
Radiant
reference.
structures are fortified.
I don't understand it. Well, you get that. You understand that reference?
It's no comic book reference. You think I only
Radiant's
read
middle
Japanese
tower
comic
is under
books?
attack.
Yeah, honestly.
No, I also read American.
Yes.
Not even a bad comic book. Super obscure.
Lina is dead. Gonna try and TP away, but they've got too much magic damage. Goes.
Lina getting a taste of her own medicine. Abaddon trying to get the borrowed time. There's the roll. Okay.
Oh, we.
Yep, against Pango, the best thing is you go back and forth in the same place. Lifestealer's figured out the way to deal
He's
with
got a
Pango.
DD.
He's got a DD as well. Doesn't actually affect Swashbuckle though. Rage gonna help out here. They have Master Spell, but they don't want to dispel the runes yet. No, why dispel the runes? It's fine. Just attack the Mars instead. As he's trying to hit from inside the arena with a Storm Panda. Dispel the double damage, please! Blizzard, or Sanity, please! As the Urn at least to trigger the Cinder Brew, so he will get that kill on Mars. This double damage, the fact that he's still going, is an insult to Dota itself. He had Master Spell this whole time.
Well, yeah, he did.
He did.
Well, DD's gonna run its course here.
Why? He let the Skyreth Mage die.
Another successful gank.
What
though,
is he
by
even going
Kaeru.
to use the Master Spell on?
Oh, Visage, he's ganking. He's got Orchid. He had it for a while. This is his first gank, and will be successful there as he gets enough cell phone reception and absolutely obliterates Silencer there with the 5G.
Don't get that.
5G?
Yeah, but is it because the Silencer would hate that? because you get to communicate with the world, or is it because Visage is
Yeah,
like
because
a
you're supposed to
antenna?
silence, you know? Silencer very much like a boomer. He's like, all these kids these days on their phones. Lena will turn and start blasting the Sky Rat.
Also a boomer.
Try that.
Very different.
Oh, but there's Visage. Oh, we got the corner. Yeah, that's some Visage stuff. No, you know, we always call it the cell phone reception because you get the bars and there's conveniently 5 of them or 6.
Is that what the gargoyles nest decided to call the soul assumption?
It's the gargoyles.
Gargoyles.
Oh, I thought you said the oracles. No, that's
Would it be
always,
the oracles,
that's always
then?
what I always called it. No, I'm not sure.
There's a community of Oracle players called the Fortune Tellers.
Yeah, it is, but you actually you don't get an invite to it. You got to figure it out yourself to
Yeah,
prove that
yeah.
you can be there. You know.
It's the next major disaster you have to figure out. Silencer. Okay, he gets hit by the soul assumption. I think he's gonna die.
Yeah.
Yep, to the Orchid. Abandoned, preemptively acting in the borrowed time. Who needs to get rid of stuns? He just needs to get rid of the damage. He's just gonna gain as much time as possible before they kill him. Regardless, since Meow was farming this whole time on the Lifestealer, which once again is slowly catching up to this fan, I don't think it's that big a deal. This is just having a great impact. So is Sanity, despite that one misplay there, which angered me to no end as a Brewmaster player.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah. It's still not going too poorly though. For Kaeru Pro, the triple silences. I don't think I've seen that one before. But
Brutal. Whole assumption plus Garden or plus Ancient Seal.
yeah, Ancient Seal, Orchid. What was the other silence? I saw 3. Oh, last. No, he's couldn't have silenced himself. Obviously, the
It
Pango.
must have been the curse. Or no, no more silence. There's only 2.
I thought I saw 3. Okay, I could be wrong. I usually am. So that's a I don't know, a lot of silences. Double silence. I think if you're double silence, I think you should be muted. I really do think that.
Sure.
I think that'd be cool. Quick little disconnect.
By that you mean like in game, like their teammates cannot speak to you? That'd be a great function in Dota. You know, like you silence them twice, and all of a sudden Discord stops working for you, and you have to accept it for like 6 seconds. Discord should implement that. That would be a great promotional campaign.
Okay. Waited a little bit before he cast it.
Yeah, he did. He's still gonna kill Sansa though. I mean, since he kills Sansa, you don't lose intelligence with this, and you actually wasted the arena, so kind of a win for you.
They could have actually given him the int. If Silencer gets the kill, he always steals the int regardless, even if he's dead.
Oh yeah, so they could have given him the arena.
But Mars took it for some reason. Well, not for some reason, obviously he wants gold.
I also think you can't really calculate that too perfectly when you're spearing up to the wall. He just dies to that, right? So
Well, I mean, when you hear wah ha 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 from last word about to proc and then you bonk him instead.
no, yeah, because you don't know who's gonna survive. He's Skyrim Mage, so much HP.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mars doesn't understand anything but war.
It's true.
Mars is the predominant SCA hero for that reason.
True. War. He makes war. They're gonna try top lane. But
There's no promo split, so he is the kill.
that's true, but there's also Rolling Thunder is available, so it is possible. But Sanity is gonna be out of here.
Kairu's been struggling a lot, by the way, in both games. This game he also got destroyed.
Yeah, he's not been farming very well, has he?
Kairu was like a really fast farmer. Is his
Yeah.
build- Did he go for over corrosion?
I'm not sure here on the Pangolier. There's Ags, of course, the Silence is the Grave, I believe. Very long ability name.
Yeah, so no travel boots and stuff. Alright, Pangolin. Ooh! Oh wow, straight Millstone, that is not my preferred build. No Echo Saber, no Orbital Corrosion. Ben is dead. Oh well, not really actually, he spoke too soon. They tried to catch him, but he got reviewed and couldn't. They still should have the spear, however, but Lifestealers are moving fast. Scarlet Mage might be in trouble, and they will get him. Yeah, so this build by the Pangolier is quite an old build. No Pango these days, at least in the mid lane, will build that. You take way too long to come online. And your farm is way too slow as well.
Yeah, I've seen that item like against PL's TBs, but always after Orb.
Yes,
Yeah.
always after Orb, and honestly, usually after Echo Saber as well, because the mana region on Echo Saber is too high
That's
value.
true.
Because the problem with Maelstrom is that, as Tango, if you just go over Corrosion, right, and you get a Lucky Shot proc, actually without a Lucky Shot proc, you already kill the range ring. And with a Lucky Shot proc, you kill him even like 15 minutes, 20 minutes in, right, because of the minus armor. So you don't really need the Maelstrom these days, especially because now you're maxing Shield Crash. So if you want to completely clear the wave, you just swashbuckle Shield Crash, that's fine. You'd much rather have Mana Region to accomplish that than to try to have to Maelstrom to do this shenanigans. There's absolutely no need. That's why people have shied away from this build. So I'm not very happy with Kaeru's build this game. He's going to have very little impact. And then going straight into a Yule Scepter, which understandable because silences, but you just can't afford to go for that kind of Pango. You have way too much initiation, and Sven is not going to carry this game for you.
Well, the Mars is at least, well, he's actually kind of clocking in around the same amount of farm. I mean,
he's an offlaner, so it's more acceptable.
yeah, but you know, I would be saying, oh, Mars is not having a bad game by any means. He's just farming a bit slow. As this is or just is that the first Ags? It is, but of course he flies with that.
Yep.
So it's going to be a bit hard to kill him.
Yep.
Silence of the Grave. I think you do like additional 30% damage, free vision. Okay, there's obviously a ward there, but Meow still continuing to play around it a little bit, maybe too much. Now they finally will spear the Visage to the walls. They get through the Grave Cloak stacks, allowing for the LSA. Doesn't have that shard online yet, so he will go down. Visage now finally taking a dive. Ella Rolling Thunder on the way through as they have lost the Sven and Alina now to boot. Sanity with both of those kills as he's lifted a third. That is going to be, of course, Kaeru of Kaeru Pro, but they're diving right now underneath the tier 2 tower. They want the silencer, and well, we are going to get him.
Infest is able to get out as well. He actually gets out of the Infest immediately because they want to continue fighting this with the Abaddon, who's tanking all this damage. Lifestealer, though, can't get through the Mars. They're too tanky, and it's not going to be the Scarlet who tries, but they've already lost the Abaddon here. As we're starting to get Sanity to get away. Cinder Brew will finish off the Mars. So a win overall for Meow. Ultra kill for Sanity. Not a commonality for a Brewmaster, and they want to punish that. He did go for the Swashbuckle Cast Range Talent, but here's the issue with a Pango that does that and has no Echo Saber. You have no mana region. Absolutely none. And now you need to go for the Yos Hunter for it, which means you're going to fall off in terms of damage.
That's Ags delivered. I mean, that wasn't even a fight with Brewmaster Ags, and he still ends up getting 4 kills
He
there.
did so well, though, Blizzard. I mean, look, obviously the last play was a bit of misplay there, but he clearly is a Brew player. That was very, very impressive.
The Visage
to
now
get into the groove.
is just constantly on the hunt.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
there's so much space for life.
he just flew right through. I mean, listen, maybe don't fly right through the outpost because they obviously see you, but I mean, you know, it's fine.
Well, the outpost gives aerial vision.
Good farm though. Of course, on this Visage, he's going to continue to have a bit of impact, even if he does die at the start of that engagement. And this is ultimately just such a big problem here, or a big benefit if you're Meow, right? Is that your core to core is just too darn good. Sven gets in there with a great initiation. I think he's got Blink Dagger already on the Sven. He does, in fact, I know for sure. And it just doesn't matter. Core to core is just too bad for him. He just cannot fight versus a Lifestealer. I don't even know what Lifestealer is going for. Probably like Armlet, whatever, right? It doesn't matter.
You'll beat the Sven 9 times out of 10. Visage can also be the Hunter, so he can make sure the silencer is not too impactful. Obviously, he got seen there. He knows there's a sentry, the observer. Blizzard's going to be the one that truly initiates, and they can kill him, though, before he accomplishes that. That's pretty big. Yep. That means retreat. There's no reason to fight without him. In fact, you don't even have your carry with you, so there was no need for Sanity to do that either. He loses the Abaddon on top of that. I don't think the Borrowed Time will save him. Orchid from behind is trying to go for a counter kill here. And in fact, they're going to continue to fight this as Sanity comes back in. They have lost the Abaddon, but that double soul assumption hurts a fair amount. Cinder Brew for the spin. Only Mars here, and they actually use that smoke very intelligently because the Brewlings do not reveal smoke.
Yeah, Sven managed to find a kill there as well on the Skywrath Mage. They bought back. So
Visage did reveal smoke though.
Just a silencer. This is still worth 2 for 3 and a buyback for Meow. Yeah, no, 100%. Still worth it. Especially because it's just your silencer and your Mars taking a dive there. Really, really good fight. Really good fight for
Mind you, Lifestealer is farming this whole time, right? And you had the Sven there, so it's like it's because you're losing its worth. Really, it's not worth it. It's net worth difference still favors Meow in the sense that during this time they didn't recover any of this net worth difference because again, Lifestealer is just perma farming. Which also might be a mistake, because if he was there, you could have fought that relatively easily.
Oh yeah.
I don't think Lifestealer is definitely the farm more kind of hero. They want to go in again. They can definitely dive this tower.
Yeah, Abba, Visage, yeah, Brew, Lifestealer, yeah, no problems. Just not Sky.
That just stays behind and use the concussive shot, honestly.
Waiting for the right initiation.
Yeah.
Visage smoked and silences the grave, ready to go on in.
Still go for medallions, so still going to go for the Solar Crest build that we used to see back in the day with this.
Probably means he's going to look to transition into the Shard pretty soon.
Yeah, Shard of BKB probably.
I don't know about BKB. Maybe I'd like to see the Solar Crest, maybe like a Vlad's a little bit more into the supporting build. Mars erects the arena. He's going to actually save himself a bit longer, but he's ignited and taking a bit too much damage. Borrowed time there, just I guess not to die to Pangolier as he's perma-stunned regardless. They're just going to end up losing the Mars and his arena, or nothing.
One of the splits.
Okay, fair enough.
Be worse. I think the ability is bugged now. It won't show how many splits he has. So it always shows that he has splits, even though he doesn't.
It's like that with the charge-based ultimates.
Exactly. We do have Felina being slightly threatened. They kill the familiars, but we should have more familiars. That doesn't have charges.
Yep. Level 2 familiars. You might get level 3 in the meantime. While it's on cooldown, 2 minutes is quite a bit of time. So that would be a little bit painful.
Wants to kill the Sven. The Brew? That's the last split as well, so he has nothing after this. Sven, been silenced, they know with the Mystic Flare. That's a lot of magical damage. He gets killed thanks to the Hurl Boulder.
And I will go. Yeah, pretty easy kill for him. They're gonna get the kill to Sparks.
Once again, where is Hawkeye?
I really thought that Sven could have just turned and killed the Brewlings there, to be honest. Sven's great versus Brewmaster.
Yeah.
You just destroy those things.
Yeah, but he had good positioning on the Brewling to make sure that they couldn't all get cleaved.
Yeah, but he was got strength.
Oh yeah, but he has good positioning to make sure that you can only win one. Nina will die immediately, Soul Assumption. Catching the Mars next. Need some more slows or a Life Theater, which once again is just split pushing. It's fine, but you really do have a good diving tower.
Killed his last game. Armlet, Orb, and Yasha.
He's really committed to that Manta stuff.
He likes the Dispel.
I'd much rather you buy the BKB, honestly, on Lifesteal. I don't see the point of Manta if you're gonna go for the armor.
It must be something to do with the silencer.
No, I think so as well, but the BKB does the same thing. You will range, obviously, for anything normal, and then once he silences you, you BKB, and that's it. 9 seconds of magic immunity. I know BKB, but people that are not very... watch a lot of Pro Dota, for example, it sounds weird or bad on Lifestealer. It's very...
Yeah,
it is like a third, fourth item these days.
It's the same thing, you know, when you see BKB on AM, everyone goes, what?
Yeah,
Would you do that? It's anti-mage.
I would say BKB on AM these days is still the situational thing, or like a luxury item late.
Yeah.
Honestly, BKB on Lifestealer has gone from being fringe to normalized as a fourth, fifth item, or maybe third sometimes. It's just how ridiculous it is on it. The stats actually fit him so well as well. So.
Oh, going for Radiance.
I love this build. I mean, you're winning so much.
No Refresher, though. I wouldn't mind seeing Refresher. I think that's got some chances to go wrong.
It does, but it's more fun to watch. I'll take it.
No, it is.
Meow by all means entertain us.
It speeds up your farm quite a bit here. Oh, that's going to be
a bad one, though.
Kill that you don't want. They are rotating around through. They might just find Lifestealer here. Smoke Dart going to break. I'm not sure what's happening. I think he might have infested a Familiar. No, it was a creep. Oh, okay, Lena's dead.
Visage. No, it's going to be Roshan that takes her.
Oh, okay.
But that's fine, because she's dead. That's all they wanted. The gold is not that important right now. Sound as the Grave, hoping to get that stun off. That's the first bonk, second bonk, Lightfinger joins them. And the silence on top of this, so Mars will also fall. And like I said, the Lina kill, even if Roshan took it, she's dead, which means now you can take Roshan yourself. Especially with Solar Crest.
Oh yeah, this thing is going down for sure. Yeah, Solar Crest, Orchid as well for a little bit of bonus damage. Yeah. And of course, Curse of the Furnace.
One thing Manta does do this game well, as opposed to last game, which I think he didn't build it, is the Dispel's Lucky Shot.
Does?
So that's another utility. Basically, Lucky Shot does not go through BKB either, so you can also save yourself from that. But I've given up on that idea.
I've almost died with that last battle. Fine though, he's fine.
He likes living life on that edge.
Really does. AC next for Visage, so it's playing a lot more around the familiars. Unsurprising, that's what you do when you usually buy the Solar Crest when you go that route.
Also, it gives you some push, right? Which you're gonna need. Solar Crest already gives you a bit of push in the high ground. Yes, AC lowers the armor of the building. It's pretty good. Also great against Sven, actually. Is the rolling thunder for the lows? Okay, no, it's from Visage.
Chasing
Arena as well. There's a rage though from the Lifestealer, so you can hit whatever he sees. They do kill the Abaddon here, but the Sven is struggling to deal with the Lifestealer. They just need a Hurl Boulder, that's gonna be it. And he's dead. With the Infest making sure to finish off the Silencer together. They even catch the God of War, and God of War will not be immortal today. As the Pangolier is just completely ignored this game. They're just gonna cyclone him towards the end because why not? They already lost the
wow, they cycloned him. I don't. And Shield Rush went on cooldown. What? They cycloned him and Shield Rush went on cooldown. I guess we
yes, if you cancel Shield Crush the stun, it will actually still go on cooldown and not. It does have a little bit of a cast animation.
Masher, same exact build here. 2 games in a row for Lifestealer.
Well, no, because he didn't finish the month last game.
Will to come off the high ground.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, and this game he doesn't have Scotty, he went for Basher instead. Which makes sense, you're winning by so much. The Basher's gonna win more items, Scotty is not necessary. Sven is not even a threat. You just eat it for dinner.
There's Refresher instead of Radiance. Better.
Right,
I just think it's Refresher is just, it's just too good.
But I'm okay with Radiance because it's fun. Look, I agree, Refresher is gonna make this game just... I think this game is over, to be honest. I ask for high fives. Have you seen that they haven't? I don't think they've killed Kaeru, or at least not intentionally, a single time. He has not had any impact. in this game.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's true.
I don't know if it's because of his build. I mean, I didn't like the pick, like I said. I don't think this was a free Pango game at all, or took any advantage of the Pango strats.
Yeah, I didn't like the build. I think we could have seen it a little bit better this game, but I think the build is not really allowing it to flourish as nearly as much as it can this game. I agree with you. It's not like, you know, this isn't a game where Pango can absolutely carry that, but
The build is not well. I think if I showed this to Aincrad, he would be very sad.
I'd say... Wait. We interviewed Meow. Does Aincrad speak English?
Also interviewed. Back to back.
That. I close a lot.
Ellis was at a very good English.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Aincrad did not have such a good English. Still.
This kill to Abba, if we can just go.
And he said specifically, people are stupid, they don't know that's how good Pango is. But Mel is smart.
Smart. Tango player, that guy. Lotus, just for both the supports, by the way, here from Meow. They're just like, get rid of the silence debuff and able to play Dota a little bit more. Slime is the Grave here, as there goes Black Sparks. He's going to look for the mid lane Pango first, and he will be killed off. In fact, he gets a double kill with that beautiful Soul Assumption. Looking for a third now. Top of the high ground, they will go. Mars will erect the arena walls and actually manage to find a spear here onto the Visage, but he's protected by the stacks of the Grave Future's Cloak. It's going to be a third kill from him. But overall, 4 dead here. That looked like such a casual engagement as well. Beyond Meow. Because once again, we look at where Lifestealer is, just casually pushing bottom.
Yeah, I don't know why Honkai does not want to play with this team. Not necessarily completely. They would have won this game much sooner. But they'll get push 2 towers now, or two lanes. I don't think Lina can do much down bottom. Neither can the Silence. Still have the range. It's not it's just gonna go. I'm done. I'm done with you harassing me. He's gonna get the bash, and that's gonna guarantee the kill on Lina.
Smoke and Desperation, not gonna do much there.
Racks are falling because of the demolish on the Bruling, which does get helped by the Solar Crest.
The Mega's already here.
Yeah, I don't think bottom has been taken just yet. The first lane of bottom racks, second one.
A bash around Pango, but unfortunately didn't get to show it off there as he did not connect on Swashbuckle.
Actually, Maelstrom is just not.
There, thanks to the Maelstrom. Does the Grave doesn't allow you to dive Fountain at least. Guard does. Guard's pretty good at diving Fountain.
Nope. He's not going to need this game. Scotty finished the Lifestealer just in case you need any more stats or a way to deal with this Ven. Nope. Spirit is nothing. Now with a Basher, he turns around just to receive the same amount of damage with a great team behind him. But Rolling Thunder plus Global Silence might get them one last fight. Hoping to kill Visage. It will accomplish it. He is going to go down by Sparks. Kaeru does get the Scarlet Mage down as well. There's one last Arena of Blood. With the Spear of Mars, they will bring down Sanity. It's going to be a win. I mean, once the Mayo Creeps are called.
It's the same. It's the same thing as kind of before, right? Isn't it?
Well, this is even later. Though.
It's an over. That's what I mean. It's just an overextension here. There goes Lifestealer. Oh, hello, Sven. You just killed 4 of my teammates. Oh, yes, I've got a Basher. Very cool item, isn't it? And he's going to escape in his vehicle. Choice.
He's going to kill him. They should not go this far.
I think we have a Refresher now for the Brewmaster as well. So he's got plenty of support behind him, despite it being a 2v5.
Well, I think they're stronger than 2v5, especially without God's strength as well. I think you can actually stay here forever.
I actually don't think, without Global, I don't think they can actually kill Brewmaster. The problem with Last Word is yes, you can silence the Brewmaster, but it's not going to do much because he'll be in Panda form by that stage. Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Pearl Boulder. Fast the spell, the Glimmer Cape. We do hasten to the end of the earth, but then find an Ancient by the way, which is what helps you win the game. So
oh, is that what it's about? Is that the Ancient in the title? Yo, they made the Ancients a real thing.
Yeah, it's not weird.
Oh.
Do catch Peru. Good Lotus Orb though. Actually returns that. But the Scarlet Mage Lotus Orb. And now return the Stormhammer. And he has been stuck though. He will die.
Die back.
Pretty good job as Lifestealer gets put against the wall. Once again a fight. that he's willing to take, as he still has the armlet, destroys the Mars, eats him for dinner. And with the Visage's help, now they have enough damage to bring down your whole team. Abaddon trying to tank that Fountain a bit. The Creeps are helping him a bit as well. As the Yosemite stops that borrowed time. Here comes the God Strength. They send back the Abaddon. That's maybe enough to get a kill in the Fountain, but your Throne's about to go down. The Millers are making sure that's going to happen, even if Lightspirit dies here. Creeps are nearby. One last global silence, fighting it to the very end as Sven trying to heal back up using the Creeps as fodder. Whoa. And he does survive thanks to this. Familiar's done. The Visage might be as well. The wagon is going to hurt the Silencer instead, though. Hasn't yet gotten to the Ancient. They're trying to hit the other wagon that's closer to the Ancient. But the Visage might just bring this down. They have the concussive shot, slowing down the Mars. Sven still trying to bring down the Visage. Visage a bit too fast. Mars sends Kaeru flying, but they killed both of them with a Soul Assumption and the Ancient to boot. It's going to be a 2-0 from Meow.
GG, well played. I mean, that even if you win that fight again, yeah, just again continue to run it down
We just
mid.
gave it a last minute.
Oh, that was fun though. It's always fun to see these last second holes just throw everything we've got right at them. Unfortunately, wasn't going to be enough here for Kaeru Pro, as they will fall into to Meow Meow. It's going to be pretty fast 2-0.
Yeah, quite a stomping game, to be honest. Meow was just outclassing their opponents. I think once again the draft was not very good. You should not start with the Sven that early, especially when you know you're going to get countered by Lifestealer, and you should definitely not combine the Sven with the Silencer. I think he's going to help you slightly. Especially when you see the first game, you have this pocket strat, and you see it doesn't work, and they find a way to counter you, sure. But in the second game, you probably should have something up your sleeve to deal with Lifestealer. I don't know if you pick like a Beastmaster or a Legion or any of the traditional Lifestealer counters. Maybe you support the Sven and you flex it.
It was both first phase as well. So
yeah.
It's not like it
exact same draft
should have been a surprise. You know, if it was like, oh, last pick Lifestealer, oh, there's no way they first phase Lifestealer. Like, no, it was the same exact thing, same exact pick order. Just didn't really react to that matchup. Maybe they think it's a little bit better for the Sven, but I don't really. By the way that they played that, at least for Ryu, he was not eager to fight that Lifestealer at any stage of the game. You know, Lifestealer would fight him and he would immediately start running away, as I think Svens have to do. To be clear.
And once again, Kaeru with a pick that was, it just seemed lackluster the way he played it. It didn't seem like a comfort pick at all. When you talked about the optimization for Pango, but it wasn't even that great of a pick either. I feel like you could have taken advantage of an Ember or even a Void Spirit better than Pango, because all the strengths that Pango has, which is I last forever, I'm immune to spells, nobody can catch me, were completely underutilized that game. He just died. Well, it wasn't that he died, he just didn't do anything, even when he was alive. So they didn't care that he could survive forever. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping to see the highlights very soon, guys. Well, as soon as we have the highlights, I would love to see them on screen just to check out some of these moments and talk about them in more detail.
Yeah, well, you know, if you really liked the performance of Meow Meow, got news for you. We're gonna get to see some more Sanity later today, won't we?
And the best of ones later. But before we get into the schedule, I'd like to remind people about the giveaway that we're having.
Yes.
We're having a little giveaway, guys. Oh, never mind. We're going to talk about this later because the highlights.
We'll just get the giveaway on right now. I mean, early game kills.
Yeah, okay, early game kills too. Let's talk about the giveaway. We have a little giveaway that's going on, guys. At the end of each game, we're going to see the little question pop up, a quiz giveaway. I want to select a random right answer in the chat to give this play was so infuriating. The lack of master spell on the double damage was so infuriating. But we're going to select a random right answer from the chat to give one of the following prizes to. For the current games, we're actually giving a UU booster code that's 7 days or up to 30 days, plus a Dota 2 trishirt worth 2 USD. And for the best of ones that we get later, for the 1v1s that we get later, we're going to be having a prize of a $10 Steam gift card. So if you watch the 1v1s, they might not be as entertaining as competitive Dota. They're just a bit more, you know, happy fun, simple fun, but they will include a bigger prize than many, which is a $10 gift card, which is pretty hype. You can buy games with that, not just Dota things.
Yeah.
I played games sometimes I don't Dota. The other day I played like Atomic War.
Crumbling Island Arena.
Yeah, I like those games.
Right.
I used to play a lot of Dota Auto Chess.
Dota Run. Very good.
Yeah, those games are not Dota at all. Just because it contains the title.
Cool.
Yep.
But yeah, Meow Meow. I mean, what could be said about this game, right? It was just another kind of great performance, a little bit of an outclass, even if I dare say it. I think they were just
better. Very much an outclass. Not a little bit. It was very much an outclass. It was just a much stronger team. I mean, from everything from the draft to the playstyle.
I mean, like, this fight looks good for Kaeru Pro, and it is, like, when you look at it by the numbers. But look at Lifestealer is just, farming. Don't mind me, guys. Oh, someone just bought back on my team. I wonder what's going on. Oh, hold on, it's a creep wave here. I'm going to keep farming.
Yeah, it's true.
That is what's going on.
the team just kind of carried him until the very end, where all I had to do was, oh, fight Sven. Like here, here's the moment you realize, wait, I'm just 10 times stronger than Sven. And they even used the arena. There was a moment of confusion in Hawkeye because he's like, these aren't creeps, but they feel just like them, as he just completely ignores the arena.
Celestial, he's just your mate that he just needs a bit of confidence. You know, it was, hey, you can do it. Just come, show up, make war. It'll turn out good for you. Your life steals. Fight this thing. I don't know. He's got a pretty big sword, and I just kind of hit him with my hands.
Yeah, but then your mate does have those moments where like he's had a little bit too much to drink and he feels immortal. And he's like, oh, nobody can stop me. Spells can't hit me. Then he dies.
True.
I had too many of those mates. I keep having to replace them. It's a big deal. Because respawn doesn't exist in real life, right?
No, they don't. They do not. But it's, Ancients doesn't respawn either, doesn't it? And Meow. Well, they've killed 2 of them already here, and that's all we'll see.
That's what makes a win usually. The best of 3.
That is what makes a win.
Two games.
Bonus from them. They'll lift onto Sven. Yeah, I mean, by this stage, the game was already well and truly over. They had a nice little hold from here, at least.
Nothing to go home out of this hold. This was just a team over extending and playing like 2 versus 5. Can't wait to see what the MVP is going to be. Though I have an inkling it might just...
Yeah.
Actually, it could be Sanity, to be honest. To me, it's Sanity.
Oh, you know what? That's a good point. Yeah.
To me, it's 100% Sanity in this game. I mean, Sparks played well. Sanity deserves it very much so. What an incredible Brewmaster in this game. Bar the one mistake top, which I'm not going to forgive.
Yeah, no, it's that one might drive you to insanity, you might even say. As in you're going to drive to him and say, excuse me, you should not have done this.
I'm driving inside him, specifically. Yes. Like inside his home, just in his living room. Park my car.
Uh-huh. Absolutely.
That's why I don't need a driver's license.
Driver's license. You don't drive on the roads.
I think it's very wholesome. His name is Sanity as well. Most players are like the Dark Mago 666 X925.
Right, you know, Dark Horse.
Yeah. Dark Light.
Dark Light.
Just random names that sound edgy. There we
Yay!
go. Good job, top clans. I agree. Sanity definitely deserves the MVP. What a player. Really showed. Their logo is.
I don't know
Meow,
what it
Meow.
is. Is it a cat?
I think so.
I think it's a cat.
I think it was once a cat. I don't know what's happened to it though.
It's like a.
I mean, one of the ears is sort of straight up cut off.
It's a cat that, you know, only its owner
Just
could
had
have,
bad times.
you know. It's like
Yeah.
yeah, it's a cute kitty.
I think it only has one eye, right? The other pupil's missing.
Don't look into it too much.
There's actually a phrase in Spain when you just want to say don't look into something, which is you say don't look for the 3rd foot of the cat. The drawing's always like 2 foot because the cat's just like walking around, right? You don't actually draw the 4 feet. Like, don't look for the 3rd foot. It's too harsh.
Sid. We would always draw four legs for cats and everything.
Weird. It's so odd.
Perspective. It's not
Yeah,
flat.
perspective. They walk with 2 legs, dude. That's
No,
what cats
listen,
look like.
I know in the Spanish education system they don't teach you about perspective, you know?
Yeah, when you look at it from the
But-
ground, it looks like 2 legs because they're 4 legs and they perfectly mimic each other like hairs, you know? Well, I mean the animal, not the.
Just because you don't see something does not mean it exists. But luckily, we know for sure Hero Pro will exist. This is a double elimination bracket.
Yes,
and
yes,
even
yes.
though they were 2-0'd, we're going to be able to see them over the next 2 days here in best of 1 elimination matches. And speaking of getting to see more people, also get to see some more 1v1s. Not only ourselves, but also we get to see our 1v1s coming up in just a bit.
Just a bit.
This was a bit of a shorter series, so we are going to have a little bit of a longer break, guys. We'll be back in around 30 minutes for the 1v1 solo mid lane matchups. The reason I said we're going to see more people is because we get to see some more Sanity. So our MVP from our first match of the day is going to be playing along with 3 other contestants. We do highly encourage you guys to stick around, and we'll catch you in about 30 minutes after our long break when the solo 1v1 mid lane matchup returns for the Top Clans 2021 Invitation. See you guys then.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
Prepare 凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie. Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this pretty scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
my celestial brothers beckon. But I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
准备好，凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Top Clans 2021 Dota 2 Summer Invitational hosted by NetEase Games. I'm your host Evangeline. Later, we are going to see the special solo matches. Yesterday, we had Idol versus Reye and Insanity versus Sanity as well, and Insanity and Idol won the victory. So today, we are going to see the brand new one. And before that, let's take a look at the solo introduction. Let's see, we will have Reye versus Sanity at 2:30 p.m. and Idol versus Insanity at 3 p.m. And this is going to be the upper brackets final. On September the 11th, we are going to see the lower brackets final and the grand final. Well, who's gonna win the prize? Let's wait and see together. Alright guys, following up will be our special Dota 2 solo matches, so let's welcome back our wonderful casters. Hey guys, it's me again, hello.
Oh, nice to see you again. Very happy to be here for the 1v1s.
Me too, well, our solo match is definitely gonna be very special, so could you tell me what are you looking forward to seeing the brand new matches in the next turn?
Excited for Sanity.
Yeah.
They played a great Brewmaster. He seems more warmed up. I'm very excited for him.
Yeah, I don't know if Ray is going to be ready.
I feel bad for her because she's playing quite literally against a pro player. So.
Yeah, she's played against someone who got an ultra kill in the last game. It was the last game's MVP, so if she was watching the stream, hopefully she was able to maybe find a couple of weaknesses in his playstyle and look to exploit.
She got Lona to help her out. Right?
PPD on the line.
PPD on the line as well.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be really fun.
Yeah, all right, thank you for answering. Well, before we start, let's take a look at the solo players.
Yeah, like we just said, Sanity, I mean, very familiar face. We just saw him play.
Familiar body as well, I would say.
I don't know what you
so
mean.
familiar.
We're going to get to see him play some more. Right, we saw him on the offlane Brewmaster, of course, just previously. I think, what was he playing the game before?
What, in the 1v1s?
In the game one of the series that Meow just won. Yeah, because it was the Kunkka show. But last game, yes, correct. But last game was certainly here, the Brewmaster show for him. In his 1v1, he did end up losing. He played a Pugna versus a Bat Rider. Didn't end up working out for him. So that's how he finds himself in the loser bracket. Rei, of course, trying to take the Lina up versus the Shadow Fiend did not really work out for her favor. No. How do you think?
Pick Lina.
Don't Lina.
Don't try to be good, Ray. Just cheese it. Honestly, I'm not even I'm not saying this is an insult. Just cheese it. Pick the Coddle, pick the Pugna, pick the pick the Venom.
Best of ones. I think
that's best of one. Yeah.
That's the best thing to do here, really.
Just cheese it. Yeah. There's tons of heroes that are pretty like Dawnbreaker. I don't know if she's alive. I'm assuming she will be. Dawnbreaker's broken in mid. Yeah. Monkey King's great in mid against most matchups. You have a lot of options of cheese. Obviously, you're kind of it's a bit of a coin flip in the 1v1 mid, but just pick the cheese hero that wins most matchups. Even Dazzle. Dazzle's great in the 1v1
Dazzle is great. Dazzle is great. We'll see what they're going to end up going for. Best of ones, of course, and for this one, unlike yesterday, elimination on the line. Maybe that's going to give, both of our contestants here who did lose yesterday, of course, and for all their brackets, that extra little bit of adrenaline to make sure they get a solid start, solid best of one going. And, we've got our upper bracket finals, of course, coming up after this one. But we'll be right into our first 1v1 here in just a second. Exciting stuff. Sanity impressed me on the Brewmaster. This time around, though, he's not going to have a Skywrath Mage to buff up.
It's true.
Will that make a difference?
No, I don't think so. I don't think he's going to play Brew, though.
You don't think
I don't think Brew's very good as a cheese. I mean, he played Pugna, so he's clearly cheesing. Who knows? I'm hoping, I want to see the Willows, I want to see the Rubik's. I think supports in general, Ancient Apparition, supports in general are so strong because you only need to play until level 7, level 8, realistically, in this mode. So you pick anything like that, or then Viper, Venno, Pugna.
Okay. So they're going to want to go for it. I mean, I'd also be very curious as to what he's going to pick. I think we'll end up seeing something a little bit cheesy as well.
I think cheese is more fun to watch. Yeah. I don't think it's that exciting. I mean, I know that Shadow Fiend mid phase, but it's not that exciting.
I think if it's a Shadow Fiend mirror matchup, I think I've got reason to watch that.
I have reason to watch that, but I just don't think it's the most exciting part at all. Like, if we're not that mechanical game, we're a tactical game. So what I want to see is someone figuring out
Okay,
strat that like
okay.
destroys.
I understand that point, but I think you're looking at this the wrong way, though. There's no tactics in a 1v1.
No, there is though. That's the thing. You
Barely.
pick Pug down.
Barely.
And you nether ward. And
It's all about mechanical skill in the mid lane.
That's a misconception.
That is not
Mechanical
true.
skill can be beaten
That is
10 times out of 9
that is not
with
true.
a coddle mid.
That is not true.
I'm Shadow Fiend. Oh, blast.
That's
I
not
gotta
true.
deny here. Blast the lane.
Just sleight of fist dodge it.
Can't do that.
Yeah, you can.
Not if you have killed your own creeps first. It's just a matter of time. Or you dazzle it, and then you just poison touch him every single time.
Funny. Yeah, it comes down to mechanics. I agree. Dota 5v5 is a very tactical game, tactical game. It's a very tactical game.
You could make it a 1v1 like
but
that too. As we see
if you want a 1v1,
Lina, see, look how disgusting he is. Oh, Sanity's playing Lina this time. Oh, nice. Rhea learned. She went for the nasty hero. Okay, I'm down.
That wasn't too bright.
Yeah, there is Rhea. She has the smiley face. That's low rank game, huh? She's honest.
Again, they're referring to the hero introductions here, where it shows you your previous game. So that was a 19-3. I'm also an Archon mid laner. It's okay. Sanity.
I have a doubt, question mark about that.
Yeah, I'm Herald.
All right, so he's saying because he's an immortal offlaner, but an Archon.
Opium.
Well, that's a good pair to have against each other.
Yeah.
I think she stands a chance, to be honest. The Viper is a good match against. Well, I'm sure.
Viper is not bad against Lina though. If you go corrosive skin level 1.
If you're not a good Viper player, it's not that good because you're right. You have to go corrosive skin level 1, outlast the Lina, which you can because you have better projectile speed, and then you have to go for like the usual Viper build. If you're not very good at playing Viper, then you struggle.
I think there are 2 play styles here. I think you can also go level 1 Nether Toxin because Lina
push into the poison attack.
Because Lina sucks under tower at early levels when Dragon Slave is going cooldown a little bit too difficult to actually use effectively. So. You know, okay, and it's corrosive skin. Look at that. All right, much better build here for Ryu. Lots of improvement from yesterday. Immediately, cells being queued up. This is good stuff.
Slow down the mic. Getting those pro tips from watching the game as well.
Very exciting stuff.
I think this is actually going to be a solid match. I wonder where he's going to go for level 1 against a Viper because Light Striker Ray is not that good against Viper, especially if he has corrosive skin.
Fiery Soul, I think.
It's the best level 1 skill on League.
There it is. Now we know about corrosive skin. Oh boy!
Can you just hit her once or hit her once to check?
Okay.
Okay, you got the mid
The
lane
rage creep deny. The rage creep
Rhea?
deny is a big one.
That was a good Dragon Slave. That was a good use of Dragon Slave.
Had it ready to go, and of course would have canceled it. Pardon me. Should the uphill attack have missed. It's apologies for our silence there, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy the sounds of the creeps clashing in Dota. And of course, we were anticipating that battle for the range creep. There's 2 for 2 on the range creep so far. It really is the biggest difference maker here, as we can see now with a level advantage. And I would want to say, yeah, the points in Fiery Soul, that bonus attack speed. Sanity already starting off with starting to bully a bit here.
You get Light Strike Array. He's even gonna get the second deny. Or third? No?
Second.
No, second range. That's pretty brutal. Rhea is now struggling. I commend her choice of the Viper. I think you have to be nasty for this mode. I also don't think Lina is the best matchup for the Viper, unfortunately.
Oh no,
like even with the corrosive skin build, it's just kind of difficult. Even Viper players struggle sometimes in this match as she gets more levels.
Okay, there it is. Finally, the range creep being secured there by Rhea.
I don't know how that's gonna help you though.
Just picking herself.
Yeah, look, now you can somewhat trade with poison attack, but Sanity just needs to keep his distance. He did go for the second point Dragon Slave. That's gonna make him a bit worse.
A bit worse for what?
Dragon Slave is not as good as Light Strike Array against
Okay.
Viper.
Okay, I see what you're
Dragon
saying.
Slave is better at like last hitting should and stuff.
Sanity is struggling. Level 2
see,
poison
that's
attack.
because the Dragon Slave doesn't do anything. It's Viper. Light Strike Array would allow you not to happen. So Rhea is somewhat coming back. She still has no losses though.
Okay. Yeah, that's the issue. But with levels alone, right now, doing just fine.
Yeah, I think you can hold out with just levels until Lina gets run. Yeah. See, there's no use to pile poison attack there. That's what you should be last hitting.
Pushing around her tower. I'm sure Sanity must have a salve on the way now.
What's fascinating that Rhea is only using 1 ward, right? Whereas obviously Sanity used 2, which makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that'll cover both wards. Or sorry, runes.
I guess just so used
Ray's
to
got two.
playing mid.
Ray's got two.
Oh, right. Never mind.
Oh,
Alright.
eating the fairy fire.
Oh, the mango.
Mango.
I agree. I think that's the best way. Just try to bully her out of lane. I mean, you've already foregone the lane going your way. You just need to kill her. If you get at least one kill on the early levels, then you get some free experience off it.
Not secured, but not denied.
Yeah, so
So,
not a win, not a loss.
wash. Rather get it if you can, but better that it's not denied. Oh, okay, there's the point in LSA. We already fiery souls here. Sanity expecting a couple more poison attacks coming his way. There they are, right on cue. And another GG branch eaten here. Oh, the wards, of course, as you'd fully expect with that LSA.
Oh, is that
Yeah,
kill?
preventing that 5th stack, that would have been lethal.
Yeah, well done. Good LSA. Oh, Upper gonna holding a zone now. Not enough physical damage yet on Lena.
Okay.
You need the
Indeed, there we are. Monka S from Sanity, as I think they're having a little bit of a battle over the D wards.
back with your record. So what? Into a couple of tentacle.
Just unviewing mids.
Need to make sure that we can see the image right now, as we can't. So that's kind of hard to solve. We apologize for the silence.
Sounds like they're fighting now. There's a Viper strike. Who do you think is winning? Oh, Alisette or Laguna didn't get the kill. I think Viper wins this.
Yep. All right, first blood going the way of Rayai. Well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, there it is.
It was the poison attack.
Poison attacks
Well done.
proven to be a little bit too good here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Annihilation!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Money to burn.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Denied.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant victory.
Wow, what an exciting matches. Congratulations to Sanity who win this solo match. And after a while, we're going to take a little rest. But before that, well, we'll see you guys after 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, please keep your eyes on our Dota 2.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
To know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment?
Oh, did that hurt?
Hello, guys, and welcome back. We're here in the 1v1 section, the top clans tournament, and we are excited to watch the upper bracket of 1v1 between the two winners from yesterday. It's going to be between and Insanity.
Yeah, I think this one's gonna be really close.
Yeah, I agree.
Last one and probably a bit faster. Usually the 1v1 mids don't go more than 10 minutes. That's kind of a rarity, to be honest. I think they ended up winning. One team won because the tower went down, which is, again, not rare, but usually if the tower falls, it's like first 8 minutes.
Yep.
So we'll see how this
You got a Crystallis. I think that says all you need to know.
a lot of damage on Alina versus a Viper. Maybe that's the way that it needed to go, especially after dropping first blood, you know? So pretty impressive stuff there, to be honest, as we'll get to meet our contestants. Ido versus Insanity, who came through the E-Polls qualifier.
Ido is Insanity's employee. That's why we're calling him. That's how he goes by name in game as well. I think he gets a raise if he wins. So. That's probably why. I like Insanity's picture. He's very wholesome. Yeah. In form of a C. His fingers are really long though. He should have been pianist. Other player, I guess, also works.
Is that the sea?
What else would it be?
To me, that looks like a city. It looks like a city with a blurred background, you know? That's like a big house to the left, or, you know, like you're standing on a lookout point or something like that.
That's a sea. It's on the beach.
Oh.
It's the sea.
We'll have to ask him. We'll have to ask him here. Maybe
He
we
has
can
to
get
win so we can ask him.
maybe we can get a winner's interview. That'd be really fun. We'll see here what he's going to end up picking. He was our SF player yesterday versus
No,
Ray.
he was not. He was the bad rider. Insanity was the
He
bad
was
rider.
the bat rider.
Ido
Natty's
was the
employee.
SF
Yeah,
player.
Ido was our SF player. That's correct. Thank you for the correction.
I mean, there was a lot of players last year, like whole four, so I can
Absolutely.
understand.
Absolutely.
Yeah, back to the BTS. So yeah, I think it was a fun game. The Battle Area game, particularly, I think that was probably our best game yesterday. As you said. We played really well.
Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna end up picking here. Because again, there's no rules. There's no you don't know what they pick
Maybe
until
just
you
Bad Riders again.
lock
honestly.
in.
Pretty nasty.
So we'll see what they end up picking. Again, normally this is what just the spectator screen looks like. By the way, they don't see this. They literally only see the full hero pick screen, like you do in all pick, and then the enemy hero pick is locked in, or it's grayed out until you lock in your hero. They have no idea what each other's going to pick. We might see one of the heroes pop up first. They won't have that information. I just want to stress that so people don't get confused. Yeah, they just have like 30, 40 seconds or so until the pick comes through. But that's how the
The scare there, considering last game. Taking their time. They're really adjusting. Like, what kind of draft could we see? I mean, what 5 heroes could you pick into this?
Bat Rider, SF. What they're
10
thinking.
seconds remaining.
It's SF versus Bat Rider. Bat Rider goes destroy them. I think that's up.
5 seconds remaining.
See, I think they're both coming down to the wire. It is Viper.
Okay, fair. And Bat Rider.
Yeah.
Viper beats Bat Rider for the most part, so poison attacking. But yesterday, so does Pugna, and he beat Pugna, so it's really just a matter of how good you are with the hero, honestly. I think the Bat Rider can definitely get kill potential on Viper. You just need to go for 3-1-1 build, and you max sticky Napalm, you flame break the Viper relatively easily, and you just kill him with Firefly. No poison attack will kill you. Just need to play well with the high ground, maybe buy a sentry or two, just so you can deward the observers.
One also could go long, though.
Could wait, because they don't have any push power.
No, not a lot of pushing. They both nuke waves easily, but obviously from a range, so you're not going to like need to really do that. Bat Rider, a little bit less so, sure, but eventually when Flame breaks online. Yeah, this one could go long. At least not until level 6, unless someone I think is a little bit too aggressive, makes a mistake with their positioning. I do not think we're going to be seeing a kill really before level 6. Yeah.
I agree. I mean, Lasso is the one killing tool for the Bat against the Viper, right? Probably not going to play too aggressively against him until then.
Oh, I think I'm going to give a small preference to Viper in this matchup. Unsurprisingly, because I do think this matchup is better for Viper, but, you know.
I want to give it to Insanity. I think he was probably the best player out of everyone yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah, that's pretty clever, actually.
Oh, he's going to get scouted, though. He's going to get scouted. Smoke doesn't last quite long enough for a whole voyage like that. Yeah, so Insanity
So
knows.
get it made by sentries here and reward.
Yeah. Bit of a gamble. Are you going to spend the money? Are you going to wait for the money? Trees are a little bit nicer on the Radiant side because you can actually plant that ward there to watch the top power rune spawn. Dire can do it as well, but I think you get a little bit better vision with that top ward than you do with a equivalent Dire ward.
I mean, in the 1v1 doesn't really matter too much. No rotations.
No. It's literally just for rune control. As long as you have redundant wards.
Ah, there's the sentry. Okay, so he knows where the ward is.
He knows. There's really only one thing, especially when you have, well, he's 1-1 on the ward count, so it's supremely obvious. But I guess now, since wards are free, there's really no point not to just buy both observers.
Begins.
Yep. No, it should be pretty obvious. Why else would you smoke?
I wonder if like there's a strategy here. I wonder if I'm Viper, maybe I just don't block, and then let the creeps push under tower. But he's a Bat Rider, right?
Yeah. And then next creep of you another toxin, and then you struggle so much too.
There it is. Yeah. I mean, maybe he just messed it up, but
I think he just messed it up. He body club.
It's still under tower.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think that was intentional. I just think he messed it up.
Oh, well, this is a good trained Bat Rider player. He's having really no problems with it, as he's gonna miss the one, but he got both of them underneath his tower.
Just needs to get one deny off this nether toxin. Oh, we messed it up. Oh, there we go. That's a one deny. He's defending the poison attack. That's good enough. If you get a second deny, nope. To get the ward though. I think he just got the sentry off. Yeah, that's the ward.
Yeah, he's got it. It's a good amount of golds.
There's the last hit. We don't see it. We do get to
100 golds. 100 golds is not bad, especially because that's just free money. It doesn't cost. It's not like you're taking gold away from the enemies, though. It's not like wards cost 75 gold anymore, or anything like that. So, you're not getting anything there. Oh, he's gonna miss out on the observer, I'm pretty sure. And in fact, he might just die over this. There's a lot of stacks on the napalm. He is? Oh, that's a bit of a misplay there. Definitely not worth doing that just for the sentry.
Nope, that was not the point. And with this, you have a level advantage as Bat Rider. Once you get the Flame Break, you actually can do this again relatively easily because you can put him out of position, or of course level 6. And the threat is that once Bat Rider, I think, hits level 6, I don't think Viper can do much once you get Lasso. You can die. So I do feel like Insanity might have just won this with that 1 kill.
Yeah, I always I'm a little bit hesitant to finger a Viper because you know, corrosive skin, magic resist is always really annoying. But I think Bat just has an overwhelming amount of
Viper
damage.
will enjoy it as well. It's a disgusting hero.
Do you think?
I think he's a bit of a masochist.
I don't know. He is.
That's why that's why he has the corrosive skin, right? He poisons you. He's sadist and masochist than once. You know, he's the whole S&M spectrum. Dangerous of Viper.
Shame. That's
true. Worst parts about it.
They are.
Like the fact that he spits poison in your face.
Yeah, that one's pretty annoying.
As a European, I'm personally offended by that because most of my monarchs died that way. So.
Your what?
Monarchs.
Really? Poison?
Yeah, fair amount. Sometimes that poison was just from their mom and dad. But it was poison nonetheless in a different way.
Well, you know,
Bean poison.
for the Americans, you know, we never really were much for royalty, so.
That's true.
President
kick our royalty out.
President's never gotten poisoned either. They've been assassinated, but
a lot, fair amount. One lost in the duel.
Americans just like guns. Surprised we don't see any sniper here. Speaking of guns,
he's pretty bad right now. He's a pretty bad hero. I think the changes made him pretty good. You know, Flapjack said it was new meta.
Yeah, I remember.
Had a good right laugh about that one. Came on my stream to insult me just because he was so angry about it.
He is very proud of his words, isn't he?
I was very happy. He told me he would never play ranked with me.
There's level 6 for Bat. We gotta be careful. There's a point in flame. I would assume there's a point in flame break by now.
And yeah, 5 stacks. He's not level 6, he's level 4.
Oh, my bad.
I'm too confused.
There's not enough pixels. I wasn't looking. I was looking at the little number on his bar. I can see Viper's 4 now.
Oh, I see how you confuse them because 4, obviously in Chinese and also Japanese, also means death, or is closely related to death. And once he gets level 6, Viper's dead.
Yeah.
So that makes
So
sense.
actually, Viper, he's not level 4. He's level 3A.
That is true. Much like an art builder. That was a fascinating thing from coming to live here. And again, I think it's equally as dumb when we write 13 instead of 13, we write 12A. Some strength.
Oh, that could be it. Yeah, got him perfectly onto the low ground. Down to go. Viper is just dead. GG.
I told you, he's so good. Insanity's actually practiced for this mode.
Yeah.
There's a reason why he came in through the qualifier. He's the deserving player. He's the anime main character, really.
The anime protagonist
yeah,
is usually what that's called.
It's the MC. In the anime world, we call him MC.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Master of ceremonies.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really cool.
Insanity is my top master of ceremonies. He's been playing some really good Dota. I've enjoyed watching him 1v1. He makes me excited about this sport.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean,
Who do you think was our MVP from that match?
I think it was the Century Ward.
Oh, wow,
that that Bat Rider put down.
Yeah. I mean, Insanity played a good game. Century Ward was like top tier.
Yeah.
Century Ward.
I just don't think it's ever worth doing that versus a Bat Rider, especially. Like, I think if you're...
He has too much kill potential.
Well, not only that, but I don't think you're that scared of him having vision on your high ground when you're CSing, especially as a Viper. Like, if you're a melee hero, maybe, right?
Who do you play against Bat Rider if you're in the 1v1 mid? I mean, no, but they tried Pugna. I think Pugna didn't work. Who do you play against Bat?
You just outrange him?
Lina maybe.
Lina. I'm thinking like maybe a Zeus.
No, Zeus will die once you jump him because he has no way of like actually killing you. Like, if he has enough HP on you, or just gets a bunch of fairy fires, honestly, just a cloak. No, he just runs you down. I don't think Zeus is the option. I'm thinking if you can jug, maybe.
Oh, well, that's a thought. Yeah, someone with a dispel, Naga, but then you're so at risk.
Right, because that's why I think like Naga and PL are pretty bad because of that. Well, I think Jug has enough damage to actually deter you from going in. And you can just Slark. Oh, you could Slark actually.
You could Slark.
Slark's good because Slark has a lot of good matchups.
Slark would be good. Not a lot of. I mean, that would be not a very exciting one, unfortunately, because the Bat Riders couldn't do much.
Well, I want to see what happens. Maybe he backs Firefly. I don't know.
Yeah, and what would you be scared about as a mid lane Slark even? Like, what's the worst thing they could hit you with?
Like something like Lina is pretty annoying. Lina, Zeus, anything with range.
Okay. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, clearly, even a Viper isn't going to be good enough to stop Insanity's Bat. Man is out here trying to win his prize, and we actually have a couple of prizes as well, just for the viewers, don't we?
Yeah, we're running a little giveaway quiz, guys, for you guys. And during the 1v1s, this giveaway quiz will be a $10 Steam gift card. So if you're interested in that, to answer the question when it pops up on the screen. As we get the upper bracket and lower bracket here, and we'll continue to talk about the prices because for the next games, we're going to get $2 cosmetics. Total cosmetics in addition to some new booster codes for 7 up to 30.
Really, really cool stuff. Of course, all up for grabs. What I'm going to do is answer the quiz questions for that giveaway. And, well, we're going to be taking an off day tomorrow here for our schedule as we take a look at it. We're not
for the
playing...
1v1s.
Yes, we're not taking any... sorry, we're not playing any matches tomorrow for the 1v1, so we're going to take the off day, and we're going to resume with this tournament back on September 11th with the lower brackets and the grand final. So we'll hope you guys, well, of course, continue to tune in here for our next best of 3, but also continue to tune in as well for the rest of the Top Clans 5v5 Dota Summer Invitational. I guess we'll have another match coming right up after a little bit of a break.
We do. It's going to be the final match is Toy Story versus Crocodile, a Chinese team versus Filipino team. This is the only Chinese team in the tournament. So very excited to see them. But we'll catch you guys after the break as we take a small 5-minute breather before we get on to the last best of 3.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt? Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
备好，凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Pretty seen fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned. But I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Hello guys and welcome back here as we go right into the cast, because we have Dota to cast. We have games to watch, and it's the last best of 3 of today. And it's going to be between Crocodile and Toy Story.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Toy Story 1 as well, the good one.
Toy Story 1. We won't talk about Toy Story 2 again.
That's egregious.
Because Albo Plus right here to my right. Didn't quite enjoy that one too much now, did he? But yeah, I am a fan of Toy Story 1. I think it was a good movie. Good movie. And Crocodile, be an exciting Dota 2 team to watch here versus Toy Story. Cannot wait for that best of 3 to get started. This is going to be our final match here of Phase 1 for the Top Clans Summer 2021 Invitational. Best of 3 upper bracket here. We've settled already all the other matches today. We saw a big old 2-0 earlier today. Now, didn't we? So here's hoping for a little bit of a closer series.
Yeah, even if it's a 2-0, at least closer games, because the games were quite stompy. We have an animation showdown really today because, you know, Toy Story, obviously a very famous animation movie, and Crocodile, a famous character from the hit Japanese animation show, One Piece.
I'd like to give you a piece of my mind, but I'll pass on it for now. Yeah, but I can't wait to get underway with this match. I mean, we talked about the teams a little bit. You know, we talked about anime somehow. Let's talk about the players for the teams, right? Let's take a look at the rosters and see what the player lineups for both of these teams are looking like for today.
Yep.
As we'll be starting here with Team Crocodile. Esports pose for everyone.
Esports pose for everyone, yeah. I feel like Wish and Sakata are the true esports. So Xiaofu is doing a pretty good. Xiaofu is doing a pretty good. Yi is a mystery within itself, truly.
Why do you say that?
Proportions, I don't think, are correct.
I don't know if you have. What? No.
I think the camera angle is just odd.
Start with.
I'm just saying. I think these pictures are fascinating. There's a lot of things you can discover from the players.
Man, I can't wait. Isn't there a South American player called Wish?
Yes, but that's with an I. This is
yeah.
W. Well, I mean, I called them Wish there just to shorten it, but it's WYJ technically. He's been a couple of his players. Sakata, definitely well known, but if you follow the tier 2 Chinese scene, relatively well known mid laner. WYJ, I have seen him in a couple again of the sister teams or brother teams that a lot of the Chinese teams have, and I also want to say I recall Xiaofu, but I'm not certain about him. I do remember the two main cores here. I'm excited. Crocodile has been participating in a lot of the SCA leagues in general. They don't care so much about ping. They play with VPN, so it's nice to see them. And here are the Filipino counterparts, which is going to be from Toy Story. And okay, that is not by the way the lance. Sorry, I had a moment of brain fart. It's not by the way the lance that got banned, or the Malaysian lance. Many people know the Invoker player, the mid. Mid
DDZ.
Lane. Sorry, that's not DDZ either, but also not Lance. Lance was also part of that team as well.
Oh,
yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I didn't know that team had 2 Invoker players.
Yeah, he was a carrier. He also famously was. Yeah.
Oh no, you're right. It did sound familiar. No, this is going to be a Filipino
It's a different Filipino Lance. Yes.
Yeah. Again, mostly in the esports pose, except for Jim.
I have not much information about these guys, to be honest. I looked them up as well, and I started to see if they played another, like, a smaller Filipino stacks. At least not any well-known orgs. As opposed to Crocodile, which have somewhat of a competitive history. I'm a bit... I've seen Kung stand in a couple of teams. I've seen DOX as well standing in a couple of teams, but never in the mainstay roster. I believe I've seen J-Nay once as a stand-in, but it's hard. These names kind of mix in together. We've casted a bunch of SCA, so I'm not that well-versed in this team, to be honest. I have seen them in a couple of local tournaments, though, as Toy Story, or as variations of the stack, with, like, small variations. I believe it was... I want to say the supports were the last part, and the carries, or the cores rather, have stayed together for a while. I haven't been able to find much about this team, unfortunately.
I'm looking forward to finding out a little bit of, at least about how they draft versus Crocodile and how they fare. I'd probably give Crocodile a little bit of the edge.
Yeah, just because of the lack of information from Toy Story, it's kind of hard to judge anything on them, to be honest. I would say that currently, if you're a tier 2 Chinese team versus tier 2 Filipino team, Chinese teams just on average are stronger. There's much more competition there. There's many more minor leagues that you get to participate in. So if you give me 2 no-name teams from 2 different countries, I would probably go for the Chinese one 9 times out of 10 because of that. Not because the Chinese players are inherently better, mind you.
No, of course.
And the top level of competition, I think they're pretty equal. But I would also probably give it to Crocodile because of that. The Dude one, we watched them yesterday. I mean, Yeah, they were a bit outclassed by Army Geniuses, but they're one of the best teams in the tournament. And that Udvesa 1 still played pretty well for, again, being one of those Filipino teams that have only been in local tournaments.
They did.
So I'd be excited to see what Toy Story can play.
It should be noted, right? It's the Top Clans Summer Invitational. The way you got invited was either through the open qualifiers for a couple of teams, or from winning previous Top Clans local events.
Which I think Udvesa 1 was a previous Top Clan event.
That is correct. They were the winner, and actually Toy Story was first runner-up. So if we can kind of judge that, presumably a best of 3 or at least a best of 5, right? Or at least a best of 3 between the two, separating them. Udvesa 1.
That was a local tournament in the Philippines, though. To be honest, that was the Top Clans version that did Top Clans.
Of course. But that's the only thing we have to go off of.
Yeah. No.
We should expect at least Udvesa 1 to be a little bit stronger than them, at least a little bit more consistent, at least, right, in the best of 3, best of 5 format.
I'd probably say as well that the Filipino scene, out of all the SCA countries, because obviously China usually not considered within that region, I think it's probably the strongest by a fair large margin. Indonesia has a couple of standouts, but the tier 2 scene is a bit lacking. Whereas I would say Philippines has produced a fair amount of top tier teams, completely Filipino players.
I'm trying to think.
Back in the day, used to have obviously TNC, actually still now Filipino completely. But used to have like Rave, for example, Execration for a long time. Those were like the dominant SCA teams, both completely Filipino teams.
You had a couple like youth squads as well that did pretty well.
Yeah,
TNC
the Execration
Tigers, right? TNC Tigers.
Yeah, but that was not a Filipino squad.
I'm trying to
the
think.
Execration youth squad, yes, that was a good one. I'm thinking of other ones to be honest. Sure.
It is a very uniquely C thing. I know I always bring this up. It's one of my main talking points. You know, the Vietnamese squads, the Indonesian squads as well.
What, the fact that the full country squads?
Yeah. But no, you're right. The Philippines is another one, and I think it's just the love of Dota 2 there. You know, you can put a tank in a mall, and the Dota players will come.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can. I mean, yeah, they have a lot of passionate players. I also think that to a degree, the fact that there's a big Filipino crowd, or player base as well.
Yeah.
But many of them probably, like it's a country that speaks mostly that most people speak English to a degree, right?
Yes.
But you probably still feel more comfortable in your main language.
Correct.
Which is why it's interesting because while they can go international, these teams are never limited, but they always start by boosting the local scene. So it's like a very good, healthy environment where the top players will eventually leave to go international, but the local players have a good, stable scene to feed off of because they like to play with their own countrymen. I think that's very cool. I love seeing new Filipino teams come and pop up.
Yeah, always fun to see. Another one here. Toy Story joining Udvesa 1, 2 Filipino teams here, or 2 teams from the Philippines in the top
Which is the equivalent thing. Yes. That's how it works. That's a test it.
I don't know what to tell you.
That's a test it. I was just confirming your comment.
I'm confirming your confirmation now.
That's great. That's great.
Yes, I'm glad we're.
Yeah. So what we're going to say about the 2 Filipino teams? Where's your comment going to go?
Honestly, I don't remember anymore. Just distracted. I don't know. I don't know if it has approval. I got to get it rubber stamped here by the Abo Plus bureaucracy for these statements.
Yep.
How it works.
Well, lots of my SEA brethren will understand. This is a very common monolinguist hubris. You get corrected and you know how to proceed. But it's okay, guys. Do not worry. We will stay strong as bilingual. So.
Normally he says trilingual.
Yes, but I know that most people here aren't. Well.
Oh wow, big assumption here.
I guess it depends on where you come from. I guess in Malaysia, most people are trilingual to a degree. Right?
Really depends.
Yeah, it really depends where you come from.
Yep. However, even if you're bi or trilingual, or you speak a multitude of languages, if you're a polyglot, most people still aren't buttholes.
But how will I speak if I don't use that?
We will see, though. I mean, I'm excited to we've spoken a lot about the Filipino squad here, Toy Story, but I'm also excited to see Crocodile, right? The only Chinese team participating in the tournament here.
Okay, there's a reason why this team predominantly participates in SCA tournaments. They are quite literally at the bottom rung of the Chinese ladder.
Of course.
Which it doesn't say much because Chinese ladder is one of the most stacked ladders in the world. There's like spikes on the ladder, and like halfway through there's a bar that just smacks you in the head if you're not good enough.
When you get past that, there's the burning oil.
Burning oil, that's very famous. Actually, that's a good reference. That's probably how they used to defend against the Mongolians, right?
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I know it was a medieval castle thing as well. Hot oil.
Yeah, they had good walls.
Good walls.
And good walls.
Strong walls.
Strong forts in general.
Forts.
Yeah. I mean, Chinese history makes for some of the best war movies.
Well, it's because they've had a couple of wars, haven't they?
Such massive epics as well.
Yeah, lots of
really cool.
Lots of empires. lots of cool history. Very
very
cool
cool.
history. I don't really know too much about it, to be
Three
honest.
Kingdoms is one of my favorite Total War games for a reason. I absolutely love that lore.
That is the only one I know of, to be honest. It's the
Really?
only,
What do you mean? You never played Rome or?
No. Well, I've never played Rome. That's also true, but I was also speaking of, the wars as well, of which there were many in China.
Oh, right.
That's the only one I'm familiar with. But we've got another war going on. Yes, we've got one SEA team. No, not quite yet. Not ready for the draft.
Not quite yet.
But they will be going to war quite soon here for the
Against the
banning and the
Pakistani
pick
team.
stage. They'll be playing Meow up next.
They win.
If they win, the winner of this series. If they lose, going down, play Japanese squad in a best of one. That's a nice thing. If you win, you also, I believe, you get a day off, don't you? No.
No, you do
actually,
not. You actually only. No, you don't. Oh. But tomorrow we're playing
2 best of ones
and
two
one best of
threes.
threes. Oh, 2 best of threes.
2 best of threes as we're going to get through the semifinals of the upper bracket tomorrow and first round of the lower brackets.
And is all of lower bracket best of ones or just the beginning?
First 2 rounds of
First
lower
round
bracket
best of
are
ones.
best of ones.
And then once you get to the semifinal and final, it's best of threes.
That is correct.
Exciting. I'm excited to see. I mean, Meow looks like a good team as well, to be honest. Like, so I want to see what
Very
happens.
beautiful logo as well.
I love that logo. Please don't flame us.
Hand drawn by
Hand-drawn.
Sir Sanity. But
No, in all honesty, we're joking about that. We actually love when teams bring. I don't like the teams that like just have a name and they don't put any effort into anything. Like even if your logo is gonna be a full meme, I like that. That's the essence of Dota.
oh, like V Gaming when they had Naive's face.
Yes, I love it. Or Bumblebees with an MB on a B. I think these are. I honestly like. I'm not kidding. I think these are the essence of Dota. Obviously, it's nice when you get to the tier 1, you get orgs,
Right.
it's like
And
professionally
then
made
you have
logos.
sponsored by XYZ.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah,
And that's cool because you see the game growing. But the grassroots of Dota is these kind of logos. Is some random dude going on Paint and going, "Oh, I think this is gonna be funny," and putting it on the flags because Dota had this feature way too early for any game. And whenever it's like just a meme and nothing crazy or offensive, I think that's the essence.
Well, you know what I really like about it is even for the very, very, very professional teams, like tier 1, salaried, sponsors, very, they have no say in what the org looks like.
Yep.
So we'll go in and sneak in a couple of memes there with your banners from the what's it called? What are those things called? The clan banners, right?
Yeah, I think it's really cool.
Church of Babayev,
Church of Babayev
is
was
another
great.
is a really big one.
I mean, for a while, Pisco's used the Hamburguesa thing because it's just such good. I also love the logos that get turned into like a meme logo that gets turned into a professionally made. If the team goes far enough, that's the true story of a stack, right?
Yeah.
Not to diss any other tier 1.
No, of course not. But it's
they need to coexist.
Exactly. They do coexist. It's the reality of the system. Not every team is gonna be sponsored by X, Y, and Z.
Yep.
Some teams don't have any sponsors, and they're just they're not here for fun. They're here to win, but they're having a little bit of fun along the way and showing some of that that spirit, the spirit of Dota. That kind of community sense. That's I think all has us coming back even after we get Pudge 4 games in a row.
You just played a match.
No. I'm on a 12-win streak right now, so I'm trying to make sure. I wouldn't want to have to go long here and then have to abandon. That would be crushing. That'd be crushing. Not really a way I'd want to lose that 12-win streak. You've been on a couple of streaks yourself, haven't you? I believe I was taking a look at your Dota buff. Some of the streaks you've been having on a hero like Invoker, and I've seen some good streaks there. Some red. Oh, hold on. No. Their losses. Sorry. My bad. Well, I mean, hey, it's congrats on opposite of winning so many times on the hero. Go Quaswex or Quasexord in most of those games.
Back when Quasexord was.
You know what I'm surprised by? We've seen a lot of Invoker bans, not a lot of Invoker picks this tournament.
It's a hard year to play.
That he is. That he is.
I mean, I think the hero's strong. I think he's being underestimated, but I also don't feel like the drafts we've seen. Like most of this tournament, at least the games, with all due respect to the players, we've seen one good draft from one of the teams, and then a mediocre to okay draft of the best from the other team. I've seen way too many out drafts in this tournament.
Yeah.
The Kaeru games were a good example. That's I think yesterday's games as well.
What do you obviously we can never know. We can never know like what the players or the drafters are exactly thinking, right? But do you think this stems from let's just pick our comfort picks here and go with works, or do you think they're like kind of out drafting themselves and going, oh, we need to focus on this, and they end up just kind of losing themselves down a rabbit hole that okay, congrats, you won this top lane, but there are problems with your mid and your bottom that don't go well. What do you think it is? We've both seen a lot of tier 2, tier 3 Dota and below.
I think it's a combination of two factors. I think it's, first of all, the lack of content that talks about drafts. I think you rarely get even a professional cast or anything like that where people actually talk about the philosophy of draft. They'll go and say, oh, this is a good pick, oh, this is a good ban, that kind of stuff. But they don't go and say, like, Winter, for example, did this a lot, where he's like, oh, this is a good pick because now they force this kind of idea. This is not something that's very often mentioned. And this also leads to the fact that when we get pro players on panels very often, they just put, oh, pro player. He'll talk about the draft. Well, but if he's a carry player, his insight on draft, in some cases, Ramsey's aside, for example, and stuff like that, or Envy aside, is not that great. If you get someone like FNG, for example, he'll tell you the philosophy of draft to a much larger degree. So we're missing content. And the second part is MMR. I think MMR is actually one of the things that kills tier 2 and tier 3 Dota the most, surprisingly. So it helps them organize, but the fact that it's visible gives them an unnecessary ego, and the jump that they have to make from MMR to competitive is often very difficult. Because you think, oh, I'm a good player, I know Dota. Yes, but you don't know competitive Dota. And it's such a different beast. And, like, for example, something that I noticed, which is when I talk to tier 1 players, like professional tier 1 players, and ask them, hey, would you be bothered by being coached by someone that's like 3K, right? All the guys say no. As long as he watches competitive Dota, I think it's perfectly fine. That's what a coach is there for. You ask the tier 2, tier 3 players, and they go, 3Ks, what's he going to teach me? Like, it's very interesting to see that the higher you go, the less they care about these kind of ideas. And that also leads you to think, oh, I can just figure this drafting thing out myself. I think a lot of teams don't just go and watch and tier 1 teams and go, let's figure out something I've never thought about before.
There's a couple of things to that I'd like to bounce off of, because like you've got a lot of like the tier 1, like super tier 1 players, like Puppy, like infamously doesn't really pub. Kaeru doesn't really pub either. Like very
because pubs they don't think actually help them.
No, of course not. Of course not.
Only mid players and carry players should pub.
Sure, but they're afforded that kind of, I don't want to call it leniency. They're afforded to do that, right? Generally speaking,
because they don't need to grind.
Because they need to grind. Because
exactly.
they're already in. But even if someone is as good as a drafter as Kaeru or Puppy, he's not going to get noticed. He's not going to get taken seriously unless he's got at least that immortal badge. That's kind of the problem, right? It's like, I get what you're saying, and I agree with you 100%. But that's why they do it. I remember talking to Adam about this.
For sure.
I remember talking to Adam about this 343 Dota when he was kind of taking a break and then looking to get back into it. And he's like, I just hate pubs so much, but like I have to play them. Like I don't really have a choice because if you're not like top ranked, no one takes you seriously.
Yep.
Even a player for him, he's been at TI. He got like top 5, top 6.
No, it was top 6.
Top 6.
Top 6 and top 8 as well.
Yeah. Even he had to do it.
Yep.
A proven player on the main stage TI.
It's pretty ridiculous. And that's what I mean. Like it helps you theoretically. Like MR supposedly helps you organize teams, but it makes it so that people have lost that qualitative research that always used to be the case. Now it's all quantitative. Oh, are you above 7? Like I remember seeing an announcement today of a team, again, lower tier team in NA, that's looking for a player, and they go, oh, he must be at least 7.6k MR. And it's so obvious when you do something like that you're like, you've averaged the player's MR for your team, and you went and said, at least he needs to be this much, which is the player average. It's ridiculous. What do you mean 7.6? What if he's 7.5? What if he's 7.7? What's the big difference, right? Like, is that 200 MR going to make the difference? Probably not. You have to set the cutoff point at some point. I get it. But at the same time, you should just try out players and see if you like them. Like if you watch a 2K player, and you think the guy is an incredible player, then either you don't know enough about Dota or the MR system is wrong, right? Like, but then that speaks more about you.
But I do think the MR system's a little bit weird. Like I think if you had like a lot of top like most winning % players in Dota competitive go pub, I'm sure they wouldn't do as well as some pub stars. Like, there's a difference, right?
There's a big difference.
But at the same time, like I also think to a degree, and this is what I'm curious about. I think to a degree, MMR is kind of indicative of mechanical skill. I think like if you never deny, I think there's probably a cap of like where you can, especially as a mid laner.
Sure.
I think there's like a cap of what your MMR is going to be, a soft cap, right? If you're like amazing with some different mechanic, I'm sure you can get there.
Yeah.
So I understand that, but that's why I'm also curious about that 7.6k figure, because it's like to some degree, yes, you need something like that, but also what exactly is it you're looking for? It's curious. It's curious. Well, we might have to put a pin in this one. A good conversation.
We have a good game in front of us.
It is time for war. Toy Story. Crocodile.
Radiant team pick.
All right, exciting. The bans for Toy Story are really odd though. That and Silencer, regardless of what Crocodile plays, does not matter. Like sometimes you don't ban comfort picks in the first two these days anymore. Maybe in the next three, but if they want to have a comfort pick, unless it's like comfort pick that's like meta, like Pango for example. For example, when we watched the close qualifiers, when we were casting the close qualifiers for Eastern Europe, we were talking about Pango as a comfort pick for Melis and Einkran. And what I think we didn't communicate enough is that pick was good. And if teams are using it, it's because teams just thought of it higher than a lot of other teams. But the teams that didn't play him, that was a weakness they had, really. It wasn't like Pango was a bad pick that was forced constantly. And so I think, for example, Silencer and Abaddon are definitely bad picks that be forced.
And I
at least it's first pick. That's a bad pick.
I think something we may not have kind of railed too much on that, but I think something we did say a lot was it was a hero like the DP that can go in many different lanes, and these teams have players that can play it phenomenally in the mid lane, and especially the off lane for PuckChamp, or especially the mid lane for Einkran, right? But no, I agree. And this is also something I've noticed a lot in this tournament specifically, because it's the one I'm paying the most attention to. But Shadow Demon first pick when you don't have the 1-2 combo, when no one bans the Omni Knight, I think to kind of just make sure you don't get spam Omni'd in first phase without an answer.
Yeah, I mean you can still spam Omni, right? But I guess sure. I mean I think Shadow Demon is one of the strongest heroes in the patch, probably my favorite for in the patch. When I saw that patch, I calculated him as a top tier pick already. I think the Soul Catcher upgrade is kind of ridiculous and unnecessary. So
I think Ice Croak just wants people to use it. Sometimes I forget the skill exists. Good.
What, Soul Catcher?
Yeah.
Not because you're clearly not a Shadow Demon player.
I guess not.
Yeah, honestly, like Soul Catcher is definitely one of your top skills. The only reason I got upgraded is because Shadow Demon really did struggle in his magic damage output in the mid game, which is fair. But now he's gone from like a solid okay hero to a top pick, even though the meta has kind of passed him technically. Doesn't matter. He's too strong. I like it. I mean, I'm glad Shadow Demon is a wonderful hero to play.
I think the meta's ever passed someone like him, though. I think his kit is just so strong.
Well, the meta's passed him because the carries are played right now on other carries encounters. So technically, by the meta, he should be a tier 2. Like, he's still good, but he's not going to be the hard counter to the carries that we saw last patch. The only reason why he was getting picked last patch is because the carries were all carries he countered. Similar with Dark Souls.
I mean, like illusion carries.
Yeah, illusion carries or carries that when you make an illusion, like say Luna, are incredible, right? But in this meta, those carries are a bit further gone. They're not top tier material anymore.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And he's still top tier.
I can't imagine a patch where he's ever lower than tier 2 then in that case. Because it's like when like there's like a very specific draft I could imagine, and here's actually a hero that I'm referring to, or two of them actually from Crocodile, picking very nicely into the Shadow Demon, being Phoenix and Void, where there has to be, you have to like really up the opportunity cost of putting someone in disruption for a save, right? And right now that cost is less hits on Supernova maybe, or setting yourself up for a stun such as Split Earth, or in this case Aether. Like I get what you're saying on that. Speaking of Split Earth, there
but
is
you're totally right though. Shadow Demon never goes beyond tier 2 because of the strength of the hero. Like there's no other offensive purge of his caliber. There's no other ability even close to disruption that offers save and damage.
I think even if it didn't purge, it's still a ridiculous ability. The fact that it slows through BKB.
Yeah, but the purge makes it like the slow from BKB is great. I agree. But the purge is what puts it like god tier ability.
Sure.
With Yags, even.
I get it. I think it like honestly, I don't think that ability needs to do that as much damage as it does.
No, the hero is incredibly versatile. The only meta in which he becomes C tier is a meta with either a lot of ganking carries, like Weaver for example, like if Weaver Ursa Troll. Yeah, Demonic Purge is annoying against them, but they still do their job, especially.
I would say okay, that makes sense because I think
and with by the same logic with mid laners. Like for example, last patch, while he was great against the carries, he was awful against most mid laners. Puck destroys him, and you do nothing against Puck. Like you can Demonic Purge him, all big whoop.
It's basically people with silences, or if they wear like an Orchid Rush meta, like up to with old Clinks, which will absolutely screw them.
It's more about the support killers, right? Like heroes that can just go into a fight and the first thing they search is for supports. Shadow Demon struggles against them.
Sure, but no. I mean,
usually those you're right.
I get what you're saying. It's the science specifically with them is what I'm saying. Because it's like you pick Abba into a support killer and Abba laughs and spits in your face.
Sure, you're right. Yeah. But what I mean is like, for example, you have a hero like I don't know Ricky, for example. I guess he carries
5 seconds
That's
remaining.
a bad example. I'd also carry silence.
Like
most support killers carry silence.
Well, I agree, but
Weaver's a good example. Weaver does not carry silence, right? You don't need a silence for the Shadow Demon, and you will still mash him because you just go through the back line. He's very bad at stopping that.
Yeah, that's fair.
But you're right. Most support kills carry silence.
Most support killers kill silence. I mean, just because the supports their spells are in, but
Yeah, you don't need stuns.
Yeah.
You just need a silence.
you just need a silence usually. Yeah.
I like the Leshrac combo. I like Shadow Demon with Leshrac a lot because you can still put him in Disruption and he still uses the Pulse Nova and Disrupt and Diabolic Edict.
Yep.
So that's good, even though his
10
illusions are crap.
seconds
Doesn't really
remaining.
matter. I also even like Shadow Demon with a Shard with Leshrac because you give him the Purge and all of a sudden how do you stop this guy? You can't slow him, right? You kind of have to commit a stun to him. It doesn't feel too great because Leshrac stun still does stuff, right? So the idea is you want to slow him, hopefully ignore him, or silence him maybe, and hopefully ignore him.
That's interesting. The very first game I casted when Shards got added, I was in the middle of an LPG tournament for playoffs, and of course Valve decided, yes, now's the perfect time to win 2 series to patch the game and add all these shards. And one of the teams, I can't remember quite which one it
I'll pick
was.
Shadow Demon with a Shard, right?
That was the first thing they
I think
did.
we were casting it together.
No, I was definitely solo casting.
Really?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I remember. 100%. And I saw it, and I was a little underwhelmed, honestly. Of course, everyone was still trying to figure out the meta, and they lost that game for other reasons.
Yeah, because that was.
But
if I recall, because you told me about that game was the Shard was forced in the sense that like they kind of picked the Shadow Demon for the Shard. Right?
exactly. No, but that was like kind of what I wanted to see. I was like, oh, this shard actually does seem like really amazing. I think it's very situational.
Yeah, it's only a plus
for,
one.
for Lesh, especially. Like, I think we're only seeing it because Oracle is not as good. Like, I think Oracle is the go-to with a Flash if you can afford it. But yeah, I'd be interested in
I don't know
seeing
why
it.
Oracle
10
considered
seconds
that bad.
remaining.
I don't know why either.
Because he didn't
honestly.
get any big nerfs in the last patch.
I don't know why either.
5
We're
was
just
very
not
surprised.
seeing it. I wonder if it's just because there's a better save hero, or
I'm surprised because season team's like still picking Winter Wyvern and refusing to pick Oracle. Just fascinating.
true. VP was very keen on still
VP
picking Wyvern.
bothered me so much. I
Oh,
hope
the
that
way
maybe they're seeing
Kingslayer
threats.
played it, if he's gonna land these game-changing curses, then keep picking him the hero,
Yeah.
Some
Maybe
people-
it's because it's mid-game oriented, and like having a hero in the
10
5 position that has
seconds
team fight as well, or tank like Abaddon or Winter
Yeah,
Wyvern
yeah.
Brothers, is better than Oracle,
5
who's
seconds
just
remaining.
pure save. Pure save is not as good now that we've shifted away from the hardest carries in the meta, and we're now in like a tier 2 of hard carries. Sven is not the hardest carry compared to say Terrorblade or Deucin, right? He's a hard
No,
carry, but he's not as hard
Yeah,
as them.
he's definitely not too far behind. Maybe like fighting carries.
That's what I'm saying.
if that makes
Like
sense.
Sven is like a tier between fighting carries and
Yeah.
hard carries.
It feels like that's where you need, and even last patch, that's kind of where it felt like it was.
That's
heading.
where Luna was, for example. Like Luna
Exactly. Gyro as well, I would say. But even like the way everyone started playing TB wasn't just I'm gonna split push or ghost push these waves and farm the jungle
Yes.
and
10
just use meta to
seconds
hit creeps. He would join fights. Like I feel like that's where Dota is, which is why it was so
5
crazy to me that
seconds
Monkey King
remaining.
was buffed as much as he got
Yeah,
buffed.
because he's perfect for that.
Yeah, right.
It's because Battle Fury sucks so much that like that was his fighting carry.
I
right?
get it. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, that's why TB and Dusa have been phased a bit to a degree. Like they're still key picks, but they're not as strong as they were last patch by any means.
Same thing with
Obviously-
Naga, right?
No,
Like we'll see Naga occasionally, but
Naga's
her kit is just I cut creep waves for 30 minutes and I song and I join fights, or I song and I leave fights.
Some people have been experimenting with different builds to try to make her more useful, and that wouldn't be like I've seen like a Diffusal Blade with Mage Slayer build, for example, like fighting early.
Seen any mage slayers in this tournament, I believe.
Yeah, I haven't really picked any heroes for it.
Uh.
Oh, Slarks as well, by the way. Talk about fighting carries.
That's a good one.
That's a great one, and I'm surprised we haven't seen any of it. In fact, this game is incredible. Great against Phoenix, good against Void Spirit, good against Nyx. It's a really good Slark game for Toy Story. Even his zero synergy with Shadow Demon.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of synergy there, is there?
Not that big a deal,
Um,
though. You don't need something that synergizes with a hero.
No, not necessarily. Yeah, his Slark is. I mean, he's kind of does his own thing.
Radiant team.
Does leave you needing stuns though. Okay, and now
There you go.
at least we've settled that. There's going to be a lion for the Void Spirit. Maybe even for the Phoenix if you can catch them. It's always nice to hex a Nyx Assassin first, some kind of disable or a silence, so he can't get off any, his Carapace namely.
Oh, Lion's fantastic against Nyx. You always monitoring him as well.
Yep.
So you deal
10
0 damage and you're
seconds
pretty much
remaining.
stunning him essentially. So it's really good.
5
Sorry, then.
seconds
Yeah, what
remaining.
minus.
I still want like the Slark, honestly.
If you Slark, what are we scared of? Maybe there's like a
Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker immediately from Crocodile and run it off lane.
Yeah.
That's the concern.
That is your concern. Maybe you save Slark for last pick because of that.
You don't have last pick, so you'd have to
Dire
ban it
team
here.
pick.
And that would probably get encountered by Crocodile. Or you pick a Life Stealer.
Much weaker version of the Slark, honestly. And for this game, Slark was 10 times better than Lifestealer, but because Void Spirit is still annoying.
Yeah, I think he's prone to being pretty hard countered though. A
That's
Slark
Slark?
is, yeah.
That's why I think you just straight up pick your offlaner and then pick Slark last pick.
Yeah.
Because they ban you what?
10
They
seconds
can't ban.
Radiant
I
team
mean, I guess they ban
back.
Lifestealer and Slark.
And then you have to play Jug.
No,
Pretty
because
much.
Jug is banned too.
Oh, is he?
I mean, maybe that's their thought process.
Yeah, there's
They
not
needed
a whole
something.
lot of other carries I'd want to play into because right now Supernova,
Phantom lines.
Dire team ban.
Bang PL, yeah,
I feel like this is a pretty decent PL game too.
yeah.
That's why
He's not exactly your fighting carry, but with a Lesh, I think that's enough space, especially if you pick something that can fight with a Lesh early.
Also, the synergy with Shadow Demon kind of makes up for the fact that he's not such a good fighting carry because the split push later is incredible, right? I don't love the Lifestealer picks. I also feel like the counter of Beastmaster to Lifestealer, I would say, is equivalent to the Bloodseeker. Beastmaster destroys Lifestealer. Laning is so difficult for Lifestealer. You don't really have a board killer either. Lion can sort of do it with her spike.
Yeah,
Greatest.
he's alright.
And then Prophet War is brutal against Lifestealer as well. So you really do have a good lineup against Lifestealer. Just need a good carry against them.
Yep,
and that's
that
like
ain't bad.
half the roster.
Until Basher comes out, Void Spirit can just dance around him basically, unless Lion is there. Oh yeah, there's problems with him.
It's a great Drow game, by the way. For
10
Crocodile.
seconds remaining.
Nothing to
Radiant
jumper.
team
A lot of heroes that just want to maintain the backline. Very vulnerable to the Gust as well, most of this roster.
Yeah.
Good frontliners in the Beastmaster and Void Spirit.
Yeah,
And
I mean
mixed.
we haven't seen the offlaner yet, so it's really easy to say that, right?
I don't think I'm gonna pick an offlaner that beats Dragons. I'm unique. Right? It'd have to be something like Ninja, maybe. What else?
10 seconds remaining.
Tanking's decent in fights as well.
Tanking is good.
That's what I mean. He's not bad. Like I agree with you.
5
Right now, it is
seconds
looking like a really
remaining.
good Drow game, but
Dire team
I don't
ban.
love the Sanking here though.
all right. Well, I asked for an Invoker. Here we are.
Offlane
Offlane Lush.
Okay, I mean, this Drow is still viable, but this also makes the Drow a bit worse. Obviously, it's like one of the heroes that can, I guess, hold his own against Drow. I still think that's the best pick.
10 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
Clinkz is also really good. Against Lifestealer, the Feast annoys you, but Clinkz
5
usually doesn't beat
seconds
Lifestealer because
remaining.
Searing Arrows beats.
What about
Rage.
a Faceless Void here?
No,
Oh,
he's
against
bad.
Shadow Demon.
He's
Yeah.
bad.
Okay.
He was the best pick. Faceless Void was probably a stellar pick here. I would say Clinkz or Drow probably the best picks here. Don't go Sven.
Anti-mage.
You may now select your heroes.
Right. Surprisingly good anti-mage game, actually. A bit annoyed, obviously, by the Shadow Demon, but a pretty solid anti-mage game. It is... Like, the difficulty with anti-mage is all of a sudden the enemy team has a chance, because if they just beat you in the early and just continue to pummel you with a Lash and Invoker, they have so much push. Lifestealer, actually, if he goes to Desolator build, usually the case against anti-mage, also enough push, right? So it's concerning. Now you actually give the enemy team a chance, but if this goes past a certain minute, which I think is like 30 minutes, the game is over. It's Crocodile's game completely. The matchup, Lifestealer anti-mage is really difficult because you just don't catch up to the guy.
A lot of mana bombs as well walking around.
Yeah, Invoker and Leshrac are great mana bombs.
I mean, four
your
heroes.
supports are I mean, they're not even mana bombs. They're gonna get destroyed by the anti-mage alone, right?
I mean, yeah, sure, but
Because you walk in or you blink in, you counterspell, and then Lion and Shadow Demon have to essentially wait 1.8 seconds, more or less, for you to continue to kill them, and and then they finally can use something on you.
can't you? I might be wrong on this. I know Hex, of course, is going to be reflected and you don't do anything, but can't you just not? I mean, it's still good. The stun's going to be reflected from Earth Spike, but if you just hit before him, whatever, aim before him, one, he still gets stunned. He'll just stun you as well. Is that not how it works? With the Earth Spike.
What do you mean?
So if you're a lion, right, and an AM walks up to me, and he's not, and whatever, I cast Earth Spike, but I don't target him, so the Earth Spike goes out.
Yeah.
AM counterspells it. Doesn't he still get stunned by it?
No, that's with Impale. Because for some reason, Earth Spike, because you can target it, I guess the Valve decided that it's still a targeted spell, so it gets
Okay.
blocked by Lincolns and counterspells.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah, that's why it gets reflected by Lotus Root.
No, I know it does get reflected. Yeah,
But if you see, for example, Nix's Impale does not.
no, yeah,
Because they finally removed the whole idea. It's really weird because if you actually target someone with Lion, for example, on the Earth Spike, and they move like outside, Lion will still try to Earth Spike like a moron and then miss, and you go, what? So I have all the issues of a targeted spell without none of the benefits.
Yeah, for sure.
Wait settings.
Yeah,
Okay.
just making sure they've got their Invoker Honkies ready to go. He's got to go into demo mode real quick
You
and
just checking my Dota buff to see how to play.
do one. Yeah, that's probably what he's doing.
Let's be honest.
What did Avo build in?
It's Meteor Hammer and Quasar Sword. Sounds
Meteor
good.
Hammer and Quasac Sword. Okay, random point in Wex here at level 5 is really good.
For Alacrity, okay.
I needed to EMP.
Look, back then it was an actual thing where you used to put the second point into Wex so you could get Alacrity in lane. I haven't played him in so long, mate. Stop blaming me.
He wants to go
What
for
were
it.
we checking how the spells are made?
Yeah, just so you remember. I know you
Oh
usually
my
play
God.
with this up
the
on
Observer
the...
also trolling
I know
me.
you usually play with this one online.
Name
so.
any spell, I'll tell you how it's made.
Okay. How do you make a unstable concoction? What's the recipe?
It's 2 parts gold,
Uh-huh.
1 part whiskey,
Okay.
then a third of the fingernail of an ice wolf kin,
Okay.
and you shout into the bottle.
Okay, not bad.
And preferably in an Italian
Not
accent.
bad. You forgot the preparation steps. You need to shake it over ice and serve it up.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true. Ideally, if it's over a brute of some kind who's carrying that ice, like an idiot.
Oh, Phoenix. Speaking of, well,
Brutes.
just standing still. It's too late now to level Icarus dive, but he unfortunately just
He's
not
dead. He's dead.
paying enough attention there.
That's a very bad start
Yep.
for Crocodile.
It is first blood to whom? Went to the lion.
This pleases the master.
Either him or the void. Sorry.
No,
not
it's
void. I don't know why I said void. Either him or the shadow demon.
It was purple. I'm sorry.
Oh, the color.
Yeah,
right.
the color was purple. I just can't tell because our names are over it.
Yep.
The battle
Never have I
begins.
wanted my name to be removed on a broadcast, but today's the day.
Today is the day. Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll
I'm
see
still
how it goes.
expecting good lanes from Crocodile. I would be very surprised if they lose this.
Alive. Unstable concoction sounds like a really good.
Cocktail? Yeah.
Go for a berserk potion as well. Yeah, I could just call it a pro survivor. Yeah, that's a good one. All right. There
You
it
could
is.
probably even do like a citric
Oh.
one and make acid spray.
He did not. He didn't block. Or did not attempt to block.
Is that because he is melee and Invoker's range? And he went for quads as well, so he actually has terrible.
Could be. Yeah, there.
Yeah, he's missed 3 last or 2.
Two.
No, that's the 3rd one.
Sure. Seems legit. I assume then we've got a quelling to start off with for Void, right? The uphill Invoker uphill motion. It's so infuriating when you attack from the low ground, walk up to the high ground, and the uphill miss.
Oh wow, that is worth all my. I have so much credit. He actually got as many. Void Spirit got 3 lasts in the first wave. Invoker only got 2, but one of the denies, particularly in the range creep.
Pause here.
I mean, it's gonna happen a lot, guys, because they're playing with VPN from China. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you can't play. So.
The next level
Yeah,
play. Next level play.
I remember casting one of the ESL Thailands. I think it was ESL Thailand, which did have a couple of Chinese teams in it, and it was very curious because some of the SEA teams, I think it was like Motivate Trust in particular, actually preferred when they had server choice to play on the China servers.
Oh yeah, because their VPN was better. through
Yeah,
China.
yeah, it's very interesting compared to the just Singapore regular.
What a great VPN. I don't know how they're supposed to reduce ping, but some people say that they reduce ping. I'm always very fascinated by that idea because from everything I learned in my career, it's not possible, but somehow they advertise it that way. A lot of people are
Yeah, it's got more to do with the way that the data is handled once it gets there. Like, there's
they optimize them.
yeah, there's like different priority you can do for that stuff. It is what because I've also heard this. Ooh, Phoenix.
And I've seen it happen as well.
Of HP. Yeah, I mean, you gotta believe it. If a team like when 200K is on the line, a team like Motivate Trust Gaming decides to play on the Chinese servers, like there's no other reason. There's no other explanation.
I wonder if they play random draft as well. The top lane, we just saw Anti-Mage fighting without the mana breaks. Of course, he's not going to lose that fight, but at least with the Blink, he can always get away, so I guess not bad. We should be seeing a... Actually, this lane is pretty Invoker favored, right? Once you get enough levels. Because Tornado's too big of a nuisance.
Yeah.
Cold Snap deals right through him.
Yeah, EMP is always a threat. You don't always want to dissimulate just to avoid it, and it's like, well, at some level, like at early levels of EMP, it costs more mana to use dissimulate.
Yep, honestly.
So it's just damage. Like it's just so
It's
annoying.
damage and it gives back Invokers.
Yeah,
spawning.
it's just so
Bottom tower
annoying.
is under
For it
attack.
really is what it is. This boss Wex build. The name of the game, though, for a lot of the Invokers. It's a big reason of why he's so popular. Strong ganking potential as well here. And of course, Tornado cannot be counterspelled. That would be ridiculous.
We have really breached the levels of what is considered a targeted spell, or Valve considers targeted.
Yeah, but that one certainly is not. But all the Shadow Demon spells are, except Poison, of course, and Lion as well is going to struggle a little bit. It's always a little bit embarrassing when AM starts taking your mana. Give that back? No!
That Remnant was... Yeah, that was a thing. Now with Mana Break, they go. Oh, actually, with a Split Earth, can they kill him? He's going for the kill instead, and he himself has to blink away as the Phoenix hits the last Spirit. That's going to be enough to kill off the Shadow Demon. and they won't be able to hit the Last Strike or kill the Phoenix. This changes to the Diabolic, by the way. The pure damage actually pretty bad against Phoenix because he has really low armor to begin with, so you used to deal more damage to him. Pure not as great.
Yep. Nice to have versus AM though.
He's completely demolishing the Invoker here. For the matchup, like his last thing is just so much better.
We'll see. We'll see what Invoker has after this wave. He was 5 up, but we'll see what Invoker has. Oh, there's another deny for him. Because he pushed the wave underneath his tower, so Invoker needed to at least 4 CS were still being contested, right? And there's Ring of Health now for the AM. So thank you for your stick charges. Try killing me with Shadow Poison now. It'll be a bit difficult with that constant HP regen running.
Yep. See in the bottom lane, by the way, the Lifestealer, as expected, struggling a lot against the Beastmaster. Beastmaster's winning that lane, something that Leshek is not really capable of doing. And more importantly, he's putting Lifestealer in a worse position than the AM is. Well, Nyx Seth takes Lion for Lion. Might both have similar spells, but Nyx is the superior Beetle. Just takes the ward down. No one will care for the sentry. But now you should know there's a sentry around. I'm imagining Nyx can even rotate mid to try to kill off the Invoker, honestly.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't kill him, I just think...
just a bit of showing him up and
yeah,
passing him.
I just give him a mana burn and walk away, honestly. It's super annoying for an Invoker.
Yeah, that's true.
Casual, bit of damage.
Okay.
Void
Void Spirit just came there angrily. And there we go. He's not going to take that early point in mana burn because he doesn't want to play the lane. Makes sense. Long gone are the days of Nyx camping mid. As in the top lane, we do see a Phoenix, fortunately, dying here to Leshek. Good combination there, the Split Earth plus that Disruption. Classic old combo, back when these two heroes used to play as supports. And WYG, not very powerful against either of these until he gets the Mana Void. So until now, he's going to have to refrain from being too aggressive. Just go and...
Yeah, does want to burn the mana because you're not really scared of the right clicks there as the Remnant is caught by the range creep. But yeah, it is incredibly annoying. Autumn, yeah, Nyx versus Lion. So right now the biggest one to suffer actually is gonna be the Lesh for now. We'll see if that continues to change as they can look to get a little bit more aggressive. But Lifestealer is the hero that I did want to talk about here. He's actually not doing too poorly, keeping pace with the AM as there's going to be a kill mid lane onto the Invoker. Looks like they finally caught him here with a Remnant. He from the line did not come in time. Also some tower damage now, courtesy of the wagon.
Yeah, I mean, this mid lane went just really badly for Toy Story, honestly. They're gonna have to mitigate this somehow. Luckily, Invoker can still be useful when we're in a bad mid lane. You can just go in with like as long as you get Urn. It seems like he's going for a Dread. I've never ever seen. Not Treads. Treads is fine in Invoker, but Treads before Urn, I've never.
I don't think it's Treads. I think it's just the Gloves of Haste, and then he's gonna go.
Oh, goes Haste for the eventual.
For the Midas, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's. I do usually don't see this one either, but I'd be surprised if it was Treads.
I can see that. Yeah, me too. I can see that like version of efficiency.
Yeah.
Kind of work. I usually Invoker just skips boots altogether, but.
Yep.
I have seen Treads Invoker just always have to do it.
Exactly. Yeah.
From a Roar to get a Lion. They could have killed the Lifestealer maybe as well, but they just went for the easier kill. Not wanting to risk anything. Could be first using the Primal Roar because it gets you a kill, all you ask for.
Yep.
As in the top lane, just trying to stave off the Leshek because you know there is a catapult, you know he's the ball Edict, so it's all about just keeping him at least away from your tower. Maybe Beastmaster could rotate. But he's not a very good defensive off.
No, Beastmaster doesn't want to rotate. That's the thing I was going to say. He was very eager.
Void Spirit instead. Okay.
He was very eager to use that Roar because he just wants to get this Hood online ASAP. And
very good rotation. If Beastmaster's the offensive offlaner, as you mentioned, is when a rotate wants to just make the tower as soon as possible.
Yep.
He has a faster push than Lesh. He can't really match him anyway. There's no Roar.
Helm's on the way. He doesn't really care who he kills as much. Yes, the kill into Lifestealer is better for your game, and it's a little bit more gold because, of course, his net worth is slightly higher than the Lions.
Experience
and the XP as well. Probably because Lions been away from the wave, but the gold difference is like 40 or 50. Killing a Lion, killing a Lifestealer at this stage of the game to you, right, for the bounty you get. You don't care that much. If the line's gone from the lane, you're easily carrying CS. You just want help.
And you also can threat the tower much more because Lifestealer doesn't really stop you from threatening the tower. Lion does. So to a degree, there's even that point of like, if you want to push the tower, Lion's probably a better kill. Because if he can't spike the boars, how are the boars dying? In fact, he's given up on this lane. He knows he's just going to be a target every single time. So he goes top. Hopefully the idea is to go Luck at Mage.
I don't know.
Radiant
I don't know
are
what that
scanning.
means. Good luck, Manhunter. So in the bottom lane, they've already taken the tower with a helm to boot as well. Fantastic. And the idea by Toy Story is let's equalize this by taking the top tier
Radiant's
one as
middle
well.
tower is under
It's
attack.
just not how it works against an AM, right? Like if they've managed to take over your enemy jungle, and now they can just swap jungles, AM will always have farm. You're the one that has to close the AM's map. He doesn't care about closing your map whatsoever. He'll be farming for 30 minutes and
Dyer's top
destroy you.
tower is under attack.
So
Dyer's
they need to do more than this.
structures
They
are
need a mid lane
fortified.
tower, or they need some really good expeditions into their own jungle to kill WYJ.
Luckily, I think they can. With Phoenix Supernova, actually, maybe not.
Dyer's top
Forcing a
is
tower
under
here, although you've
attack.
got great push. Lush is made out of paper. If you get on top of him with a roar, he's probably going to die.
Dyer's top tower
So that's a
is
little bit of a
low.
scary prospect here, especially as Helm 1 is already finished, or likely making good progress here. That pardon me, that Helm of the Overlord, especially with the start that this Void Spirit has had. We haven't really seen any potent Invoker rotations, any attempts at it. The urn, while not an expensive item, has been delayed by the purchase of these Gloves of Haste, and Invoker has not rotated away from this mid lane. Now there's a smoke gang coming to his lane, however, it's like Crocodile saw this one coming and not going to leave anyone here, and that aggressive beyond the tier 1 tower themselves. The Astral Step goes stepping away, he's going to be an Invoker, and without detection, he will be allowed to live. Might look to turn, but the 2-man Impale sets up for a 3-man Fire Spirit out from the Phoenix. And that
Roar.
going for more.
Drop should have saved from Roar. EMP set up, like kind of trying to protect him. Void Spirit is in the middle of this, but he doesn't care. The simply will hit and kill off the Leshrac. That was way too easy for Crocodile. They can even go for the support who took the wrong route home. And he's going to be punished for that. Always go through straight lights.
That might be a tower. Lifestealer showing up, I think, in an attempt to defend this. We don't have Astral Steps, we don't have Supernova yet, and Roar was used, so it's not left to tank. As Lifestealers.
Radiant's
The Hawk,
middle
this Beastmaster
tower
is so
is under
confident. You
attack.
can't hide in the trees either. Waiting for Nyx here.
He's like, they've got a ward here. He's like, no, it's the Hawk. Looking to turn, and not the Hawk, as there's Nyx. Well, he will be going, and maybe not even down. Gets a stun off at least before he dies, but that's 2 Urn charges now for the Invoker. First 2 of the game. As
Flesh came in to die. Alright. Against the Zoo, they can't really live. However, the Invoker now nearby with the Urn charges. Can he kill the Beastmaster? Being body blocked slightly by the Phoenix as the Void Spirit tries to get rid of the Lion. He will be stopped though by the Shadow Poison. I think he might just die. Cold Snap plus Urn. And that will set the kill here for Toy Story as a Tornado plus the help of the Shadow Poison. Might just get the final kills they're looking for. They need a Cold Snap to stop this Beastmaster. For now, he's capable of getting away. Mind you, this whole time, Lifestealer had to rotate mid, and the AM was free farm. So
Yeah.
not actually a loss for
Pretty big.
Crocodile.
Okay, we're at least going to get the Phoenix. Double kill then for the Invoker is much needed.
Yes, some recovery, yes.
He doesn't die, if I recall, either in that fight. It was a bit of a long one. Crocodile, I would kind of categorize that as 2 fights. First one won overwhelmingly by Crocodile, but they kind of get drawn back in just because Flesh throws away his life, basically. And Lifestealer starts fighting Boars. But big winners out of that one are going to be the Invoker and the Beastmaster and the AM. So overall, I would say a pretty big win for Crocodile. They're not able to convert it into a tower, as there's some pressure here for Anti-Mage, but he does reflect the stun, and he does not get stunned by it. And off and away he goes. Good effort there. He recasted the stun, so hopefully he would get hit by the spike immediately as he came out from Disruption, because there's a little bit of a grace period because of the travel time on the first spike. But he was just too fast on the counterspell.
Well done.
Radiant
Let's see the
structures are fortified.
let's see the continued push by Crocodile in the mid lane. Then we take the ticket tier 1 tower as Lifestealer farms down bottom. Who is for an Echo Saber now finished. Big fan of Lifestealer and Echo Saber because it just does the same thing that Gold Frenzy does, right? Obviously a double hit, right? But that, you already had the 30 attack speed down on level 10. Which is the best attack speed down at all, ever in Dota. Considering the timing, of course. And the Echo Saber slow is just cool. You don't need to pile on that slow. And you also even went for Over Corrosion, so like, triple the slow.
Yeah, I wonder what it's about.
I mean, the mana regen is not even needed on Lifestealer, which is usually why Echo Saber is picked up
No,
these
of
days.
course, and I don't know what you do with an Oblivion staff either on Lifestealer. Like if you're to disassemble it or unassemble it.
Yeah, I mean you can't. I mean, Orchid's okay.
A carry though? Feels weird.
I mean, if you're do so. No, I agree with you. I also don't think the. I mean, I guess Orchid here because you're up against an AM could be kind of justified.
AM and a Void and a Phoenix. I mean, yeah, points for it.
I also disagree though. Don't get me wrong.
No, I see points for it though. Yeah, but it is a weird one.
Radiant's middle
Okay, we haven't
tower
seen
is
a
under
really
attack.
big fight yet from Crocodile. They're holding on to their biggest weapon right now, which is their overwhelming team fights. I think we've already taken care of this tier 1 mid tower. If not, that's probably going to be their next objective. But for now, it looks like Toy Story moving around the map. There goes the Radiant mid tier 1 tower for Team Spirit. Stacks in the jungle are pretty big here. With that mid tower being taken and the team fight spells ready to go for Crocodile, they will be very keen to keep this area well defended.
Well, they have Toy Story just desperately huddling in they're defending this, yes, but they're also losing all the resources as they do so. And in fact, the incursion doesn't seem to matter as they let that super behind. The super double will come out. That's going to be a double stun. Beautiful job there also by the steps there on the Void Spirit. AM is joining as well. He does have the Mana Void, so Flash is looking like a good Mana Bomb here. I just want to catch up to him. The Invoker will do as well, as the Void Spirit's playing around with the Lifestealer. He can't be caught, neither can the AM to a degree. But he came here hopefully for a Mana Void. He's not going to find it, so he's just going to retreat instead.
Yeah, this is not safe farm for him. They interrupted, and I believe probably even took a lot of the stacks that were meant for the Shadow Demon. That sucks. That's a lot of his time he spent just doing that, basically, and doing absolutely nothing for it. As Crocodile will be able to clean those up relatively easily. Been around the map now. AM joins, doesn't really lose much, but a couple of seconds of time. Probably was waiting for camps to respawn anyway, and well, he'll be moving, continuing to move around the map. Helm of the... No Helm of the Overlord. That is a pipe being queued up, unless Helm of the Overlord is already on the way, but that'd be really fast.
No, I don't think, yeah. Interesting choice, because, I mean, I don't mind the Helm of the Dom, right? But I just feel like, is pipe really that great this game compared to Helm of the Overlord?
For the supports, right?
Save him from dying.
Well, yeah, to save anyone from dying to the supports.
Oh, you mean to the... Oh, you mean it's to stop the supports.
To stop the
I mean, Lesh and Invoker also deal a fair amount of damage.
Yeah.
So I don't think the pipe is a bad pickup. I just think Helm of the Overlord is probably better. As they now catch up to the Lifestealer, the Infest not working out too well for them. By Carpus, though, they cancelled by the Tornado. In fact, Nyx has to retreat now. They've already lost the Phoenix to the neutral creep, surprisingly there. As the Void Spirit has to use one last Astral Step, here comes the Beastmaster to hit the Lesh, seemingly enough. Nyx wants to join back again. Where's the AM? There's a Mana Void Bomb. They're going to use the Primal Roar first, though, so there's not going to be a Mana Void Bomb. Instead, Lesh will just fall here at the beginning of the fight. As we go to the sidelines, we're going to see the supports dying as well. Easy to the Void Spirit. And they do catch up to the Invoker. They need a Dust, though. They don't have it, so he's going to be able to retreat.
Yep, good fight there. Lesh a little bit overextending, finds himself awkwardly in the river. Out of mana anyway, to be honest, that's the problem. My goodness, I was watching like a Purge plays ability draft or something, and Pulse Nova is just a ridiculous skill on anyone but Lesh.
Yes.
He's just not tanky enough to use it. His mana is decent.
If you give it to like Centaur or something.
Oh my god, yeah, could you? Yeah,
obviously with mana items on it.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Not with the int gain of him, but yes, with items, it'd be amazing. But he just finds himself in the river against an AM is not exactly a very enviable position for him to be in.
I mean, we said it before, we have two walking Mana Void. Invoker and Flash. And the only reason why they didn't catch Invoker is because what's Dust?
Port item.
Yeah, crazy. Nyx and Phoenix. I mean, now they're carrying one Dust, at least Nyx. They find the Invoker too, it's like, let me show off my Dust. He will never figure this out.
Alright, so there's Invoker, Midas, and Brown Boots at what, 17 minutes in?
It's not a very good time. I feel like the Gloves of Haste choice early was... I don't like it. What does the Gloves of Haste really give you that early?
You know? Yeah, that's exactly what I said. But the team's going to want to fight around him. Supernova's out.
Lion Striker gonna
die? This is a very confusing fight. Now everyone else is showing up. They're all joining the train here. And
choo-choo!
Right into the mouth of Crocodile here, and the jaws snapping together here. Shut first on Flash Rack. They'll be right back for you, though. Lifestealers, they blink and catch on up to him. Beautiful Impale will complete the team wipe here in favor of Crocodile. 4 kills for the AM. Very haphazard fight there for Toy Story, which ends up being just a huge pitfall for them.
You know, Crocodiles have very weak muscles when they open their jaws, so you actually can stand to close them shut.
Yep.
But what you certainly shouldn't do, and it's like very well recommended if you go to any place with crocodiles, is walk into its mouth. That's a bad idea most of the time. That's exactly what Toy Story did.
Yep. Their jaws are meant to do one thing: snap shut.
Oh right. Yes.
They're not really too strong for opening. They've maxed fully into the skill tree of snapping the jaw shut, and they haven't really invested any points in opening it.
don't even have the greatest grip. They just need to roll around it to actually, like, they can grip onto something, but they can't actually pull at it whatsoever.
You can literally get a piece of tape and close their mouth
Yeah,
together.
that's true.
Like, it's got to be like decent tape, you know, not dollar store tape. But...
Isn't it crazy to think that when you are a human, you try to eat a sandwich, you're like pulling at the sandwich, you know? You're exerting more force than when a crocodile actually pulls at its prey. That's why they have to roll. They literally do not know how to pull. Crazy, huh?
Yeah, that's life.
It's just like my supports. They don't know how to pull.
They don't know how to pull.
It's like when I play with you.
Don't know. They don't know how to pull. Some people keep free playing equilibrium. Really big thing. Or land their Invoker spells. But
some people will put the Death Ward inside the Chrono somehow, every single time.
or put the Chrono on top of the Death Ward. It's really, you know, doesn't make sense.
Even though I cast it after or before.
Well, not all the time. Not all the time.
Radiant are scanning.
I must be really good. Echo Saber Desolator, by the way. We haven't talked about Void Spirit's build. What? I mean, I don't mind this build. I think this Echo Saber on him makes much more sense than the Echo Saber on next.
Yeah, I think it's legit, honestly.
Because you actually do apply the slow when you, as per usual Echo Saber mechanics. The Astral Step applies a slow even without triggering Echo Saber. So you are capable of actually getting two slows, the Astral Step and the Astral Step Mark and the Echo Saber.
Yeah, it's really good. I don't mind it. I think it's a bit of a weird one because it gives you no offensive potential. I guess you could disassemble it and build into Ags and or PKB, I guess. But usually like Ags or maybe a Sanj for a Kaya and use a build an Orchid. Like it's viable, but like I think he might just end up keeping it here.
Flesh is once again going to die. We talked about it being a mana bomb, but at this point he's just dead meat. I think getting the qualifier of bomb is a bit too big.
He's Meals on Wheels here, and 4 wheels for him.
I'm a big fan of that program.
Good one here. Lion is going to be Dex as they have completely surrounded him. That kills him off. Life Stealer in a bit of a rough spot. They have at least hit the Void Spirit, rather, with that Demonic Purge, and so that'll force him away. And now has been caught looking for this quick kill here on the Shadow Demon. Down he will go. They're still fighting in the mid lane, though, and down goes the Life Stealer. Lesh has just spawned, but it's just constant fighting, constant prowling, constant kills here in favor of Crocodile. 6-21. How did we end up here?
Why was Life Stealer fighting alone on his team, though, in the mid lane? Like, he just kind of went in, walked up, was like, hey guys, I had to kill me?
Radiant's middle
very
tower
odd.
has fallen.
Crocodile went, okay.
Just sure, we'll take you.
Take it. Don't make me open my mouth though. I'm bad at that. Oh, I'm very good at that. Like, I don't have to open my mouth too hard for it. That's the reason. The biggest thing, really.
Radiant's top tower
Isn't
has
it?
fallen.
You know, sometimes you get a big piece of cake, you have to like really open wide. I know people are like.
I hear this whenever that happens. I hear this like internal voice in my head, which sounds exactly like that one. I don't know why. The person just asked me to swallow the cake, like in a very aggressive tone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Couple to the side here in my head. They do different things.
Hear my voice.
Stack.
It somehow has very similar to PPD's voice.
Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know what it is. He's like, guys, they're pushing our bottom lane in.
Sometimes whenever I go Roshan, I'm hearing in my head, drop stick, drop stick, drop stick, drop stick.
You do not have room. You do not have room.
They're gonna take the Roche here.
Pick it up, bro. Yeah, I mean, they got mission, but you can't fight.
The Void Spirit walking like, guys, I think they're doing Roche here.
Indeed, down it goes.
What's the AM centimization, by the way? Yeah, Battlefield, obviously.
and Manta.
That's it?
He's probably building his next item pretty soon. With his net worth, he can't have much more than that. He'll be probably halfway through his next item. Yeah, I wonder what he is building. Are you curious or not if he's going for Shard? Is that it? For Bloom Prices. Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, Shard is, of course, the Shard's like a must buy, isn't it? Because it's like the cooldown. Okay, again. It's not Blink anymore? It's
now it's bad.
Alright, go Shadow Team.
What is it?
Radiant's top
you might die.
tower is under attack.
Not. First time. See though, this Vessel online now for the Invoker, I honestly thought he was just going to go like straight into Ags, but now that I look at it, we don't have a lot of setup for it. You cannot use Disruption as a setup for Cataclysm, because Sunstrikes will not spawn around that.
Oh no, it's...
It's like
it's counter spell. Counter spell passively grants a 900 radius aura that reduces enemy spell damage by 10%. Yeah. That's what I remember. It was a really bad shard, but I forgot what it was.
Okay, there's the trigger spy back up, fly in. They're gonna pull him right back on into the sun ray, into the sun itself. Invoker alacrity up, trying to get through, but he's the only one. There's a disruption to try and save the left.
No way!
Oh my goodness, he is still alive. There's the mana void to put him down. Phoenix falling very quickly as they have found a hex here onto the anti-mage. No follow-up, so but they predicted it. At least a good range on the blink there with that Sunstrike, just not enough damage.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the build we've been seeing a lot these days. That is kind of OP, to be honest. But that's the blink fragment you were talking about.
Fine. Very fun. Very good this game.
I wonder if I actually don't know how to put this shard. Because then I can imagine that being pretty strong. You know, like the illusions giving the...
He's playing like this because there's no roar, but he is not strong.
He is not. The AM is stronger than him. The Echo Saber doesn't really do much. I really thought there was going to be armor this way.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Another counter spell. He still has the Aegis.
Yeah, he's
fine. Oh, they actually stopped him? Stomps? No way. They kill him without the roar.
Stomps. Who needs
And they even killed Nex. Walks in. Sorry, Lesh walks into the spike carpers from Nyx. Okay, I mean, I think
Dire's turret has been killed.
most likely. 2-4 is dead for 40 seconds.
What was that?
Not good. Not a kill for Toy Story here in a while.
Lion will die too here.
No
Blink
mana.
Fragment. Yeah, so I think actually if the shard affects the Blink Fragment illusions, I can imagine that being pretty strong combo to deal with like magic.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So if it does, doesn't actually.
Really?
Radiant's bottom
No.
tower.
GG. There it goes. Could be game number 1 in the favor here. Of
Oh
the
no, never mind.
Crocodile.
Illusions do provide the spell weakness on. Okay, good to know. So it does work.
Yeah, you.
And so I can imagine that. I'd be interested to see like an anti-mage offlane with that. Something like an anti-mage offlane.
Slasher's Way, huh?
Slasher's Way. Something like Ags with a shard to like reduce completely the magic damage on the enemy team. You still have Mana Void as a burst. You can go for the Mana Void stun talents. That's crazy actually. Hey, I'm talking about this because the game was a stomp. I don't know what to say. Like Crocodile just destroyed the game, and we already saw their draft being much better. I do not think the Lifestealer was the pick. I do not think most of their picks were the pick. But I definitely think that while Lesh and Shadow Demon had some sort of synergy in the lane and made sense, and the
even versus an AM in the lane,
and the Invoker was okay, even if not my preferred pick. I don't think that the Invoker was played to its full extent. I did not see any Quaswex rotation, which is the whole point of playing the hero, and I also didn't think the Lifestealer was good at all. Not the player, mind you, the hero. Like, there was no point in that Lifestealer pick. It was way too early. Stark was a better option. Stark would have dealt with AM nicely. Lifestealer has way too many weaknesses.
Yep, I agree. Yeah. Tough draft, mid lane, which is, I would say, still a slightly favorable lane. Maybe not as much as in our Invoker heydays, which was maybe the last patch. Invoker's still strong, but I still think that still should be for Quaswex Invoker a little bit stronger.
I think it's 55-45 for Invoker, so it's like a small difference.
But
obviously, Void Spirit outlasted you in the early. That's supposed to happen.
I mean, but even then, he out-rotated Invoker easily.
Yes,
he out-farmed. Like, that's kind of what I was getting to, right? And I don't think that's necessarily just on Gloves of Haste. I know that was, like, something weird that we just wanted to comment on, because usually we don't see that. I've seen a lot of Invokers, especially in Eastern Europe. Lorenoff, Aincrad, they love some Invokers. Rabel, Toronto, Tokyo. I mean, there's so many Invoker players everywhere. But yeah, that was something
like quintessential mid here, which is why it's surprising to see that matchup go that way, right? Is usually most mid players tend to be skilled enough, or they either don't play Invoker at all, or they play Invoker enough for people to.
Or they only play Invoker, like Stormer.
Like Stormstormer's true. That's the ultimate level. Yeah, I agree. His rotation was the most lacking thing. I mean, his lane wasn't greatly executed, but I think his rotations were very, very lacking. And whereas I think a bad Invoker I'm not saying he's bad, but like a person who doesn't play Invoker very often.
A person with like a 35% win rate on Invoker.
A person who doesn't play Invoker very often will be. You can still lose the lane. Like if he's a hero you don't play well, you can lose the lane. But the hero is not hard to rotate. Quaswex is not a hard rotation hero. You hit Tornado, you hit EMP, you cold snap, and if your teammates get the kill, then you already have Urn, and then that's the easiest thing in the world. And you even got Urn charges relatively early. This Crocodile screwed up.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, well, actually, your Urn was so late.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get what you're saying, though. Like, they were gift Urn charges, because Invoker didn't have to rotate. Like, he was already farming there, and they had a 2-minute long fight. And
maybe the Gloves of Haste did matter a lot, actually. The Urn was so late.
That's what I was going to say, and then we started getting into that fight, because Urn is like a 875 gold item total, I think. It's under 1,000 for sure, I think. Just under
875,
900.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Gloves of Haste are 450. That's
Yeah.
already half of the earn.
Exactly. Yeah. And did he?
And you already had Sage Mask as well, so it's like you're building half and half. And no, I agree. I think the optimization was lacking there. In general, Toy Story, I think the only lane that was really well played and the only lane that made sense to me was the top lane of
Yeah.
Less Shadow Demon. I think it was solid.
Even versus an AM, I kind of liked it.
Yeah.
I think that lane becomes problematic, of course, once AM is online. But for the lane, I think it did okay.
The fact that AM had a free game, like the core-to-core matchup was free. The Invoker pick was not a really good response to him either. It just seemed like everything was free for the AM. They didn't really have supports for it either.
We'll see though. I mean, we have a couple highlights of that game.
Yeah.
A couple long fights. I mean, and then again, even I think it was a bit of an awkward game as well there for Toy Story because the team fight almost out of the gates as well for Crocodile was just so darn good, wasn't it? Void Spirit with a decent start, at least he just needs levels, right? And honestly, the build that you're kind of conditioned into going to with an Invoker, it gives you just so much damage. It gives you a lot of farming. Yes, you have to hit your Dissemblate, so that clearly wasn't a problem this game. Into the Supernovas as well. Like it just all seemed pretty darn good here for Crocodile.
We should mention as well as the highlights are going on that we're also currently doing a giveaway, right? Quiz/giveaway. Where at the end of the day, we're gonna, or at the end of each game, we were gonna show you a question, and then out of the correct answers, that question is gonna be related to the matches, like who got first blood, who got the mega kill streak, etc., or who got the first tower, etc., etc. And if you answer that question correctly, you will enter into a raffle, and we're gonna pick one of the correct comments to be the winner. For the first matches of the day, we're picking up 7 to 30-day UU booster packs. That's one of the sponsors, so they're going to boost the quality of your games. Not that boost your MR, they're going to boost your connection, essentially, and your hardware. For the best of ones that we play every day, that's going to be a $10 Steam gift card, and for the last games of the day, it's going to be a Dota 2 cosmetic worth $2. So if you're interested in participating at all you need to do is stay tuned to the stream and make sure that you answer that question correctly when it comes up.
Yep. Couple of highlights here, of course. Yeah, this is the fight. Invoker had not had earn charges until this point. I guess it was really just 9 minutes in. But by this game, Crocodile were already playing it like they had like a 10k net worth lead 30 minutes in. It's kind of how I felt. Like the tier 1 tower is still up. Yes, you're taking tier 1 on the bottom, but like just look at where this Void Spirit is.
Yeah, the fact that he is able to do that this early. Obviously, Lalesh was just a sacrificial lamb here, but the Invoker couldn't really take advantage of this. I also find that, again, we do this as a constructive criticism, but I think the Lifestealer made so many misplays this game. I usually don't comment on this because when they're getting stomped, these risks are necessary. But there were so many plays that were not like a risk; they were just, I don't know what.
The risk reward evaluation was not correct, or he was farming in a little bit too seedy of places.
It just seemed like that halfway through the game he just stopped caring because he was just fighting randomly and farming in places that were like ill advised. Maybe he was obfuscated. Maybe he was like having one of those train of thoughts where you're like, oh, game's already over kind of situation.
Yeah, like here, like he completes his TP, and then I think he just gets stunned by Supernova.
Yep. I think he proceeds to get killed right after.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly.
Yeah,
because now he's fighting with Lush alone.
Team wipe, yeah. Better splitter, so I'm not gonna lie, but just kind of damage.
I mean, the Lush made sense that he was already in the fight, but the Lifestealer, why he joined.
Oh, Lush was a little bit late to that fight as well.
Sure, but at least you're the offlane. Like it makes more sense to me.
And then
there was also the kill that we didn't see, but the kill that was mid, where he just walked in alone. And happened 2 or 3 times. Lash did the same thing, to be fair, 2 or 3 times. So those sometimes are just fruits of desperation, though.
Definitely. MVP? Who do you think?
Probably
Void.
Void Spirit, I would say. Though I think for this game, I'd probably give it to the supports. Honestly, I think Nyx, particularly, he completely denied the Lush rack, had a great lane. I mean, he played well, but his participation was just okay. I feel like the Nyx denied a lot of the lane. He had a really, really good showing against the Leshrac, which is to be expected, obviously. He's a hard counter, but still. He did really well dealing with the Lion to give Beastmaster pretty much a free lane for a while, which allowed him to destroy Lifestealer in lane. I think Void Spirit had a lot. Sorry, Nyx had a lot of impact this game.
No, I think it makes sense. Phoenix as well. Pretty huge. I mean, yes, it's mostly off the draft, but it still takes a bit of skill to just execute on this, doesn't it?
Yep,
to make sure that you can be in the right places at the right times with the Supernovas. 4 and 20 here on our Phoenix. Definitely very respectable here. A very high assist, of course, because you burninate everyone. Flawless game as well here for Xiaofu.
I think Xiaofu is also, like, to me, the 2 standout players are that lane in general, Judy and Xiaofu. I think that lane was, I mean, the Lifestealer didn't really have much of an option in this game because he just destroyed so early anyway. I also don't like the armlet, the Echo versus armlet, right? I think these two were my MVPs here. I also think Yi played a great Phoenix game. The Supernovas were on point, but it's also hard to argue that it's like game on Phoenix is so easy when you are winning because nobody can hit your Supernova. When you are higher level in the enemy off laner, even the enemy mid laner, you have too many levels in Supernova. Yeah. Nobody has enough attack speed to kill you. So
the answer to the Phoenix was the Lifestealer, but the problem was we had an answer.
Oh, maybe that was the Echo Saver idea.
Yeah, but the problem was we had already an answer to the Lifestealer who was online early. I mean, the nature of it, right? Off laners, you tend to pick them because they get online, or you pick certain ones because they get online faster than enemy safe laners. He was already online. Like that was the issue I saw, and it was an immediate counter pick. And you have to expect that when you 7th pick and then they have 8th pick. Like you just have to expect that.
You also have again, it's not like Lifestealer's a hero that's particularly like really strong in the meta, and he gets through his counter.
I kind of think that was probably the problem they had. Was
it was very frustrating probably for the Lifestealer play in that game.
Yeah. But I think that's the problem they had is they ended up picking their solution to the team fight, to the early team fight, in the carry role, who was not going to be ready, and they immediately got counter picked. Right? Like that's where I think they go wrong.
Let's see what happens in game number 2 as we're going to take a small break, guys. 5-minute break before we get on to game number 2 between Crocodile and Toy Story. And enjoy game number 1. Stay tuned for the second match of the series. See you guys in 5 minutes.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Hello guys and welcome back. We're here with the Top Clans 2021 Summer Invitational as we are watching the Crocodile versus Toy Story matchup unfold. This is the last matchup of the first round of the upper brackets, and we're going to see who takes it as the first game went pretty single-handedly way Crocodile.
Yes, although I'm sure that we're using both of those hands for how hard of a smackdown it was, to be honest, because it was not close. We'll see here. It wasn't really helped by the draft either. Like, I think, honestly, you get a better mid lane matchup. I mean, that one was not bad already, but definitely bottom.
Nah, you just need a better safe lane.
Yeah.
You need a better safe lane. Lifestealer is just not.
I think if you want to fight early, that's fine, right? Go for an earlier game lineup. I think the thing is Crocodile, the way that they drafted, what I noticed, lots and lots of carry bats in that second phase.
Yep.
So maybe you're going to be looking for first pick, so you can last pick your carry in the first phase. That's confusing. So you can fourth pick your carry overall in the draft, and then get 3 bans to protect it. Maybe what I recommend.
I think Lifestealer is too difficult to carry if you don't have a strategy around him, to be honest. I think Luna is kind of in the same patch where a lot of teams just try to play her naturally, and they kind of failed, especially in the beginning of that patch. Because carries like Terrorblade, Tucson, whatever, while they're hard to play themselves, well, the carry themselves is hard to play. The strategy around them is super easy, right? It's just 4 protect 1. It's not any complex tactical strategy. Slark, Lifestealer, all of a sudden bring a lot more to the game. And especially those games, like those heroes like Lifestealer or Juggernaut, for example, those are the hardest because you will lose the late game. So there's like a very small window where you're actually going to win the game, and if you don't know how to snowball, you don't know how to play according to those timings, I don't think they're the kind of hero you can just throw away in any draft and be like, all right, I'm done. It's not like Terrorblade.
He's not Jug.
And Jug is trash. So you're also picking a Jug there.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, that was actually a pretty good Jug game.
And he was banned.
Yeah, I know, but that's you know. Yeah, I think,
His own team banned it though.
yeah, that's
Again,
something.
that was a Slark game. That was 100% a Slark game. That was it. That would have stopped the AM pick. Slark has much better core. Slark is actually one of the best heroes in the terms of core-to-core matchups.
Yeah,
He's up there with Terrorblade.
It was really just.
Phantom Lancer would have been better.
It was really just the fear. The Bloodseeker, I think, that stopped them. I'm sure
Yeah.
they were thinking about it, but
Lifesteal has so many harder counters than the Bloodseeker, honestly. And the Bloodseeker to the Slark. That's a strong counter, don't get me wrong, but you can see the AM just tears to the Lifestealer. Because halfway through you go, well, you better have Basher by now because the AM's online.
strong game overall from Crocodile. I mean, I know we harp a lot on this Lifestealer pick, but they all played well, right? Supporting
Oh, they
staff,
played a great-
you
they played
lended
a great
a hand to. I think a mid laner as well. Shafu, amazing stuff. Void Spirit was very good at rotating. Rotated
Xiaofu was
twice.
the off lane.
Uh,
Xiaofu was the Beast Master.
Thank you. Rotated top twice though on the Void Spirit and got kills both times for it. No such thing from Invoker, so that made it a little bit better here for Crocodile. Like that's something I think I'd like to see. I don't know. We saw Lion go top when it was like, you know, oh, I got roared bottom. There's nothing more I can do here. Didn't really accomplish a whole lot with that.
Yeah, to be honest, that's a very good point actually, because the right rotation there is your carry goes top and Lion stays bottom to die in the pit. It should never be your Lion goes top. That's actually a very I didn't even consider that in the moment. It's a big blunder, very big like basic tactical mistake. Which brings us back to the whole MMR thing, where in an MMR game, because you as the 4, if you consider yourself the best player in a pub game, which you should if you want to raise MMR, you're not going to win MMR unless you start to think of yourself as the best player. That's the right play for you. Because you want to maximize your own farm, you want to maximize the impact you have. You don't want to stay bottom and protect the carry, that might be bad. But in a competitive game, you can't untrust your carry like that.
I think what's interesting is that Lion is not really the kind of hero I'd want down there. Not versus a Beastmaster Phoenix. I think they kill you too easy. I think you'd want something like a Shadow Demon. I think that's when you swap lanes.
Shadow Demon or Phoenix or whatever, or Coddle.
Well, they had it. The reason is I'm saying Shadow Demon because they had the Shadow Demon.
Oh, right. Because you make Lion go top,
You
Lifestealer goes top with him, and then Shadow Demon goes
exactly,
bottom.
and then you apply pressure top because yes, Shadow Demon is nice to set up the combo with on an AM, maybe a bit easier because it's harder to counter spell with disruption than it is an Earthspike.
But the Earthspike with the trees, right, or Hex from the trees.
Exactly, like that's the point.
points.
You can still get the combo off. You still apply a lot of pressure. Shadow Demon, yes, he can still be killed just as easy, but he's got disruption to buy him a lot of time. He plays from way further back in the trees, and then you can punish those rotations with a well-timed Invoker TP. Like, I think there's more plays to make there compared to a Lion who kind of just dies. Like, yes, that's his job. He's a support, but I think, you know, furthermore, that could have been improved. That's how I would have played it.
I agree. You're totally right. Yeah.
See, though, I mean, that's stuff that's, like, clear when you watch the replay as well.
It's clear, not even when you watch the replay. I think this is the kind of thing we're talking about, where a lot of pub stars in the tier 3s don't watch enough competitive Dota, and then these rotations that people like us that watch the competitive Dota all day are very obvious. Them, they're not that obvious because they're not so obvious in a pub game.
See here, draft number 2, just getting underway.
Oh my god, that Silencer bad. Silencer bad, and again, I am gonna scream. It's bad makes sense, but I think Nyx is very strong, so I don't mind that. I mean, not as strong as say
10
Night Stalker
seconds
or
remaining.
Tango, for example, or Monkey King, but Silencer bad is not.
5 seconds remaining.
At least not in the current.
Certainly not Ava. Silencer, I think you know, if you really have an Ember player, if you got like a Spirit player, sure.
No, Silencer's not good against Spirit players. Silencer's good against like Enigma. The Spirit players they can avoid Silence, so they can just Yules
I mean, yeah, but
or BKB.
sure, but not in the early game. When an Ember,
Sure, but a Silencer's really not the counter to Spirit players. Because Global Silence is not something that bothers them as much. They just wasted a huge ultimate on essentially stopping you, which what
Radiant
a stun can
team
do the same. A stun is much more effective than that. Silencer's really good against big teamfight lineups. Tide Hunters, Enigmas, anything that wants to
Did
initiate.
they ban Ava last time? I thought it was like it. They
Dire
banned as well.
team
No, they banned a ban.
Well, Crocodile just gonna
The
ban
enemy,
their.
Crocodile banned like it.
Excuse me, they're gonna ban their previous 5 heroes, seemingly. Okay, so lots of heroes still in. Shadow Demon's still in. That's what the poster opened up with last time. This time they'll go with Diablo themselves. So we can go for an Omni Sven if we want. That's just a very safe combo I see a lot, which is why I mention it.
Radiant team
Nothing gonna happen really stopped you there.
Ancient Apparition. Oh, fair, honestly, considering you see the Abaddon, that completely counters him. He already has very little utility. And because the Aphotic Shield nerf was just on such a huge nerf to the cast range. And then when you do that, now the Abaddon, the strength that he has are actually more on the fact that he's a tanky
10
5.
seconds remaining.
And Ancient Apparition takes that away from him. So I think it's a fantastic pick. Obviously, I would
5
usually say
seconds
that
remaining.
In the old Abaddon, well, he dispels Cold Feet. He also helps at the other cores. It's fine. But I think the current Abaddon iteration is very weak to Ancient Apparition. So I like this. I think it's a good answer. Then you pick a stun with this. You can still Sven. You can still Sven, honestly.
Yeah, true.
Because Wraith's crap now, so.
Yeah, we do need a stun. That's the one thing. CK if you want.
I don't mind CK, but I think it's too early for a CK. I think it's not too early for Sven because it's never. Well, they might lifestealer you, and this time it would be a good game. Maybe you pick up an offlaner instead, and you wait, and you carry for the second phase.
Yeah. I usually don't like first picking 2 supports.
Yeah, so that's why you pick up an offlaner.
Yeah, exactly. That's
The thing is, there's just not that many carry with the stun. So if I was Toy Story in the second phase, I just ban the Sven, maybe be in the CK. I'm really considering it.
Yeah, or unless I see a lifestealer. If I see a lifestealer ban, that's when I ban Sven. Otherwise, I don't wait for it. You know what I mean? Because if they ban it, then easy, good core to core, right?
It's just Spirit Breaker, which is a bit of a flex because you can play mid offlane before. And with the Ancient Apparition, the mid Spirit Breaker makes sense because of the global presence.
This opens up things like Spectre as well, right? If they wanted to go for it, opens up something like an Invoker.
That's true. Spectre, not the greatest lane with Ancient Apparition, but Spirit Breaker can just come gank you.
It is a very weak lane. That's a really good point, actually.
Yeah, but Spirit Breaker can just mitigate that, right? So it's not that big a deal. I like the Spirit Breaker pick, though. I think it's a solid pick. It's good with Ancient Apparition.
I agree. It's good flex. We're living in a Spirit Breaker rich meta right now.
China specifically, right? I think when LGD started bringing it up, because it wasn't the first time they played it. Excel, right?
And C. I'm seeing it a lot in C. Not just in this tournament, but in every single freaking one of my pubs. I just die to Spirit Breaker all the time. It's tough. It's a good pick, though.
That's on the high level plus. I don't think
that's a nice stalker.
Nice Stalker is really good against Spirit Breaker. Mini stun, obviously, just have the charge, and then the silence, so you can't charge away. Very useful. Nice Stalker is very strong this meta.
Breathes on AA, kills him. Tanky hero. Does struggle a little bit versus that Ice Blast, but having that flying movement, especially that movement speed bonus you get during nighttime, and Dark Ascension usually means that Cold Feet is trivial for you.
Yep.
Yeah, it's good stuff here. I like this opening as well from Toy Story. Plus, you have an Abba to dispel it, but Abba usually not going to play too close to the Night Stalker just because of the way Night Stalker plays fights.
Yeah, exactly. And with a new range, there's not getting close. I like the Monk Game ban as well. I think that's pretty solid with Ancient Apparition. A good counter to Night Stalker.
Radiant team ban.
Or like Gyrocopter. I like here I was thinking. So either honestly, CK against Night Stalker is really good. And then you could also Sven is still there, so
Sven's still
I would get rid of the Sven just in case, because if they now ban Lifestealer and pick up Sven, all of a sudden you screwed yourself up.
I think depending on what Crocodile ends up first picking, we can also consider something like a Drow, because we have an Abba to enable it. If it's going to be a Spirit Breaker core, and the threat of the BKB is too high, then you abandon that thought. But if it's a Spirit Breaker support, you can deal with it as a Drow. Especially with an Abba to back you. You can deal with it.
But if it's core, then no. I agree.
Absolutely.
Because he goes Echo Saber into BKB.
Yeah, and then you die.
Temper ban the puck instead. I really do feel like they should have capitalized on that. It should have been Lifestealer ban into Sven. I honestly don't think the Sven... Like, Sven beats Night Stalker, doesn't suffer against him in the mid-game either, because Warcry destroys him.
Yep, as long as you get off God's Strength before he gets on top of you, you can kill him and fight 1v1.
Easily. Because now Crippling Fury doesn't make you miss anymore as it used to.
Dire team pick.
Bloodseeker.
I'm assuming this Bloodseeker offlane for now.
Me too.
And it's really good against Night Stalker, so I like it.
We continue to flex the Spirit Breaker.
He's also incredible against Abaddon, because Abaddon doesn't know... The thing against Bloodseeker is that, as any lane he goes to, you need the counter lane to Bloodseeker is any lane with kill potential. Stuns, like big burst damage, stuff like that, because otherwise he just heals back up. And Abaddon brings none of that. Right? Abaddon has no kill potential. You kind of have to wait to get the silence, and then Bloodseeker has to be stupid to get silenced, and then on top of that, he hasn't hurt you at all, so he doesn't have thirst. It's a whole thing. So it's a very good lane counter.
Yeah. And Abba's a healer, but it comes at the cost of his own HP, which sometimes puts him within thirst range, so a little bit of counter play there. A tiny bit. A tiny bit.
No, that's a very good point, actually. Whoa.
I don't mind it. Like, I know it is bold, because now I think this makes the Bloodseeker way stronger than it has any right to be. But, I mean, we've talked about this, right? I think New Shields Crash is really good, especially if you go for the right talents for it. I think it's at 15, right? Shield Crash cooldown talent in Vault, 5 seconds, like, it's okay.
Like, if this is a 4 bango, I agree, it's okay. I just feel like there were better 4s that you could be using, and there's no need for you to force this bango. Like, I think here, for example, you pick up, say, I don't know, with Night Stalker considering, right? Shadow Demon was good again. Willow was pretty good. Willow's great against Bloodseeker too. Like, you have a couple other better options than Pangolier. Pangolier's just not that good. Hey, and they picked up the TB. So many more options with Crocodile here. Phantom Lantern's fine, obviously. Oh, maybe some Pangolier less. CK is still great. Legendary Hero's great against Terrorblade. Sven has a fine matchup against TB for the most part. Slark's great against TB as well.
Yeah, I don't mind any of those. The TB pick, of course, is to try and get around this A a bit. It's under one of the very few abilities in the game, other than time lapse, and there's one more that will allow you to adjust, quote unquote, HP. Oh, Infest. Those are.
Oh, and the Punch Shark that.
Yep. Are going to be the only abilities that can get you through a nice blast. Darkseer immediately, though. Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Bloodseeker carry, though, it looks like, which is fine, all things considered, because Bloodseeker carry against Terrorblade. Since Bloodseeker goes for it makes damage most of the time as carry.
Couldn't you just try and run it mid as well?
You can run it mid.
Yeah, versus especially if it's going to be a Pango mid, because I think with Night Stalker,
if it's
Pango...
No, but if it's Pango mid, Toy Stories. I don't. Please not Pango mid. Pango mid is literally close to a throw.
Well, I think you just run it. I think you just run this Bloodseeker wherever Pango is the problem, because you can also run Night Stalker.
No, because the lane Bloodseeker loses. Pango wins that lane. Because if you get a lucky shot when he's trying to deny a creep or last at a creep or whatever, all of a sudden you have to deal with that. It's a whole thing.
Bands, Lush Bands, TA Void, so they are expecting this to be Bloodseeker carry.
I think that's correct as well. I feel like you go for, as Toy Story...
Radiant team pick.
Imba Spirit.
Scared me with that Pango. Really scared me. I think Ember's good. Ember's really good against Darkseer for obvious reasons. No, though now it's a free Storm game for Crocodile.
10 seconds
Storm's
remaining.
I want to say, right?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's top end Crocodile. Okay,
5
cool.
seconds remaining.
Because that was too good. Other options you have this game.
Choose your hero.
I was actually gonna say Shadow Fiend, but I don't love the hero in general. I just think that if there's a game for Shadow Fiend, this is it. 100%.
Yeah.
Brutal against Terrorblade, so good against Ember. Night Stalker bothers him, but not as much as most other magical damage mid laners, because you still hurt hard.
Yeah, and SF is... You can very easily play like as a secondary carry in the lane, which I think is appropriate with a Bloodseeker. I think it's totally doable. So I think that makes a lot of sense here. We could very well end up seeing like a BKB after a more regular kind of carry mid lane build up after a Dragon Line, stuff like that for the SF. I see a lot of Satanics on him still, go for physical damage, because you don't need that much magic to get through a TB. I think raises into a Requiem alone is probably going to be enough for you to kill TB. I don't think you need to go like full into Blink BKB, Arcane Blink, and all that nonsense. I think you just want to go right click for the rest of the team and rely on your ultimate.
5 seconds remaining.
Especially because you have Darkseer to back you up too.
Yeah,
Easy. Good draft from Crocodile.
I think they drafted Toy Story once again. I feel like this draft by Toy Story is.
Isn't E the position 5?
It's position 5 Darkseer, it seems like. Alpha Lane carry Bloodseeker. Alpha Lane Spiritbreaker. Oh no, Alpha Lane Ancient Apparition. Yeah, see Alpha Lane Ancient Apparition. 5 Darkseer. It's very interesting because I don't know why you would forego the lane of Darkseer Spiritbreaker. No matter how good the Ancient Apparition honestly feels like this game is off lane. Because he's a good offlaner, mind you, against TP. You have so much magical damage. Abandon does nothing against you. So I'm not opposed to this idea. I'm just surprised that you forego the Darkseer Spiritbreaker lane. That said, Darkseer Bloodseeker probably super good lane too. Back him into Bloodright. You have the Iron Shell plus Bloodseeker being super fast. So, not opposed to this. I think it's a creative idea.
I'm seeing that a little bit more. If you're going to have someone as frail as an AA in lane, I want someone beefy like a Spiritbreaker to front for him. No, I
keeps the enemies at bay as you chilling touch them to death.
No, I think it makes sense. I do think it makes sense.
Oh, it makes sense though. I thought for a second the last 20 matches had a time limit, but clearly not. It's a good win rate with the Ancient Apparition. There's way too many matches with the Ancient Apparition. So it might be a hero that
he's a really easy like position 4-5, especially if you get your random draft. You know, I guess I'll play AA, as they mostly do, right? They play ranked random draft, kinda.
Well, that's very true, actually. So that is very true. I wonder if that's why the Chinese teams, at least these days, are honestly the avant-garde teams and the most creative ones. Like you will get I've noticed that you will get teams in say Europe. I think the two innovative parts Dota right now are Western Europe and China. They're the most innovative. SEA tends to follow Chinese trends. Eastern Europe tends to follow Western European trends. South America does their own thing, so I don't know if you can call them innovative or just them.
They've been picking Monkey King for the past 6
Yeah,
years.
exactly. And then NA still thinks we're stuck in 725, so, you know, Sandy Boy's like, oh, Nagasaki is good, guys, I swear, believe me. So, but I wonder, what's interesting is that in Western Europe, I think it's the individual teams that are innovating. You'll get, like, Tundra, for example, which isn't that innovative compared to the SEA, but Tundra, OG, you know, like, there's teams that innovate in their own ways. Alliance, for example, stuck in the same meta for the past 6 years. And in China, it seems more of the general region that innovates together, right? Like, yes, LGD will have some unique picks, but you'll see VG Game pick them up immediately.
True.
You'll see eHome, for example. Like, LGD will copy eHome, eHome will copy LGD, and eHome is not even a top team.
I think they're very flexible.
They're much more open to new
what I mean.
ideas.
Yeah, I think they're very flexible.
Like, it feels like the teams in Western Europe, they all have their defined playstyle, and they'll try new things that suit that playstyle. Whereas in China, they just go, oh, is this a new thing? Okay. I'll do this. I think it's pretty impressive. I love watching Chinese Dota because of this. These days, at least. And I think random draft might help a lot with that.
Could be, as we're just waiting to get disconnected. Casual SCA things. Usually it's just at the beginning of the game. Then everything's stop downloading all your videos in the background. And in we go for game number 2 here. Crocodile having a pretty easy game number 1. I like their draft here as well. It's a small question mark, I would say, because I don't think you're necessarily on a timer any longer, especially because Darkseer, just with experience alone, is going to be fairly strong.
Is he going to take the soul talents or something?
Scouted by the Ember, I assume.
They had 2 wards there as well. Give both wards to the mid lane. Best play.
Maybe it's a debate, so Ember thinks, oh, there's no way there's 2 wards mid. Right.
That'll be some next level stuff. To be honest, the initial side lane war I always find to be meh. Like, unless you're using it to block camps or anything useful like that, most of the time it's very obvious to deward. You know, you can't really like do anything cool shenanigans with it.
Normally I'd agree with you, but when you're playing with a Sphere Breaker, I think it's kind of a big loss not to have that vision.
Oh, right, because you can have a rotational ward. It's really hard to deward.
Yeah.
Fair. I agree.
Yeah, or you put a sneaky ward behind the tower, Sphere Breaker charges, and you use that vision for it. You know, like, normally, yes, I get what you're saying. The biggest impact you're going to have is blocking a camp, probably. But with a Sphere Breaker, it's the one here I'd consider. AA is dying, by the way. In fact, AA has died. Period.
Yeah, but they took all bounties, so it's a win, huge win for...
The offlaner dying, but that's not a big deal.
Apparently not, though, because Darkseer's going top with this Sphere Breaker.
Maybe
so
he's just the Darkseer player.
He just plays Darkseer. All right, that's pretty cool, actually. Wonder if it's Yi can't play Ancient Operation or Xiaofu cannot play that. Maybe Xiaofu is the Ancient Apparition player. Maybe he's like really good at hitting those ice blasts, you know.
Dude, we need you to play AA. Why? You're so good at casting Ice Vortex. We just need you to do it.
I'm the offlaner. Not today.
But I really like playing Darkseer. No. Trust me, no one puts Ice Vortex down like you.
You gotta respect the AA. Being very mean to AA. Not an easy hero to play. I mean, this makes more sense. The lane of Sphere Breaker plus Darkseer is pretty strong too. Or it's very strong, so I'm not surprised. What this does give you, over the suggestion we made earlier, is the capacity for the Sphere Breaker to actually gank other lanes with Iron Shell on. That's a big deal.
Yep. Absolutely.
This bottom lane is still going to go very much in the Bloodseeker's favor. Oh, some kill potential here. Hey, Blood Right. A Shield Crash going to protect him a lot, and he's going to die here. One more Void. No, they're not going to find it. He has no Thirst, though, so he can't heal back up, but there's a salve to ensure that anyway.
Yep, has no point in Thirst.
Even with a Shield Crash buff, huh? That sucks.
A bit too far there. AA with the move speed.
And that was your only chance to ever kill the Bloodseeker in this lane. Now that he has Thirst, that's never going to happen again.
The lane is already going pretty heavily in favor here of our Shadow Fiend. And 2. Okay, I think he missed that last raise. He's going to pay the price a bit. And in fact, he might actually die. I think he is dead. Alright, cast his curse.
Well, I like this. He went for the 1-1-1 build. Actually, the best build against Shadow Fiend. This is how you are actually supposed to play this matchup. The perfect. Oh, I see now. The Rupture was green.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah, because of the
is
Chinese
under
client.
attack.
Oh, yeah.
That was crazy. That's why he's healing with Thirst and it looks green.
Yeah. That's right. Right. I forgot about that. Yes. Sense. Huh.
Oh, Chinese client could be in English, so that's new.
Yeah, that means AA as well is going to look a little bit different. Bane would look different here.
I didn't even check a lifestealing, but yeah, if you see him heal,
Lifestealer.
he has it's thirsty.
Oh, no, you're totally. Oh, we'll see here how it's going to be going. As fighting again mid lane. Ember, tiny buff to Flame Guard, I think does kind of add up in a lane like this. I think it's like 30 extra damage at level 1, and then 20 extra damage, and then 10.
No, I think it's totally valid. I think you can definitely max the Flame Guard. See how food at bottom, but in exchange for the Bloodseeker, sorry, for the Pangolier, that's going to be perfectly fine. As Bloodseeker still chases after the Stalker. This might be a lane where you genuinely consider overconfusion, considering how strong the lane is against these guys. And you might beat him in the mid. We'll see. As top lane, they're trying to finish off his Terrorblade. Terrorblade is not fast enough. I think the Iron Shell can kill him. The choice to go and create a conjure image there actually killed him.
Yeah, I think he might have been dead anyway.
They also will finish off the Night Stalker. Void not really deterring this Bloodseeker from anything.
The big ol' heal for him as well.
That's why I like Over Corrosion. Can you imagine the amount of pressure you can put this game just with a simple orb?
Yeah, I don't mind it either. I think it's wouldn't call it overkill, but you already have an AA as well, who's going to give you a huge amount of move speed slow. So
yeah, that way you can kill without the AA.
Sure, but yeah, that's true. I mean, right now, I mean, you're getting plenty of kills with the AA, so.
I mean, fair enough. You know, I don't mind a Bloodseeker that rushes the Maelstrom.
Boots is huge here as well, actually.
No, you definitely go face boots first. That's always the choice for Bloodseeker. It's too good. Has he gone for the farming build though? That's my real question for WYG. Because usually as a Bloodseeker, when you get away with a lane like this, you can max the Blood Rage as opposed to the Thirst. And you actually only take maybe 2 points of Thirst usually. This mid lane is also going the Shadow Fiend's way. No surprise. I mean, the Ember these days are actually much better against Shadow Fiends. But you need to know the matchup. And I don't think, by the fact he's maxing Sleight of Fist, he knows it too well.
Wait, you do think or you do not think?
I do not think so. I don't think he knows it too well. Because you don't go for the 1-1-1 build. You then max Sleight of Fist. You usually go for 1-2-2 there.
They misplayed by him, unfortunately. I mean, very tough top lane, not much damage to do here. You're against two very tanky heroes. Dark's here, one of the two int melee heroes in the entire game, so he's got plenty of armor, plenty of regen, and with Ion Shell, and a cow with another Ion Shell on it, you just don't do anything. Very difficult, very difficult. Better him than TB, but they've also caught TB once, so.
Yeah, so he's max Thirst, by the way, I just saw, which so I don't like this, I will always comment on this. The cohesion between maxing Thirst and the build that you go for, face boots from Maelstrom, is not there. That's an Over Corrosion, 100%. Or Falcon Blade, or whatever you want, doesn't really matter. But maxing Thirst is for kills. It doesn't make much sense if you're playing carry. The worst, as a carry, you can go for is 2-1-2.
Well, I mean, here's going to be another kill.
Yeah, but you're not itemizing for it. I mean, I guess if the enemy team feeds you, then sure. It doesn't really matter, right?
Dominating streak already, that's 4, is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
And not a kill against Pangolier. He is destroying that bottom lane. And I think it's fine to max Thirst, mind you. I just think that you need to go for one extra item for damage.
Can Thirst be played as like this kind of win more style? Do you think like if you go for more points in it?
No, Blood Rage is much more effective every time. Because the fact about Bloodseeker is that the first 2 points for both Blood Rage and Thirst are the biggest. Like they're the biggest increase. It's the 100% increase on both skills, right? So you just take the first 2 points, that's it. And then you max Blood Rage so you can actually. Because what Bloodseeker can do right now would be you get the kills, right? And then which you will get with Thirst or Blood Rage, regardless of what you get. And then you go and Blood Rage into the jungle creeps, and you've already farmed the large camp. You've already farmed the small camp, right? And you just maximize your farm to a ridiculous degree.
Oh, it is great.
Vacuum to cancel that EP. I don't know what he thought was going to happen, because he definitely had at 1 point in Vacuum. And they're going to take the kills.
It's starting to get pretty ugly.
It is.
It's going to be covered in green by the end of this one here for Toy Story.
And it's looking bad as well, because once Bloodseeker gets Maelstrom, he's going to outfarm his Terrorblade. Even though TB's a good farmer, nothing outfarms a Bloodseeker besides maybe Sven.
Yeah.
It's absurd how fast this hero can farm with a Blood Rage.
And we have now, pardon me, we have the SF going for the mid lane carry builds, right? Like I said, Dragonlance, why, maybe Satanic down the line. Doesn't really matter what he builds. He's going to be a secondary carry. Big problem for the Ember. He has, of course, some more counters. There's Series Chain mid lane. Requiem of the Souls, playing with it a little bit. We'll get it off on the 4 heroes, and there's a kill onto the Ember Spirit. Rune activated as well here for the DD. But he's getting ran down underneath his tower, looking for one extra kill. Will find it, and even getting a fair chunk of damage onto the Night Stalker. Huge with that Death Requiem. He's going to assist in a 3rd kill, and there's going to be the rest of the team cleaning up for the 4th. He's dropping the wall here to make sure the Yamba has no escape.
Well, Bloodseeker's pushing top with a couple points of Blood Rage. That's enough to actually go and take the tower. And you're also pushing a mate a bit. Like, that was a huge win for Crocodile. That's Javelin. Javelin's already enough to deal with TV. Don't max the Thirst. I haven't seen a Bloodseeker max Thirst for the past few years. It's first skill. Even offlane Bloodseekers will only go for the 3 points. The Bloodseeker enthusiast, this is...
Alvaro is currently penning a letter to Crocodile.
YJ. They're playing really well, by the way. I'm just harping on this detail because we're criticizing so much of Toy Story. I don't think they're at the level of Crocodile, and I just want to find something about Crocodile to say. I feel like Crocodile is just outskilling them so much.
Yep. AA now is just getting solo XP bottom. With that range creep, he's going to have level 6.
I mean, it's crazy because you say he's getting solo XP. Now that he's defending the lane, he's getting solo XP. That's how much they're winning.
No, exactly. I mean, it's a very deliberate word, right? He's farming. He's just farming. There's going to be another green rupture. As it comes to charge, you get vision for the blood right. He's going to get bashed out of it, though. I think he had the move speed regardless, though. So they're just going to get a bit longer. Rotation's coming up from the Ember. Ice Blast is, I think, going to nick the Ember Spirit as well. So that'll scout him. Down bottom, though, was where the TP was headed. And they're going to look to put this little Icicle on ice. They almost actually get that kill onto the Tango, and of course with the Thirst Vision, not like you need it max. You do know where he is, so that's going to allow Wish to pick up the kill in return.
Wish is now fighting the Night Stalker head on as the Spirit Breaker decided to beat 3
goodness,
down.
Iron Shell.
And the Iron Shell is actually accomplishing this. They get to the Abaddon first. The Euphonic Shield will not help the Terrorblade as the poor Ember is realizing he might not be the mid laner that he thought he was. He's trying to play around with the Remnant. They're going to just separate. So we get charge. Ember will die to the Spirit Breaker alone. If that get vision of him though.
Okay, next.
Oh, he got away.
Gotta celebrate the small wins here. At 5, so Story already having lost their mid lane tower, are set to lose a Pangolin as well. Gets up to the high ground. Yeah, actually, they're gonna be okay. TB just has absolutely no space in this game whatsoever. There's never a period where I think he's like going to be strong and doesn't have to worry about a Radiant tier hunting him down. Like that stage has already passed if there wasn't one. Anytime he shows on the map, there's probably going to be a charge and a TP and a nice blast.
I go. Hey, he got away at least. Oh, not going to get the kill. Don't make any lead. Oh, there's the Ice Blast that we were talking about. Xiaofu, he thinks he's playing offlane still, and he's actually going to tank this. Oh my god, he survived this. Initial at least. What a beautiful charge. Stopping the poor Ember as SF is trying to finish off a Pango. There's going to be one last cold feet there as he goes down, but at the same time, they don't get the last hit actually. So nobody's dying yet on Toy Story. They got at least a support kill. One last charge though, because Crocodile wants to play this aggressively. They want to finish off this Night Stalker. Void did not actually cancel the charge.
It's daytime.
Oh, only minutes of night.
Yeah, and that's SF. Not getting anything out of it. I mean, so many heroes with a bit of HP. They're getting kited so hard right now. Oh, okay. Well, there he goes. There's Widge. I was about to say, where's our thirsty boy? And here he is. They're gonna lose the SF, but it's gonna be a team wipe in return. That is why we max Thirst Alvaro, so that when everyone is 1 HP, he runs in.
He has blood rage.
Kills everyone.
No, that's not justify your point.
Well, it's because I don't know if you saw that he actually just set a new lap record here with all that move speed he had.
But you think if he had only 3 points at Thirst, he wouldn't be able to do that?
No, he wouldn't have been able to run over as fast. No. Fast boy.
Well, the 3 points, they would have probably just all TP'd and gone back home, right?
Yeah, they would have lived. And then your Ancient explodes.
And your mom calls you and tells you you're a failure. Dad is just stays at you silently.
You get your exam back and it's an F. Oh, I didn't take this exam.
It stopped going to college 5 years ago. That's exactly why.
Yeah. Yeah, tough stuff here. Well,
let's go for Atos, dude. This guy is playing offlane with the Ancient Apparition.
The very famous go to Ancient Apparition, as there's going to be an Ice Blast here. They're just going to hit him with a debuff. That might be enough damage, but no.
Why did he choose not to use it instead use all his other spells?
I am not sure.
Rolling Thunder. I think he deserves to die for this. Yeah, goodbye, Sam.
goes. Also got the Spirit Breaker.
Oh, but
he's
what's
got
he
a
gonna
charge. Uh-oh, he's thirsty.
And he's gonna get the kill. Phonic Shield not gonna help against those procs from Maelstrom. Fighting head on, because he knows he's probably the strongest hero in the game right now, and he is. Ember walked into the blood right there for a second to bait him. We do have Iron Shell on the Bloodseeker right now. Healing back up. Don't take his creeps! Oh boy, do I hate when that happens to the Bloodseeker. Supposed to heal back up, and then someone's like, oh, my last... No! It's my HP! You know? I feel so bad for WYJ.
Stacking animations and firing. No one can stop him.
He's the strongest hero in the game by a long shot. He is almost doubling TV's.
He's here. No experience. Guys, please, my ancients. There it is. Do anything. Spit on your urn charges. Add your own ashes to his collection. He's gonna TP in front of your face. We actually don't have a stun to cancel TPs at the stage, unless you use Rolling Thunder.
Searing Chains. The kill of nice
What a charge.
And the Ice Blast did hit the Pango as well, so he might just die if he's tippling. Yes, he's dead. Okay. And with another strike, they also find the Ember, who walks back in to try to avoid the raises, but just gonna die. Borrowed time, still available, but they have a vacuum. There's the vacuum. And I feel like Toy Story has given up. Which I honestly would justify.
On a 6-9, so they're just farming on your side of the map.
This is the kind of game where if I was Bloodseeker, I'd go as later, second item. Just...
It can be first, at least for him, as TB at least finding a little bit of space in the enemy jungle. Is going to allow him to finish off at least a Yasha. Needs a BKB. It's probably going to be a Dragon Lance momentarily to help him farm, but as soon as he's got the money for the Mithril Hammer and the recipe, guarantee you that it'll be turned to that. Then kills a courier, but the rest of Crocodile just playing up on the map, definitely having a feel for how this game is developing. We'll be looking. Oh, actually, that's this one Requiem Souls. So yes, thank you very much. That's a kill on Pangolier. Goodbye. Okay. Spirit, he's getting charged. Vacuum wall on the 2. Vacuum is avoided, but the wall still finds him regardless. The Spirits are super slow to come out. They've got to kill easily by that. And Asunder to be used. Double buyback here after Toy Story. They feel like this is their best opportunity. Rolling Thunder this time's going to come out. No Requiem still on cooldown from the earlier kill as he rolls all through the enemy team. Charge though, he's going to find the TB who was without Thunder. He used it previously, not like he could because he's silenced as they kill the AA. Ice Blast will connect onto the 2 heroes. So Night Stalker is just getting ran down as here's Wiz. Easy, almost as fast as that Spirit Breaker as they charge after him. And that's going to be the GG called. One last fight for the boys. We kill the SF, and we go home. But it's a 2-0 win for Crocodile.
I think Crocodile is such a better team than Toy Story. Just kind of got outclassed there. Not really Toy Story's fault, really. I think the first game, they got outdrafted, they got outclassed. It doesn't seem like they were playing most serious Dota I've ever seen, but it also might feel like Crocodile is too big an opponent for them. So Crocodile had a great game. I think the Bloodseeker carry choice, even if it wasn't my favorite choice, I would have picked probably the carry. Once the Terrorblade got picked up, they thought, well, we just picked Darkseer. It's a free Darkseer game, and it was indeed. So, great idea. I don't know what to say. Crocodile was just too strong.
Yeah.
I hope that for this game, we get the highlights as soon as possible, because since the game was quick, we just want to remind the viewers, want to refresh them as soon as possible as we can talk over these highlights.
Hey, we can remind the viewers of something else.
Yeah, we have a giveaway going on, guys. A giveaway/quiz at the end of each game. We're going to find a question on the screen that's usually going to be related to the game we just watched. Something like, well, who got the first blood? Who took the first tower? When was the GG called? How long did the game last? Why was Avo so angry about Bloodseeker? And these kind of questions, of course. I'll give you the answer for that one. Oh, Max Thirst first on Bloodseeker. You're not an offlaner.
He also got mad earlier because Insanity did not use Master Spell against
Oh, that was worse. That was worse. Because that's a straight up mechanical choice. That was very angry. But I liked Insanity though. He played it really well. So I criticize him once for praising him the whole game. I think that's fair. It's a good balance. Anyway, if you guys want to participate in this quiz, you guys can, and you can win some prizes. We'll pick one of the winning answers, or the right answers rather, as the winner, and they'll be able to get 3 sets of prizes. One of them is going to be the UU booster code for 7 days or up to 30 days. If you guys are interested in that, that's going to boost essentially your connection really for the game. So that's one of the partners for this tournament. We would really recommend you check them out, regardless if you get the booster code or not. It's not like a booster in Dota. Do not confuse that with that terrible practice. We would never enforce those. You can also get a $2 cosmetic for Dota 2 or a $10 Steam gift card. Those $10 Steam gift cards are being gifted away during the best of ones they play in the middle of the day, whether that be the 1v1s or whether that be the best of ones we'll see tomorrow for the lower brackets.
Absolutely. Some highlights there. Thanks to our sponsors. Speaking of highlights, we do have some highlights as well here.
I hope we have some highlights.
Of that last game. Never really had a full team fight, did we? It was just kind of like pickoffs, skirmishes.
I'd be okay if we only had a couple of highlights of a couple of kills ready. See, I'd be okay as long as they appeared.
Well, we'll take a look here in a couple seconds. But yeah, that's it. Crocodile moving on 2-0. So now eventually we'll take a look at our bracket before we end the day. But we've got all our teams settled, at least for the first round, right? As the past 2 days we've been doing the first stage here of the Top Clans 2021 Summer Invitational. We're going to be moving on tomorrow into some elimination matches.
Yep. We're finally going to see some teams go. I think also as the teams get weeded out, we're going to see, no offense to some of the teams, but there's just a big mix of levels here. And we're going to see some of the more top tier teams go head to head. In fact, the lower level teams also get some practice, right? I feel like that's important to get a more equal opponent. Because when you get stomped like this, there's nothing for Toy Story to learn. There really isn't. I mean, besides don't draft this way. There really isn't anything for them to learn about this that they can actually go and say, oh, we made this mistake. Like, for example, you go to the first game where there were more egregious mistakes you could not do. But how can you blame the Lifestealer for making those plays when he felt so thwarted the whole game? Well, it felt like he couldn't play a game. Because then at that point where you have to fix like player mentality or something very egregious like that, it's just not going to happen. And that's why stomps are never that great. You want at least somewhat level teams. Even if it's a 2-0. You know, getting a relatively equal matchup is important for teams to grow. And Crocodile's not learning anything from games either. I mean, they just played. They played less, like more seriously rather than our Geniuses did. But they still stopped.
That was a sick play by SF. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, Crocodile's a really legitimate team, right? In China, they might not cut it entirely because in China, teams are incredible.
And China teams make clean runs through the major and dominate at offline online events, outside of majors. They make it look real easy as well, don't they? Look at that. It didn't even need to nether strike the TV. They just knew. The TV, he's not strong. We're not scared of him. A good juke at least by the Ember Spirit, so I'll highlight if just a minimal one by Toy Story. He does make it alive. Oh, what?
Another great charge, yeah. I remember that. I mean, the Penguin just died here to the...
See, look at this. You're gonna see Bloodseeker start zooming around the map thanks to this thirst. He's got Maelstrom on the way, which is why he doesn't TP. Look, he's so fast. Look at him darting around the map here. No HP on anyone. Pretty sure.
Remember this is the long fight with Bloodseeker giving.
Yeah. So there's Maelstrom delivered.
Did he even TP or did he just walk?
I think he
ran. Does TP.
But then look at this. Zooming. And he just appears from off screen. They try and smoke, and oh no, we didn't smoke. What's going on here? Rupture to kill that guy. It's 1,100 move speed. Everyone's dead, deleted. Game wipe. Game easy for Crocodile.
Those necessary for They really just made him up. Some interesting ice. That was a very interesting play by the I'm just gonna die here.
Might as well try and get AA with me. This AA has plus 10 stats.
Ember coming back into dying as well.
That's basically it here, and yeah.
What do you think was the MVP for this game?
SF.
Yeah, because that play was so good, right?
I just think, this play as well was really amazing. But you can't kill me.
It was very good. Yeah, I think he played it. I mean, he's clearly an SF player to be true.
Yeah, he knows. He knows the strengths and the weaknesses of SF. This is the kind of game that you watch and you go, I really want to play SF now. And then you try and do this, and then you just garbage. You just can't. Like, it's that kind of game. Double buyback here, because Toaster like, might as well. Let's kill the SF. He doesn't have ulti, make war. And they kill him, call the GG. Look at that. He asking for a high five. They even pick hold.
They even want to make a Spurberger. Everyone has like a pretty funny.
Yeah, I would say it's going to be SF for me. I think...
Yeah, I mean, I would just made the draft.
It's the draft. A lot of the times it does naturally go towards the mid laners because they're usually online the fastest. It's the whole point of it.
Exactly, especially if it's a stomp.
Yeah, and yeah, no surprise, right? 6-4 and 13.
Yeah, I mean, I just think he had the only one that had like flashy plays. Everyone else kind of got dominated, but he actually had some flashy plays and some good ideas. So I liked it. Yeah, well done, Crocodile.
Let's take a look at their items because I want to see how many Echo Sabers they actually had. You say 2?
I think
two
it was
before
one
20
Square Breaker, one
minutes?
a Darkseer.
And I really am considering.
Oh, it's interesting. It's Nightfall also buys Echo Saber a lot on the Bloodseeker. He's a Bloodseeker spammer himself, so I trust his builds. He's smart. He will never max third.
You're totally right. There's definitely,
Echo Saber.
there's definitely an Echo
I
Saber.
like to see how
right there.
Fu decided first item A is Motivatos is the whole like region thing in itself.
Well, he never got to finish it. He got punished for that one by
guess.
the Dota 2 gods, as he did not get the opportunity there.
I liked at one point I will say that I liked about Crocodile. Obviously, the whole thing. They were the better team, but like WYJ went for BKB right after. So even if this game was not going to, end immediately, it was going to be Bloodseeker building a BKB right after. So he was going to end the game immediately as well. So it was really good, clever choice. I really liked what Crocodile was doing. I think it was a good display of... I mean, it's good for them to practice at least how to end stomps, honestly. Army Genius didn't really have a very clear idea. And it might seem like a very trivial thing to do, but some teams struggle, especially teams that are up-and-comers.
Absolutely. Then Crocodile. Finish in style, I think something that they really did was a lot of teams would be winning this hard, and then they would sit back and just farm their map.
Yep.
And that gives a really big opportunity for the enemies to come back in.
Yep.
They were playing up at all times. SF just playing super easily around the ultimate, knew that they were strong. I mean, especially with a global strat, there's no need to be playing that far away. And no need for Roche, didn't even, like, it's just good stuff.
It was just a very solid game for Crocodile. I mean, both games in general. I feel like Toy Story was lacking there a bit. But as we get into the ends of today, tomorrow we're gonna go for the elimination matches. But for us, we're gonna be eliminated from the stream as Richie and myself, or Seeker Strike and myself, sorry, will be taking a break until tomorrow. It's been a pleasure, guys. Hope you enjoyed the cast, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more Dota 2. Until then, goodbye.
Wow, what a fantastic game. Congratulations to all the MVPs and congratulations to all the winning teams. But our lower brackets don't have to be discouraged or disappointed because we still got chance to win it back. Tomorrow we still got matches, but attention, the first 3 rounds of lower bracket will only be BO1. So one match will decide your fate. Hope you guys can bring your best and leave no regrets. Alright, before leaving, let's take a look at today's team's performance. Well, the score in the first round was Team Kaeru Pro versus Team Meow, and the score was 0-2, and the winner was Team Meow. And score in the second round was 2-0. The winner was Team Crocodile. Congratulations to them. And let's see tomorrow's schedule. Well, tomorrow we'll have Team NY versus Team UDV at 12 p.m. and Team Kaeru Pro versus Team Toy Story at 1:30 p.m. and Team Mystery versus Team AG at 3 p.m. and Team Meow versus Team Crocodile at 7 p.m. At the end, we would like to express our gratitude towards our partners again as well. Many thanks to TikTok, YuYu Game Booster, NetEaseFever, Moon Studio, Epods, String Gaming, TNC, Facebook, Twitch, and Likey, Video, Egg Network, YouTube, and finally, InfoFed. Alright guys, matches of today are done. This is gonna be the end of today. Tomorrow is still got matches. Before that, please stay tuned and take good care. We'll see you tomorrow.